Oh, you okay? Why he always show me? I don't get it. Right? This mage is the one he's always selected. I never select him. Whatever. Hey, nerdy. That's this anniversary automatically pop up for me. I don't even know when this affiliate was. Was it 1 year ago or 2 years? I don't know. Because I can't see it somewhere. So let's start a little bit unimportant things, and while I'm reading what I was doing last time. So Selfmade tab. So the priest has to do a little bit of felwood grind. And the Drew, South Felwood, Blacklands Ashara. Okay. Don't have anything here. Catch up. We're waiting for a new billing packet. Okay. Okay. Fine. Yeah, I will not instantly start with the audiobook for today. I just want to get first a little bit sorted in my head what I want to do here before I get distracted from the audiobook. But I can start music, I guess. So for all who are watching for the audiobook, which can't be a lot, it will happen in about 1 hour or something like this. My soundtrack, no. What can be done? What is today a band that I want to play? Caesar. Let's see there. So, bam. Did you, by the way, aware of the drama happening around OnlyFans and this pirate software guy? I mean, I know that you're not following them, but maybe it makes bigger waves than I thought. Yeah, I also don't know the pirate software guy. I only am aware of it because the streamer that I'm following that normally plays Warcraft 3 has analyzed a gameplay situation that happened a few days ago, and from time to time updating with the drama that's happening around OnlyFans. I will make it very short, but because I don't want to. I only want to talk if really something that you care of and you're following. But if not, then why should open the box of Pandora? But in short, this pirate software guy playing a mage, he is a seasoned World of Warcraft player. They played on OnlyFans, so hardcore. I also heard comments like he claimed himself like a godly player or something like this. But nevertheless, 3 guys out of the group they was in Diamond with were quite new to World of Warcraft. So they were beginner level, and a mispull happening. They were quite at the start of Diamond. Not quite, but let's say the second room. When the tank not pulling the pack far enough back, the druid don't respect this and make the mistake that he tries to hit them from behind, which pulls another pack. Then comes the call for escaping the situation. And in short, this pirate software guy that calls himself a godly player roached like no one else. He spent fake mana on spells that was totally unnecessary in the situation and helped no one. He was by far the one who is the least danger because he was running and blinking out so far that nothing even can touch him. As a group realizes and was heavily under pressure and the multiple calls of let's CC here, let's fight here, and so on. They're also flaming him for where are you and stuff, and discussing why they are under pressure, what is not very optimal. He multiple times turned around from a safe distance, but don't do anything, and then run further away again. So many thought he'd do it on accident and want them to die, but I think that was a lot of pressure, panic moment situation, and he's not the godly guy. He's just a very average or sub-average player from my perspective, how he used spells and what he's doing. But anyway, in the end, someone, the rogue of the group that also does not a lot, he stayed with the group, but he also don't try to CC a lot, what he could have done, pressured the healer so much with heal and so on, that the healer feel responsible not to take his safety into consideration, and died at first, and short before leaving the instance the druid also died. So two men dying here. That's one thing. And while this happening, the mage multiple times said he couldn't take anything, couldn't do anything. He don't have mana, no, and that was in fact simply not true. And this guy has quite a huge community as far as I know, and don't know him before. Yeah, and after the dying, he was very unempathetic. Not feeling guilty at all, or even feel sorry for the 2 guys who died, and was instantly only defending himself, that he does nothing wrong. Everyone playing poorly, even the mage, the priest. The priest absolutely did more than he should do. He did nothing wrong. He tried everything, even with the sacrifice of his life, to save the group. And that was really an upset for a large part of the community. And then a shitstorm started. Because even after analyzing and after multiple videos happening where they analyze how he behaved and what he could done, and some do it more on the analytic approach, some do it more on a flame approach. He never let any bit on him as responsible for anything. He stays on this point. He couldn't do anything. We all played poor point. And then shitstorm started. He banned 10,000 accounts. That, of course, you get death wishes and what, you know, the internet. A lot of stupid people around there. In the end, he got kicked from the only Fang guild because he still don't feel responsible. And I mean, you have to trust the people you play with, so it's hardcore still. And if someone not even see his fault, it's okay that people making mistakes. And that was from multiple sides said, hey, everyone can make mistakes, but to deny that you're making mistakes and even defending yourself that everyone else is its fault, and when it's truly logical, not the fact, then it's not worth to play with this person anymore. Yeah, and that is what's happening, and there was a lot of drama around it. I don't follow everything there, of course, but who is he? Ibune. Hey, that's... Can I click him, please? Whatever. So that's the reason I ask if you are aware of this, because I... That's the other side. That's the other side. I know that it makes big waves that even I, as a not involved person in any kind, are aware of this. Yeah. But that's one thing, and a lot of things, especially in the YouTube comment section of yeah, that's a real shit show. In the YouTube under Grubby, that's a streamer that I'm following, and he is a very analytic and fair guy. He also pointed out clearly, without any emotional context, what's going on, and that he can understand this and this, but after this it would be necessary that he say, hey, sorry, I don't do my best, mistakes are allowed. That's totally fair. Even under his comment section, I see a lot of comments that like little children insisting this pirate guy to do this all on purpose. He wants them to die and so on, wishes them the worst illnesses that you can imagine. Yeah, he's really awesome. And I can't understand how someone can watch a Grubby video who analyzes it very analytical and clearly to follow, cannot understand that human behavior is sometimes very weird. Even if I reflect my past life, for example, a very simple, I remember the situation many years ago. I don't know how long it was, 15 years ago or something like this. I came from work, I put my car in a garage, and I saw a neighbor that I don't know, but she had a motorcycle, and something happens with the motorcycle, like it fell to the side or something like this, and she was I don't realize this when I passed her, but she, after I passed her, I realized, oh, she's crying. Even if a tiny bit, so it somehow affected her, and I don't stop there. I was so frozen in the moment that I don't make me turn and try to at least stay at her side. So it was not a stellar moment in my life. I remember, maybe this is the reason I remember this moment, but I asked myself why I act in this moment so so frozen, so like if you have to choose between two options, you choose no option. It's like there's a biologic term when animal has a fight or flight moment and do something else. I would call it, the direct translation would be over jump reaction or something like this. I don't know what the English term really is, but I can understand that's what I want to say. That you not every time optimal, sometimes cowardly, sometimes very strange behave in situations. So I have absolute understanding for that people don't act logically. That is our nature. But still, people are going way below this and never can empathize with this. I mean, a lot of people, for any hardcore moments when death happens, or the death moment, I would have done this, and how can this player be so bad? Because he could have done that or that or that. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Mistakes are made. And if you think you don't do mistakes in your life, then you're wrong. Everyone do mistakes. Even the best pro player do mistakes. Even if they do less, they still do it. And that is what people don't want. People want drama. People want to, or some people, no, not all, won't let their anger out and blame others because, I don't know, a lot of maybe psychological reasons for this. Maybe they feel superior about the person, or they want to be in a judgment role of, but whatever. I mean, I think there are a lot of reasons that I not even can't think about it. And some people also really think that what they're saying is the absolute true, and that's more like the Dunning-Kruger effect that people not aware of, that there's another form of reality or point that they should always keep in mind. I mean, from my perspective, everything that I say, even if I'm totally convinced that is it true, I have always my 1% how you call it, unsecureness in my background, in my backhead. So even if someone brings a point and I'm able to think the point through, because I know I could be maybe wrong, even if it's very, very, very unlikely. But it must be, that's in all life situations, it must be possible that you at least check this point and think about the point before you deny it, and not deny it because I'm right and everything that someone said is wrong. That's not a point of any discussion. Then you don't have to talk. And a lot of people are not going to this step. They're so convinced that they have the only rightful truth. They can now talk, and everyone has to accept their talking. That is only nonsense. So I only remember that I'm farming here Mithril with my rogue. But still... I don't really remember what is the reason for this. So, let's see. I think it was the warrior. I needed 150, 160 mithril. What I have? 40, 60, 90, 97. Oh, I'm not so far away from this. That was my note. My note says me, I don't know for what, but my note tell me that this is the amount that I need. And if you're in doubt, what was the plan? Trust your past ego. Wait a minute, why Oh! I'm in the wrong keyboard. Profile here. Wondering why don't my auto run working. So yeah, that was my thoughts on this and human behavior. So, but this is the last mithril I want to check here. Let's go a little bit to side. Maybe I have to log in later. And because I'm... Wait, who is my... Do I have any other miner beside my paladin? Pala weaponsmith. I think my paladin is the only one here. What is this here? I'll be honest.
Talk to me.
Talk to me. For citrine? End quest, gadget quest. Oh, I need much more mithril if I see correctly here on the warrior. But I don't need citrine for whatever reason. I thought I would do. Okay, whatever. He will go or fly now to Burning Steps and farm there this stuff. Okay. Stone treats. I think I can. Ooh, I'm very, very close to level up. That's 1400 XP. Okay, that's not one mob kill. I must be very, very careful not to hit too many mobs. That was maybe because of the Christmas quests. Yeah, one thing I have to do is start farming king crystals, because I don't have enough ammunition for my cooldowns that I have. Maybe I sell this. Why I don't send this away, man? To the mage maybe, that he can disenchant it. It's 31. I know where I have it. From the Yeti, from the rare Yeti. That's a headdress I usually get instead of the dagger. By the way, dagger, what is my... Yeah. Do I have the dagger, by the way? Scorpion Sting. Howling Blade, that is he from the Yeti. So I have this dagger. It's unique, so I can't collect another one. It's not of the Magistrate. Large rocks. Whatever. So I will only take one circle here and collecting some thorium, and then going on leveling somewhere, something, maybe with a priest. I think the priest is the one who should be the first, especially because he's the one who can craft potions, and I have time while playing him to analyze who and what potions are needed. For the last three guys, that's the druid. Maybe you need some agility potions. Don't know.
I supply only the finest goods.
I supply only the finest goods. And I have to learn a very, very core principle. I have to get respect for hardcore now again. After playing so long softcore, and dying was basically daily business, I have to build up a little bit of respect. I mean, you can tell this to yourself all the time, over and over again. But what? But telling this and acting like this and caring a lot is something different. Your automatism, your intuition sometimes acts differently. Oh, I didn't check if someone else is farming here that I should usually do. Rich Torio. It's also sad that I still don't have, even after reminding him, an answer from Ärger, aka Apfelesina, if he ever wants to play his Toon again, or if he ever play other games, or what his thoughts about it. And he didn't respond to my question in any way. And it makes me a little bit, how you call it, humble, not to have an answer there, because I don't know how I can plan then. And like I said, I wasn't the guy who brought up the thing with Let's Play World of Warcraft. I would also play new games or other older games with him or anything. I had also a lot of things in mind already when we started to talk again. But after his confession that he estimated himself, is it estimated? I hope that's the right word. Himself, and didn't expect that was too much work to be done in World of Warcraft. I mean, I can see that he feel maybe a little bit shame because I spend a lot of work now into it that is now going to waste. But still, in my mind, he owes me. He should give me an answer. Let's say it this way. I think his responsibility is that he at least give me an answer what his future planning is, even if he can't take something concrete. No, hello, caster. Can you please do your patrol? Even if he can't say something that binds him to some kind of appointment or something like this. And that makes me a little bit meh. But I have to say that it's much more, or it's way more harder to motivate yourself if you're doing something only for yourself on your project. That is, yeah, not everything that I'm doing here is absolute necessary. It's only here's a benefit, here's a tiny upgrade for a lot of work, and it feels not so rewarding like you investing time into a character that you're trying to build up for the next few months or something like this. So even if you collect mats or money, even stuff like money, that feels like you're building up, you have a progress in some kind of a way. And gear drops in dungeons. Oh, I don't know about this. I mean, this progress that you come closer and closer to pre-biz, and that feels quite of rewarding. That's the point on why I'm talking this. You see a progress here. If I collect here hundreds and hundreds of thorium, I mean, if I do it, or in China there's a sack of rice falling down, that is a saying we use in Germany, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I know it, but you can do a lot of stuff with less effort. The goal I can reach it, and I do nothing else than getting all to 60 done. I don't have to farm here anything, but that's happening because I want to min-max a lot. And I want to squeeze out every little bit that is possible. That was not the original goal. That was my self-induced how you call it, motive. I mean, that farming here thorium happens for two reasons. One reason is I need to find arcane crystals, because in the event that I need arcanite bars. I mean, I have quite a lot at the moment. Well, it's on the mats, I think. Oh no, maybe it's in the bank of mats. Yeah, I have 27 and maybe one or two more on the characters itself. Arcanite bar. That should be enough for nearly everything, but just in case I craft something that I at the moment don't have in mind, or find a receipt that I don't have in mind that maybe drops randomly, I won't be in the position where I can do it. So it's only if that happens, then if that also happens, I have it prepared event, and that is not something you should rely plans on. But I can clearly see myself. If I mean, personally, I always analyzing myself, how I feel and how it was different before. If you're playing only hardcore for quite some time, you don't play very relaxed. You play more relaxed in this thing here, where it's very, very unlikely that I'm dying. From what? I mean, I'm avoiding every contact with any mob. The only thing that can happen is that the Hematos dragon flies in my way and I don't respect it. But even then, I was more unrelaxed while riding this patrol, even if I was more relaxed than normal leveling. And you can see under what pressure you basically play. Oh, damn it. There's someone. No. And at the moment, I feel 0.0 tension. So even if I saw Hematos, what usually gives me an inner alarm clock, hey, attention, there's a potential danger where I can die from. This alarm clock don't go off on when I face them after now playing softcore. And this keeps me keeps me thinking about my reactions and the reason how I feel and why. On the one thing, it's good that I don't play pressured every day, but also it's something that puts your awareness a little bit higher. Final Fantasy again. What links to the text on your channel? What? I don't understand what you want to say. Change Riona. What? Does not affect your channel at all. It links to specific text in the chat that I run on my PC that links to your chat. Ah, okay. And what does it link, or what does link do? I don't get it really. So let's lock him out here. What found a lot 17 thorium. Enter some commands from time to time. But what does a command do? And why you have to put it here in the stream chat? I don't get it. So, whatever. I said priest should be the one, so priest shall it be. I don't found any arcane crystals yet. For the streamer to run. Uh-huh. But I don't play Final Fantasy. I don't know what you mean, to be honest. But hey, maybe I don't have to understand everything. Why I only have one arcane elixir? I also don't have any blind weave. That is the reason why I don't have. Yellow power crystal. I can change it. So superior defense, fine. Why I have still the fortitude with me? Hmm. Hmm. Where's, by the way, my... I don't have the shadow power receipt board. Oh, I don't have the mighty troll bot yet. That's also something I have to do. I have a lot of buff potions. I have some.
Off with it.
Let's check on my bank. Close. Priest, oil. Wait a minute, the 30 oil I can't use, I think. Pots. The 20 oil I can use. Truth. Lock, or... Mage, rogue. I guess I take this with me. And the third one. So, I have 2 Arcanite bars here. But to be fair, it should be stored here. I don't have any thorium or Arcanite crystals here. The Demon Slayer is only for attack power. Firepower, agility. I have 2 options. Maybe I should or should not. Do I have, by the way, the invulnerability potion? No, I don't. Why? Because it also needs blind weed. No. It's a never-ending circle. Whatever. Let's Let's go and let's. Is there any quest that I can do? The Arcane Runes, Draven Justice. That will happen later. Felwood is the answer at the moment. After Felwood comes Goro. I was on Felwood before. And humanity. Let's analyze my gear. Is there any gear upgrade for the priest that I was planning to do? What is the shoes are shadow, right? Shadow, yeah. Shadow. What is the last chapter? Heads. I have the Fellclose hat for my warlock, but not for the priest. The main reason is the spirit value on this. It's 21 compared to tailoring hats. Fellclose there. It's 30, so it's 9 spell power more. But I lose a 12 spirit, and this 21 also affect healing effects, which I rarely do, but it could be more important on the heal instead of the warlock. And also I don't have the Fellclose. Yeah, that's maybe a reason I can do. Shoes. And yeah, I get the Fellclose shoulder from. The Fellclose shoulder would be an upgrade if I can somehow make it. But where I get it from? Ooh. And it needs a lot of material. So basically the mage has to farm it. And this drops from Fellclose shoulder. Let's see. bonus here. It drops from bosses, damn it. It's a random drop basically. Bam. Ankirai, Naxxramas, Ankirai, Zul'Gurub, Blackrock Spire, Blackhand Elite. Oh. So maybe Blackrock Spire, Ankirai, Blackrock Spire, Naxxramas, Blackrock Spire, yeah. I guess it's only a little bit higher. Magnus in Blackrock Deeps drops it too. Who is Magnus? The giant. What kind of giant is it? Ah, that's... no. That's in the fire room, the guy. Molten Core, Ankirai, Molten Core. Can I see the levels a little bit lower? The Trader. Blackrock Spire, Molten Core. Yeah, the only place where I can find it with a very low percentage is Blackrock Spire. Tailoring. What was the name? Fell close shoulders. Fell close shoulder. And what are the stats? Mm. 26 spell power, 5 spirit. Is it true? Oops. Uh, 26 and 5 spirit. Okay. L, is it UBS or LBS? Where those mobs are. Rage, Talent, Flame Scale. Oh, that looks like UBS, and I never will have a key. Ah. I will never have the key for UBS. Okay. UBRS. Trash. Okay, sadly, that's something I never can do.
brings you here?
Velvet Ashen Whale, what is a better one? Where do I have to go first? I have to turn into quests. Okay.
Goddess Watcher.
What's with a hand? Hands. Dream. 17 and that is 18. Even the hands are better from Dream. There are no hands. Fellclose hands? Fellclose gloves. They are. But they are blue. Ah, they comes from Diamond North. Okay, that is something I have to find later. Yeah, Fellclose gloves. Not, I already noted this. Okay, so basically no upgrades possible. Why is there no Fellclose cloak or back? 12.8. 21. And MP4. I know as I was considering to craft a higher dagger or other weapon. What can he wear? Maces? Maces are possible for the priest. Just to make it possible to use higher oil. Ah, whatever. So 1 hour is gone. I maybe start with the audiobook. It's very shocking how fast time passed through. I want to play World of Warcraft tonight. Yeah, nice. You didn't play for a long time, or? Yeah, the last weekend I made me want to play more again. I went from 25 to 27. Okay, okay. And with we, you mean Softball Chick and you? Ah. So Laura. No, Laura? Is it Laura? Or... I don't know why I have the name Laura in head. Yeah, Laura. Okay. She's trying to catch up. Trying. It's only the try for a try, so that's a very vague vague thing. I didn't follow because I don't have a lot of information the last few weeks, or maybe I should say maybe months, about her. But what level is she at the moment, and did she ever play it again? King's Blood. Level 17 or 19 now. I'm trying to get her through the Westward quest. DM together. Ah, yeah, okay. But I think that was the ending I had 1.5 months ago or 2 months ago. Since then you didn't play it at all, it looks like. Really? Okay. To be honest, in the last 6 or more weeks, I don't have a lot of chat interactions with one of you. And I don't think that you playing at all. That was my guess. Good. Oh no! Don't tell me. Oh no, I don't have collected this. Okay, fine. I have Salve. Let's first take a look. 6. Okay. But now the value of herbs collecting, or in general resources collecting, shifted a lot. Before this I was always have in mind, hey, this herb has this market value and it's worth to pick it up. Now you have to value it again for the usage of my toons. That's sometimes a difference. Yeah, what you doing here? You want to give me a pipe? Come give it. Quick. Now. Go on, please. Purified. Thank you. So, let's look. So, extinguish the... That is not for now. This here is a quest. I'm not sure if I want to do it. The elite quest. The slime quest. The slime quest is for Unguru. Is here anything here? I have only this quest and the ancient spirit for the flute. The North quest. So, I will now for half a level grind here. And what is here? Empty jar. Let's first try my yeah. I know my spells. Was here stream foil? So I first have to try if I can fill my jar with the slimies here. Would be a funny interaction, but hey. What? Oh. What is Shift F? Ah, who's here? Damn it. That was not what I planned to do. It's funny. The last time I was here, there was permanently a bot farming all the black blooms and stuff. And now I find the first few ones. Maybe they really get rid of him, or he gave up farming here. Okay. Slimy, you are my test object. So I can fill the jar. Oh, hold on. And I can. Oh, that's cheating here. Every time you use it on the slimy that you not need it for the quest, it don't use up the slimy remains. So normally I should fill these jars with slime from Ungoro, and it says in the you can read it. Warning: will likely destroy the creator's body, but it don't destroy the body if you use it on a slimy that you don't need. But you can still use it. That should not be possible. So I can fill 10 jars now. Fulfill the quest without ever being in Ungoro. I mean, I knew the interaction with the two form of slimies here in Fellwood. If you use it on the other slimy kind, you can basically fill all 6 vials that you need. The right way, no? Why? Now I'm done. So I don't have to do anything here, or Elwood is only here this quest. I still don't know if I want to do it. It's always a very, let's call it how can I call it? Where's the flower here? Hello? My flower! I count on it. Oh man. Where's the next flower? Yeah. Well, let's ride back then. Come on, eh? Always very confusing if I see my life pool, what I normally have at this point, at this level, and what my self-made characters do. They have significant lower life pools. Please. Flower? Ah, okay. Okay. I was in Winter Spring before. Okay. Good. Let's buff up to the fullest here. This creator should not be underestimated. Oh no, I don't have water. Hopefully my mana potion that I have with me is enough to bring me through. Okay, I have this, I have that, and that's it, huh? That's a century. What? And done. Much easier than a sword. It would be. Should have bought more water. That's a little bit stupid from me. It is this direction. By the way, what does my pot close herbs? It was herbs, oh. Invisibility potions, magic resist potion. 42, I have giant. But not so much. It's not as much as I thought it would be on this. But I have invulnerability potions on the... So, now comes the grinding part. Because I want to be 53 before going to Ngoro. Much safer level. Oh, come on, Wolfie. And on the other hand, I need also fell clothes. So this is probably a longer farm than I thought. I will need moon clothes in the future. 4 more bags. 4 more 16 slot bags. I think I noted somewhere how many bags I'm missing. But where? Wolf, don't drive me crazy. Nice songs, but it's time. I first have to find out if it's really the right position where I stopped last time. I can test this. I can test this here. I was playing in December last time. Audiobook. Here we go. Quite at the end. Okay, chapter 50 is the last thing. And today I want to test the audio before I start on my mobile, because last time I wasn't satisfied with the audio mix. Okay, I will mute myself.
Chasing the wind. I gave my admissions tile to Faire, telling her I hoped it brought her luck. And so the winter term came to an end. Suddenly 3/4 of my life simply disappeared. I had no classes to occupy my time, no shifts in the Medica to fill. I could no longer check out materials from stocks, use tools in the fishery, or enter the archives. At first it wasn't so bad. The midwinter pageantry was wonderfully distracting, and without the worry of work and study, I was free to enjoy myself and spend time in the company of my friends. Then spring term started. My friends were still there, but they were busy with their own studies. I found myself crossing the river more and more. Denna was still nowhere to be found, but Diok and Stanchion were always willing to share a drink and some idle gossip. Threep was there too, and while he occasionally pressed me to attend a dinner at his house, I could tell his heart wasn't in it. My trial hadn't pleased people on this side of the river either, and they were still telling stories about it. I wouldn't be welcome in any respectable social circle for a great long time, if ever. I toyed with the idea of leaving the university. I knew people would forget about the trial more quickly if I wasn't around, but where would I go? The only thought that came to mind was heading off to Ill with the vain hope of finding Denna. But I knew that was nothing but foolishness. Since I didn't need to save money for tuition, I went to repay Devi. But for the first time ever, I wasn't able to find her. Over the course of several days, I grew increasingly nervous. I even slid several apologetic notes under her door until I heard from Mola that she was taking a holiday and would be returning soon. Days passed, and I sat idle as winter slowly withdrew from the university. Frost left the corners of window panes, drifts of snow dwindled, and trees began to show their first greening buds. Eventually, Simon caught his first glimpse of bare leg beneath a flowing dress, and declared spring had officially arrived. One afternoon, as I sat drinking metheglin with Stanchion, Threep came through the door, practically bubbling with excitement. He whisked me off to a private table on the second tier, looking ready to burst with whatever news he was carrying. Threep folded his hands on the tabletop.
Since we haven't had much luck finding you a local patron, I started casting my nets farther afield. It's nice to have a local patron, but if you have the support of a properly influential lord, it hardly matters where he lives.
I nodded. My troop had ranged all over the four corners under the protection of Lord Greyfellow's name. Threep grinned.
Have you ever been to Winters?
Possibly, I said. Then, seeing his puzzled look, I explained. I travelled quite a bit when I was young. I can't remember if we ever made it that far east. He nodded.
Do you know who the Mayor Elveron is?
I did, but I could tell Threep was bursting to tell me himself. I seem to remember something, I said vaguely. Threep grinned.
You know the expression, rich the king of Vint?
I nodded.
Well, that's him. His great-great-grandfathers were the kings of Vint back before the Empire stopped in converting everyone to the Iron Law and the Book of the Path. If not for a few quirks of fate a dozen generations back, Elveron would be the royal family of Vintus, not the Calanthes, and my friend the mayor would be the king.
Your friend? I said appreciatively. You know Mayor Elveron? Threep made a vacillating gesture.
Friend, maybe stretching things a little, he admitted. We've been corresponding for some years, exchanging news from our different corners of the world, doing each other a favor or two. It would be more appropriate to say we're acquainted.
An impressive acquaintance. What's he like?
His letters are quite polite, never a bit snobby, even though he does stand quite a good rank above me,
Threep said modestly.
He's every bit a king except for the title and crown, you know. When Vintus formed, his family refused to surrender any of their plenary powers. That means Mayor has the authority to do most anything King Roderick himself can do. Grant titles, raise an army, coin money, levy taxes.
Threep shook his head sharply.
Oh, I forgot what I'm doing,
he said as he began to search his pockets.
I received a letter from him only yesterday.
He produced a piece of paper, unfolded it, then cleared his throat and read.
I know you are knee-deep in poets and musicians out there, and I'm rather in need of a young man who is good with words. I cannot find anyone to suit me here in Severin, and everything said I would prefer the best. He should be good with words above all, perhaps a musician of some sort. After that, I would desire him to be clever, well-spoken, mannerly, educated, and discreet. On reading this list, you may see why I have had no luck finding such a one for myself. If you happen to know a man of this rare sort, encourage him to call on me. I would tell you what use I intend to put him to, but the matter is of a private nature.
Threep studied the letter for a moment or two.
It goes on for a bit, then he says, as to the matter I mentioned before, I am in some haste. If there is no one suitable in Imre, please send me a letter by post.
They are all
If you
three?
happen to send someone my way, encourage him to make speed.
Threep's eyes scanned the paper for a moment more, his lips moving silently.
That's all of it,
he said finally, and tucked it back into a pocket.
What do you think?
You do me a great...
Yes.
He waved a hand impatiently.
You're flattered. Skip all that.
He leaned forward seriously.
Will you do it? Will your studies...
He made a dismissive gesture westward toward the university.
Permit an absence of a season or so?
I cleared my throat. I've actually been considering taking my studies abroad for a time. The Count burst into a wide grin and thumped the arm of his chair.
Good!
He laughed.
I thought I was going to have to pry you out of your precious university like a penny from a dead chim's fist. This is a wonderful opportunity, you realize. Once in a lifetime, really.
He gave me a sly wink.
Besides, a young man like yourself would be hard-pressed to find a better patron than a man who's richer than the King of Vint.
There's some truth to that, I admitted aloud. Silently, I thought, could I hope for better assistance in my search for the Amir?
There's much truth to that,
he chuckled.
How soon can you be ready to leave?
I shrugged. Tomorrow? Threep raised an eyebrow.
You don't give much time for the dust to settle, do you?
He said he was in haste, and I'd rather be early than late.
True.
He drew a silver gear watch from his pocket, looked at it, then sighed as he clicked it closed.
I'll have to miss some sleep tonight drafting a letter of introduction for you.
I glanced at the window. It's not even dark yet, I said. How long do you expect it to take?
Hush,
he said crossly.
I write slowly, especially when I'm sending a letter to someone as important as Mayor. Plus, I have to describe you. No easy task by itself.
Let me help you then, I said. No sense losing sleep on my account. I smiled. Besides, if there's one thing I'm well versed in, it's my own good qualities. The next day, I made a round of hasty goodbyes to everyone I knew at the university. I received heartfelt handshakes from Willem and Simon, and a cheerful wave from Auri. Kilvin grunted without looking up from his engraving, and told me to write down any ideas I might have for the ever-burning lamp while I was away. Arwyll gave me a long, penetrating look through his spectacles, and told me there would be a place for me in the Medica when I returned. Elk-Sadal was refreshing after the other masters reserved responses. He laughed and admitted he was a little jealous of my freedom. He advised me to take full advantage of every reckless opportunity that presented itself. If 1,000 miles wasn't enough to keep my escapade secret, he said, then nothing would. I had no luck finding Elodine, and settled for sliding a note under the door of his office. Though since he never seemed to use the place, it might be months before he found it. I bought a new travel sack and a few other things a synthetist would never be without: wax, string and wire, hook, needle and gut. My clothes were easy to pack as I didn't own many. As I loaded my pack, I slowly realized I couldn't take everything with me. This came as something of a shock. For so many years, I'd been able to carry everything I've owned, usually with a hand to spare. But since I'd moved into this small garret room, I'd begun gathering oddments and half-finished projects. I now had the luxury of 2 blankets. There were pages of notes, a circular piece of half-inscribed tin from the fishery, a broken gear clock I'd taken to pieces to see if I could put it back together again. I finished loading my travel sack, then packed everything else into the trunk that sat at the foot of my bed. A few worn tools, a broken piece of slate I used for ciphering, a small wooden box with a handful of small treasures Auri had given me. Then I went downstairs and asked Anchor if he would mind stowing my possessions in the basement until I returned. He admitted a little guiltily that before I'd started sleeping there, the tiny slant-ceilinged room had been empty for years and only used for storage. He was willing to leave it unrented if I promised to continue our current room for music arrangement after I returned.
No.
I gladly agreed, and swinging my loot case onto my shoulder, I headed out of the door. I wasn't entirely surprised to find Elodine on Stonebridge. Very little about the master namer surprised me these days. He sat on the waist-high stone lip of the bridge, swinging his bare feet over the 100-foot drop to the river below.
"Hello, Quoth,"
he said without turning his eyes from the churning water. "Hello, Master Elodine," I said. "I'm afraid I'm going to be leaving the university for a term or 2. "Are you really afraid?" I noticed a whisper of amusement in his quiet, resonant voice. It took me a moment to realize what he was referring to. "It's just a figure of speech. The figures of our speaking are like pictures of names. Vague, weak names, but names nonetheless. Be mindful of them." He looked up at me. "Sit with me for a moment." I started to excuse myself, then hesitated. He was my sponsor, after all. I set down my loot and travel sack on the flat stone of the bridge. A fond smile came over Elodine's boyish face, and he slapped the stone parapet next to himself with the flat of his hand, offering me a seat. I looked over the edge with a hint of anxiety. "I'd rather not, Master Elodine." He gave me a reproachful look. "Caution suits an arcanist. Assurance suits a namer. Fear does not suit either. It does not suit you." He slapped the stone again, more firmly this time. I carefully climbed onto the parapet and swung my feet over the edge. The view was spectacular, exhilarating. "Can you see the wind?"
No, I can't
tried.
collect it.
For a moment it seemed as if... No, it was nothing. I shook my head. Elodine shrugged nonchalantly, though I sensed a hint of disappointment.
Whatever.
"This is a good place for a namer. Tell me why." I looked around. Wide wind, strong water, old stone. Good answer. I heard genuine pleasure in his voice. "But there is another reason. Stone, water and wind are other places too. What makes this different?" I thought for a moment, looked around, shook my head. "I don't know." "Another good answer. Remember it." I waited for him to continue. When he didn't, I asked, "What makes this a good place?" He looked out over the water for a long time before he answered. "It is an edge," he said at last. "It is a high place with a chance of falling. Things are more easily seen from edges. Danger rouses the sleeping mind. It makes some things clear,
Seeing things is a part of being a namer. What about falling? I asked. If you fall, you fall. Elodine shrugged. Sometimes falling teaches us things too. In dreams, you often fall before you wake. We were both silent in our thoughts for a while. I closed my eyes and tried to listen for the name of the wind. I heard the water below, felt the stone of the bridge beneath my palms. Nothing. Do you know what they used to say when a student left the university for a term? Elodine asked. I shook my head. They said he was chasing the wind. He chuckled. I've heard the expression. Have you? What did it seem to mean? I took a moment to choose my words. It had a frivolous flavor, as if students were running around to no good purpose. Elodine nodded. Most students leave for frivolous reasons or to pursue frivolous things. He leaned forward to look straight down at the river below. But that was not always the meaning of it. No? No. He sat back up again. Long ago, when all students aspired to be namers, things were different. He licked a finger and held it to the air. The name most fledgling namers were encouraged to find was that of the wind. After they found that name, their steeping minds were roused, and finding other names was easier. But some students had trouble finding the name of the wind. There were too few edges here, too little risk. So they would go off into the wild, uneducated lands. They would seek their fortunes, have adventures, hunt for secrets and treasure. He looked at me. But they were really looking for the name of the wind. Our conversation paused as someone came onto the bridge. It was a man with dark hair and a pinched face. He watched us from the corner of his eye without turning his head, and as he walked behind us, I tried not to think how easy it would be for him to push me off the bridge. Then he was past us. Elodine gave a weary sigh and continued. Oh, things have changed. There are even fewer edges now than there were before. The world is less wild. There are fewer magics, more secrets, and only a handful of people who know the name of the wind. You know it, don't you? I asked. Elodine nodded. It changes from place to place, but I know how to listen for its changing shape. He laughed and clapped me on the shoulder. You should go. Chase the wind. Do not be afraid of the occasional risk. He smiled. In moderation. I swung my legs around, hopped off the thick wall, and resettled my loot and travel sack over my shoulder. But as I started toward Imre, Elodine's voice stopped me. Growth! I turned and saw Elodine lean forward over the side of the bridge. He grinned like a schoolboy. Spit! For luck! Devi opened the door for me and widened her eyes in shock. My goodness, she said, pressing a piece of paper dramatically to her chest. I recognized it as one of the notes I left under her door. It's my secret admirer. I was trying to pay off my loan, I said. I made 4 trips. The walk is good for you, she said with a cheerful lack of sympathy as she motioned me inside, bolting the door behind me. The room smelled of... I sniffed. What is that? I asked. Her expression went rueful. It was supposed to be pear. I lay down my loot case and travel sack and took a seat at her desk. Despite my best intentions, my eyes were drawn to the charred black ring. Devi tossed her strawberry blonde hair and met my eye. Care for a rematch? She asked, her mouth curving. I can still take you, gram or no gram. I can take you while I'm dead asleep. I'll admit to being curious, I said. But I should tend to business instead. Very well, she said. Are you really going to pay me off entire? Have you finally found yourself a patron? I shook my head. However, I have had a remarkable opportunity arise. The chance to get a fine patron indeed. I paused. In Vintus. She raised an eyebrow.
Charge complete,
she said pointedly. I'm glad you stopped to settle your debt before jaunting off to the other side of the world. Who knows when you'll be back? Indeed,
I said. However, I find myself in a bit of an odd place, financially speaking. Devi was already shaking her head before I finished speaking. Absolutely not. You're already into me for 9 talents. I'm not loaning you more money the day you leave town. I held up my hands defensively. You misunderstand, I said. I opened my purse and spilled talents and drops onto the table. Denna's ring tumbled out too, and I stopped it before it could roll off the edge of the table. I gestured to the pile of coins in front of me, slightly more than 13 talents. This is all the money I have in the world, I said. With it, I need to get myself to Severin with fair speed, 1,000 miles with some to spare. That means passage on at least 1 ship, food, lodging, money for coaches, or the use of a post note. As I listed each of these things, I slid an appropriate amount of money from one side of the desk to the other. When I finally arrive in Severin, I will need to buy myself clothes that will allow me to move among the court without looking like the ragged musician I am. I slid more coins. I pointed at the few straggling coins remaining. This does not leave me with enough to settle my debt with you. Devi watched me over her steepled fingers. I see, she said seriously. We must discover some alternate method for you to square your debt. My thought is this, I said. I can leave you with collateral against my eventual return. Her eyes flickered down to the slender, dark shape of my loot case. Not my loot, I said quickly. I need that. What then? She asked. You've always said you have no collateral? I have a few things, I said, rummaging around in my travel sack, and brought up a book. Devi's eyes lit up. Then she read the spine. Rhetoric and logic? She made a face. I feel the same way, I said, but it's worth something, especially to me. Also, I reached into the pocket of my cloak and brought out my hand lamp. I have this, a sympathy lamp of my own design. It has a focused beam and a graded switch. Devi picked it up off the desk, nodding to herself. I remember this, she said. Before, you said you couldn't give it up because of a promise you'd made to Kilvin. Has that changed? I gave a bright smile that was 2/3 lie. That promise is actually what makes that lamp the perfect piece of collateral, I said. If you take this lamp to Kilvin, I have every confidence he will pay a lavish sum just to get it out of there. I cleared my throat. Unsavory hands. Devi flicked the switch idly with her thumb, spinning it from dim to bright and back again. And I imagine this would be a stipulation you require that I return it to Kilvin? You know me so well, I said. It's almost embarrassing. Devi set the lamp back on the table next to my book and took a slow breath through her nose. A book that's only valuable to you, she said, and a lamp that's only valuable to Kilvin. She shook her head. This is not an appealing offer. I felt a pang as I reached to my shoulder and unclasped my talent pipes and slid them onto the table as well. Those are silver, I said, and hard to come by. They'll get you into the Aeolian free, too. I know what they are. Devi picked them up and looked them over with a sharp eye. Then she pointed. You had a ring. I froze. That's not mine to give. Devi laughed. It's in your pocket, isn't it? She snapped her fingers. Come now, let me see it. I brought it out of my pocket, but I didn't hand it over. I went through a lot of trouble for this, I said. It's the ring Ambrose took from a friend of mine. I'm just waiting to return it to her. Devi sat silently, her hand outstretched. After a moment, I put the ring onto her palm. She held it close to the lamp and leaned forward, squinting one eye closed on her pixie face. That's a nice stone, she said appreciatively. The setting's new, I said miserably. Devi set the ring carefully on top of the book next to my pipes and hand lamp. Here's the deal, she said. I will keep these items as collateral against your current debt of 9 talents. This will last for the space of 1 year. A year and a day, I said.
Why is
A
it?
smile curved the corner of her mouth. How storybook of you. Very well. This will postpone your repayment for a year and a day. If you have not repaid me by the end of that time, these items will be forfeit and our debt will be cleared. Her smile went sharp. Though I may be persuaded to return them in exchange for certain information. I heard the belling tower in the distance and gave a deep sigh. I didn't have much time for bargaining as I was already late for my meeting with Threep. Fine, I said, irritated, but the ring will be kept somewhere safe. You can't wear it until I've defaulted. Devi frowned. You don't. I'm not movable on this point, I said seriously. It belongs to a friend. It is precious to her. I would not have her see it on someone else's hand, not after everything I did to get it back from Ambrose. Devi said nothing. Her pixie face set in a grim expression. I put on my own grim expression and met her eye. I do a good grim expression when I need to. A long moment of silence stretched between us. Fine, she said at last. We shook hands. A year and a day, I said. Chapter 51. All wise men fear. I stopped by the Aeolian where Threep was waiting for me, practically dancing with impatience. He told me, found a boat heading downriver in less than an hour. What's more, he had already paid my way as far as Tarbeen, where I should easily be able to find passage east. The two of us hurried to the docks, arriving just as the ship was going through its final preparations. Threep, red-faced and puffing from our brisk walk, hurried to give me a lifetime's worth of advice in the space of 3 minutes.
The mayor is old blood, he said. Not like most of the little nobility around these parts who can't tell you who their great-grandfathers are, so treat him with respect.
I rolled my eyes. Why did everyone always expect me to behave so poorly?
And remember, he said, if you look like you're chasing money, they'll see you as provincial. As soon as that happens, no one will take you seriously. You're there to curry favor. That's the high-stakes game. Besides, fortune follows favor, as they say. If you get one, you'll have the other. It's like what Teckham wrote. The cost of a loaf is a simple thing, and so a loaf is often sought.
But some things are past valuing. Laughter, land, and love are never bought. I finished. It was actually a quote from Gregor the Lesser, but I didn't bother correcting it. Hoy there! A tanned, bearded man shouted to us from the deck of the ship. We got one straggler we're waiting on, and Captain's angry as an ugly whore. He swears he'll leave if he ain't here in 2 minutes. You'd do well to be aboard by then. He wandered off without waiting for a reply.
Address him as Your Grace, Threep continued as if we hadn't been interrupted. And remember, speak least if you would be most often heard. Oh! He drew a sealed letter from his breast pocket. Here's your letter of introduction. I may send another copy by post, just so he knows to expect you.
I gave him a broad smile and gripped his arm. Thank you, Den, I said earnestly, for everything. I appreciate all of this more than you know. Threep waved the comment aside.
I know you'll do splendidly. You're a clever boy. Mind that you find a good tailor when you get there. The fashions will be different. As they say, know a lady by her manner, a man by his cloth,
I knelt and opened up my loot case. Moving the loot aside, I pressed the lid of the secret compartment and twisted it open. I slid Threep's sealed letter inside, where it joined the hollow horn with Nina's drawing and a small sack of dried apple I had stowed there. There was nothing special about the dried apple, but in my opinion, if you have a secret compartment in your loot case and don't use it to hide things, there is something terribly, terribly wrong with you. I snapped the clasps closed, refastening the lid, then stood and gathered up my belongings, ready to board the ship. Threep gripped my shoulder suddenly.
I almost forgot. Alvaron mentioned in one of his letters that the young people in his court gamble. He thinks it's a deplorable habit, so stay clear of it. And remember, small thaws make great floods, so be twice wary of a slowly changing season.
I saw someone running down the dock toward us. It was the pinch-faced man who had passed Elodine and me on Stonebridge earlier. He carried a cloth-wrapped package close under one arm. I'm guessing that's their missing sailor, I said quickly. I'd better get aboard. I gave Threep a quick embrace and tried to get away before he could give me any more advice. But he caught my sleeve as I turned.
Be careful on your way there, he said, his expression anxious. Remember, there are 3 things all wise men fear: the sea and storm, a night with no moon, and the anger of a gentleman.
The sailor passed us, and hit the gangplank running, unmindful of how the board jounced and clattered under his feet. I gave Threep a reassuring smile and followed close on his heels. 2 leathery men hauled up the plank, and I returned Threep's final wave. Orders were shouted, men scrambled, and the ship began to move. I turned to face downriver, toward Tarbeen, toward the sea.
Thanks, Nadis.
Chapter 52. A Brief Journey. My route was a simple one. I would head downriver to Tarbeen, through the Refting Strait, down the coast toward Junpui, then up the Arand River. It was more roundabout than going overland, but better in the long run. Even if I were to purchase a post letter and change horses at every opportunity, it would still take me almost 3 span to reach Severin overland. And most of that time would be in southern Atur and the small kingdoms. Only priests and fools expected the roads in that part of the world to be safe. The water route added several hundred miles to the distance traveled, but ships at sea need not mind the twistings and turnings of a road. And while a good horse can set a better pace than a ship, you can't ride a horse day and night without stopping to rest. The water route would take about a dozen days, depending on the weather. My curiosity was also glad to take the sea route. I had never been on any water larger than a river. My only real concern was that I might become bored with nothing but wind, waves, and sailors for company. Several unfortunate complications arose during the trip. In brief, there was a storm, piracy, treachery, and shipwreck, although not in that order. It also goes without saying that I did a great many things, some heroic, some ill-advised, some clever and audacious. Over the course of my trip, I was robbed, drowned, and left penniless on the streets of Junpui. In order to survive, I begged for crusts, stole a man's shoes, and recited poetry. The last should demonstrate more than all the rest how truly desperate my situation became. However, as these events have little to do with the heart of the story, I must pass them over in favor of more important things. Simply said, it took me 16 days to reach Severin, a bit longer than I had planned, but at no point during my journey was I ever bored. Chapter 53. The Shear. I limped through the gates of Severin, ragged, penniless, and hungry. I'm no stranger to hunger. I know the countless hollow shapes it takes inside you. This particular hunger wasn't a terrible one. I'd eaten 2 apples and some salt pork a day ago, so this hunger was merely painful. It wasn't the bad hunger that leaves you weak and trembling. I was safe from that for at least 8 hours or so. Over the last 2 span, everything I owned had been lost, destroyed, stolen, or abandoned. The only exception
This is
was
the original hardcore server
10 times during my trip.
Used in Europe.
In addition to saving my life on one occasion, it had protected
That is
my loot,
my project
letter
that
of
you can see
introduction,
some lines above
and
you,
Nina's invaluable drawing of the Chandrian.
where I get
You may
8
notice
classes
I
to
don't
60.
include any clothing on my list of possessions. There are 2 good reasons.
Playing in
for this.
hardcore
The first
and
is that you
using
couldn't
the
really call the bloody
self-made
rags I wore
achievement,
clothing
so
without stretching
everything
truth
that I
to its
wear
breaking
is
point.
self-crafted.
Secondly, I had stolen them, so it doesn't seem right to claim them as my own. The most irritating
That's
was the
the
loss of Faye's
project I
clothing.
interrupted while
I'd been
playing on the
forced
fresh
to tear it
start.
up and use it for bandages in Junpui. Nearly as bad was the fact that my hard-won gram now lay somewhere deep below the cold, dark waters of the Kent Face.
That's the reason, by the way, it's so empty here.
The city of Severin was split into
Quite
2
empty server.
unequal portions by a tall white cliff. The majority of the living business of the city took place in the larger portion of the city at the foot of this cliff, aptly named the Shear. Atop the Shear was a much smaller piece of the city. It consisted mostly of estates and manor houses belonging to aristocracy and wealthy merchants. Also present were the attendant number of tailors, liveries, theatres, and
That's the
brothels
reason you never see
necessary to
fingers or
provide for the needs
necklaces
of the upper
on me.
class.
Because you
Stark
can't craft
cliff
it.
of white stone looked as if it had been thrust skyward to give the nobility a better view of the countryside. As it wandered off to the northeast and south, it lost height and stature, but where it bisected Severn, it was 200 feet tall and as steep as a garden wall. In the center of the city, a wide peninsula of cliff jutted out from the sheer. Perched on this outthrust piece of cliff was Mayor Alvaron's estate. Its pale stone walls were visible from anywhere in the city below. The effect was daunting, as if the mayor's ancestral home was peering down on you. Seeing it without a coin in my pocket or a decent set of clothes on my back was rather intimidating. I'd planned to take Threep's letter straight to the mayor despite my disheveled state, but looking up at the tall stone walls, I realized I probably wouldn't be let through the front door. I looked like a filthy beggar. I had few resources and even fewer options to choose from. With the exception of Ambrose, some miles to the south in his father's barony, I didn't know a single soul in all of Winterfell. I've begged before, and I've stolen, but only when I've had no other options available to me. They are dangerous occupations, and only a complete fool attempts them in an unfamiliar city, let alone an entirely new country. Here in Winters, I didn't even know what laws I might be breaking. So I gritted my teeth and took the only option available to me. I wandered barefoot through the cobblestone streets of Severn Low until I found a pawn shop in one of the better parts of the city. I stood across the street for the better part of an hour, watching the people come and go, trying to think of some better option, but I simply didn't have one. So I removed Threep's letter and Nina's painting from the secret compartment in my loot case, crossed the street, and pawned my loot and case for 8 silver nobles and a span note. If you've led the sort of easy life that's never taken you to the pawners, let me explain. The note was a receipt of sorts, and with it I could buy my loot back for the same amount of money, so long as I did it within 11 days. On the 12th day, it became the property of the pawnbroker, who would undoubtedly turn around and sell it for 10 times that amount. Back on the street, I hefted the coins. They seemed thin and insubstantial compared to Keeldish currency or the heavy Commonwealth pennies I was familiar with. Still, money spends the same the world round, and 7 nobles bought me a fine suit of clothes of the sort a gentleman might wear, along with a pair of soft leather boots. What remained bought a haircut, shave, bath, and my first solid meal in 3 days. After that, I was coin poor again, but feeling much more sure of myself. Still, I knew it would be difficult to make my way to the mayor. Men with his degree of power live within layers of protection. There are customary, graceful ways to navigate these layers: introductions and audiences, messages and rings, calling cards and ass-kissing. But with only 11 days to get my loot out of pawn, my time was too precious for that. I needed to make contact with Alvaron quickly. So I made my way to the foot of the sheer and found a small cafe that catered to a genteel clientele. I used one of my precious few remaining coins to buy a mug of chocolate and a seat with a view of the haberdashers across the street. Over the next several hours, I listened to the gossip that flows through such places. Even better, I won the trust of the clever young boy who worked at the cafe, waiting to refill my mug if I so desired. With his help and some casual eavesdropping, I learned a great deal about the mayor's court in a short amount of time. Eventually, the shadows grew longer, and I decided it was time to move. I called the boy over and pointed across the street. "Do you see that gentleman? The one in the red vest?" "Yes, sir." "Do you know who it is?" "The Esquire Bergen, if it please you." I needed someone more important than that. "How about the cross-looking fellow in the awful yellow hat?" The boy had a smile. "That's Baronet Petter." "Perfect." I stood and clapped Jim on the back. "You'll do well for yourself with a memory like that. Keep well." I gave him a halfpenny and strolled to where the Baronet stood, fingering a bolt of deep green velvet. It goes without saying that in terms of social rank, there are none lower than the Edema Rue. Even leaving aside my heritage, I was a landless commoner. This meant in terms of social standing, the baronet was so high above me that if he were a star, I would not be able to see him with the naked eye. A person of my position should address him as my lord, avoid eye contact, and bow deeply and humbly. Truth be told, a person of my social standing shouldn't speak to him at all. Things were different in the Commonwealth, of course, and the university itself was particularly egalitarian, but even there, nobility was still rich and powerful and well-connected. People like Ambrose would always run roughshod over folk like myself. And if things got difficult, he could always hush things up or bribe a judge to get himself out of trouble. But I was in Vintus now. Here, Ambrose wouldn't need to bribe the judge. If I'd accidentally jostled the Baronet Petter in the street while I was still barefoot and muddy, he could have horsewhipped me bloody, then called the constable to arrest me for being a public nuisance. The constable would have done it too. A smile and a nod. Let me try to say this more succinctly. In the Commonwealth, the gentry are people with power and money. In Vintus, the gentry have power and money and privilege. Many rules simply do not apply to them. That meant in Vintus, social rank was of utmost importance. That meant if the baronet knew I was below him, he would lord it over me, quite literally. On the other hand, as I walked across the street toward the baronet, I straightened my shoulders and raised my chin a bit. I stiffened my neck and narrowed my eyes slightly. I looked around as if I owned the entire street, and it was currently something of a disappointment. "Baronet Petter," I said briskly. The man looked up, smiling vaguely as if he couldn't decide if he recognized me or not. "Yes?" I made a curt gesture toward the shear. "You would be doing the mayor a great service if you would escort me to his estate as quickly as possible." I kept my expression stern, almost angry. "Well, certainly." He sounded anything but certain. I could sense the questions, the excuses beginning to bubble up in him. "What?" I fixed the baronet with my haughtiest stare. The Edema might be on the lowest rung of the social ladder, but there are no finer actors breathing. I'd been raised on the stage, and my father could play a king so regal I'd seen audiences doff their hats when he made his entrance. I made my eyes as hard as agates, and looked the florid man up and down as if he were a horse I wasn't sure I cared to bet on. "If the matter were not urgent, I would never impose on you this way." I hesitated, then added a stiff, reluctant, "Sir." Baronet Petter looked me in the eye. He was slightly off balance, but not nearly as much as I'd hoped. Like most nobility, he was as self-centered as a gyroscope, and the only thing keeping him from sniffing and looking down his nose at me was his uncertainty. He eyed me, trying to decide if he could risk offending me by asking my name and how we were acquainted. But I still had a final trick to play. I brought out the thin, sharp smile the porter at the Grey Man had used when I'd come calling on Denner all those months ago. As I'd said, it was a good smile, gracious, polite, and more patronizing than if I'd reached out and patted the man on the head like a dog. The Baronet Petter bore up under the weight of the smile for almost a full second. Then he cracked, like an egg, his shoulders rounding a bit, and his manner becoming ever so slightly obsequious. "Any service I can lend the mayor is a service I am glad to render," he said. "Please allow me." He took the lead, heading toward the foot of the cliff. Following behind, I smiled. Chapter 54. The Messenger. I managed to bluff and fast-talk my way through the majority of the mayor's defenses. The Baronet Petter helped me simply by his presence. Being escorted by a recognizable member of the nobility was enough to get me deep inside Alvaron's estate. After that, he soon outlived his usefulness, and I left him behind. Once he was out of sight, I put on my most impatient face, asked a busy servant for directions, and made it all the way to the outer doors of the mayor's audience chamber before I was stopped by an unassuming man in his middle years. He was portly with a round face, and despite his fine clothes, he looked like a grocer to me. If not for the several hours I'd spent gathering information in Severn Low, I might have made a terrible mistake. Tried to bluff my way past this man, thinking him nothing more than a well-dressed servant. But this was actually the person I was looking for. The mayor's manservant, Stapes. Though he looked like a grocer, he had the aura of true authority about him. His manner was quiet and certain, unlike the overbearing, brash one I had used to bully the baronet. "How can I help you?" Stapes asked. His tone was perfectly polite, but there were other questions lurking beneath the surface of his words. Who are you? What are you doing here? I brought out Count Threep's letter and handed it over with a slight bow. "You would be doing me a great service if you would convey this to the mayor," I said. "He is expecting me." Stapes gave me a cool look, making it perfectly clear that if the mayor had been expecting me, he would have known about it 10 days ago. He rubbed his chin as he looked me over, and I saw he wore a dull iron ring with gold letters scrolling across the surface. Despite his obvious misgivings, Stapes took the letter and disappeared through a set of double doors. I stood in the hallway for a nervous minute before he returned and ushered me inside, his manner still vaguely disapproving. We moved through a short hallway, then came to a second set of doors flanked by armored guards. These weren't ceremonial guards of the sort you sometimes see in public, standing stiffly at attention, holding halberds. They were the mayor's colors, but beneath their sapphire and ivory were functional breastplates with steel rings and leather. Each man wore a long sword and a long knife. They eyed me seriously as I approached. The mayor's manservant nodded to me, and one of the guards manhandled me in a quick, competent way, sliding his hands along my arms and legs and around my chest, searching for hidden weapons. I was suddenly very glad for some of the misfortunes on my trip, specifically the ones that had ended with me losing the pair of slender knives I'd grown accustomed to wearing underneath my clothes. The guard stepped back and nodded. Then Stapes gave me another irritated look and opened the inner door. Inside, 2 men sat at a map-strewn table. One was tall and bald with a hard, weathered look of a veteran soldier. Next to him sat the mayor. Alvaron was older than I'd expected. He had a serious face, proud around the mouth and eyes. His well-trimmed salt and pepper beard had very little black left to it, but his hair was still full and thick. His eyes, too, seemed to belie his age. They were clear gray, clever and piercing. They were not the eyes of an old man. The mayor turned those eyes on me as I entered the room. He held Threep's letter in one hand. I made a standard number 3 bow, the messenger as my father called it, low and formal, as fitting the mayor's high station, deferential but not obsequious. Just because I tread heavily on propriety's toes doesn't mean I can't play the game when it's of use to me. The mayor's eyes flickered down to the letter, then back up. "Quoth, is it? You travel swiftly to arrive in such good time. I'd not expected even a reply from the Count so soon." "I made all possible speed to put myself at your disposal, Your Grace." "Indeed." He looked me over carefully. "And you seem to vindicate the Count's opinion of your wit by making it all the way to my door with nothing but a sealed letter in your hand." "I thought it best to present myself as soon as possible, Your Grace," I said neutrally. "Your letter implied you were in some haste." "And an impressive job you did of it, too," Alvaron said, glancing at the tall man sitting at the table next to him. "Wouldn't you say, Dagon?" "Yes, Your Grace." Dagon looked at me with dark, dispassionate eyes. His face was hard and sharp and emotionless. I suppressed a shiver. Alvaron glanced down at the letter again. "Threep certainly has some flattering things to say about you here," he said. "Well-spoken, charming, most talented musician he's met in 10 years. The mayor continued reading, then looked back up, his eyes shrewd. "You seem a bit young," he said hesitantly. You're barely past 20, aren't you? I was a month past my 16th birthday, a fact I'd pointedly omitted from the letter. I am young, Your Grace, I admitted, sidestepping the actual lie. But I've been making music since I was 4. I spoke with quiet confidence, doubly glad of my new clothes. In my rags, I couldn't have helped but look like a starving urchin. As it was, I was well-dressed and tanned from my days at sea, and the lean lines of my face added years to my appearance. Alvaron eyed me for a long, speculative moment, then nodded, apparently satisfied. Very well, he said. Unfortunately, I am rather busy at present. Will tomorrow be convenient for you? It wasn't really a question. Have you found lodgings in the city? I have not made any arrangements as of yet, Your Grace. You will stay here, he said evenly. Stapes? He called in a voice hardly louder than his normal speaking tone, and the portly, grosser-looking fellow appeared almost instantly. Set our new guest somewhere in the south wing near the gardens. He turned back to me. Your luggage be following. I fear all my luggage was lost on the way, Your Grace. Shipwreck. Alvaron raised an eyebrow briefly. Stapes will see you are properly outfitted. He folded Threep's letter and made a gesture of dismissal. Good evening. I made a quick bow and followed Stapes from the room. The rooms were the most opulent I'd ever seen, let alone lived in, full of old wood and polished stone. The bed had a feather mattress a foot thick, and when I drew its curtains and lay inside, it seemed as big as my entire room back at Anchor's. My rooms were so pleasant it took me almost a full day to realize how much I hated them. Again, you have to think in terms of shoes. You don't want the biggest pair, you want a pair that fits. If your shoes are too big, your feet chafe and blister. In a similar way, my rooms chafed at me. There was an immense empty wardrobe, empty chests of drawers and bare bookshelves. My room in Anchor's had been tiny, but here I felt like a dried pea rattling around inside an empty jewelry box. But while the rooms were too large for my non-existent possessions, they were too small for me. I was obliged to remain there, waiting for the mayor to summon me. Since I had no idea when this might happen, I was effectively trapped. In defense of the mayor's hospitality, I should mention a few positive things. The food was excellent, if somewhat cold, by the time it made its way from the kitchens. There was also a wonderful copper bathing basin. Servants brought the hot water, but it drained away through a series of pipes. I had not expected to find such conveniences so far from the civilizing influence of the university. I was visited by one of the mayor's tailors, an excitable little man who measured me 6 dozen different ways while chattering about the court gossip. The next day, a runner boy delivered 2 elaborate suits of clothing in colors that flattered me. In a way, I was fortunate I'd met with trouble at sea. The clothing Alvaron's tailors supplied was much better than anything I could have afforded, even with Threep's help. As a result, I cut quite a striking figure during my stay in Severn. Best of all, while checking the fit of my clothes, the chatty tailor mentioned cloaks were in fashion. I took the opportunity to exaggerate somewhat about the cloak Faire had given me, bemoaning the loss of it. The result was a richly colored burgundy cloak. It wouldn't keep the rain off worth a damn, but I was quite fond of it. Not only did it make me look rather dashing, but it was full of clever little pockets, of course. So I was dressed, fed, and boarded in luxury. But despite this largesse, by noon of the next day, I was prowling my rooms like a cat in a crate. I itched to be outside, to have my loot out of pawn, to discover why the mayor needed the service of someone clever, well-spoken, and above all, discreet. Chapter 55. Grace. I peered at the mayor through a gap in the hedge. He was sitting on a stone bench under a shade tree in his gardens, looking every bit the gentleman in his loose sleeves and waistcoat. He wore the house colors of Alvaron, sapphire and ivory, but while his clothes were fine, they weren't ostentatious. He wore a gold signet ring, but no other jewelry. Compared to many others in his court, the mayor was almost plainly dressed. At first, this seemed to imply that Alvaron disdained the fashions of the court, but after a moment I saw the truth of it. The ivory of his shirt was creamy and flawless, the sapphire of his waistcoat vibrant. I would have bet my thumbs they hadn't been worn more than a half dozen times. As a display of wealth, it was subtle and staggering. It was one thing to be able to afford fine clothes, but how much would it cost to maintain a wardrobe that never showed the slightest hint of wear? I thought of what Count Threepwood said about Alvaron, rich as the king of Vint. The mayor himself looked much the same as before, tall and thin, graying and immaculately groomed. I took in the tired lines of his face, the slight tremble of his hands, his posture. He looks old, I thought to myself, but he's not. The belling tower began to strike the hour. I stepped back from the hedge and strolled around the corner to meet the mayor. Alvaron nodded, his cool eyes looking me over carefully. I was rather hoping you would come. I gave a semi-formal bow. I was pleased to receive your invitation, Your Grace. Alvaron made no gesture for me to seat myself, so I remained standing. I guessed he was testing my manners. I hope you do not mind our meeting outside. Have you seen the gardens yet? I haven't had the opportunity, Your Grace. I'd been trapped in my damned rooms until he had sent for me. You must allow me to show you around. He took hold of a polished walking stick that rested against the shade tree. I've always found that taking some air is good for whatever troubles a body, though others disagree. He leaned forward as if he would stand, but a shadow of pain crossed his face, and he drew a shallow, painful breath between his teeth. Sick, I realized, not old. Sick. I was at his side in a twinkling, and offered him my arm. Allow me, Your Grace. The mayor gave a stiff smile. If I were younger, I'd make light of your offer, he sighed. But pride is the luxury of the strong. He laid a thin hand on my arm and used my support to gain his feet. I must settle for being gracious instead. Graciousness is the luxury of the wise, I said easily. So it can be noted that your wisdom lends you grace. Alvaron gave a wry chuckle and patted my arm. That makes it a bit easier to bear, I suppose. Would you like your stick, Your Grace? I asked. Or shall we walk together? He made the same dry chuckle. Walk together. That's delicately put. He took the stick in his right hand while his left held my arm in a surprisingly strong grip. Hold, lady, he swore under his breath. I hate to be seen doddering about, but it's less galling to lean on a young man's arm than hobble around on my own. It's a horrible thing to have your body fail you. You'll never think about it when you're young. We began to walk, and our conversation lulled as we listened to the sound of water splashing in the fountains and birds singing in the hedges. Occasionally, the mayor would point out a particular piece of statuary and tell which of his ancestors had commissioned it, made it, or, he spoke of these in a quieter, apologetic tone, plundered it from foreign lands in times of war. We walked about the gardens for the better part of an hour. Alvaron's weight on my arm gradually lessened, and soon he was using me more for balance than support. We passed several gentlefolk who bowed or nodded to the mayor. After they were out of earshot, he would mention who they were, how they ranked in court, and a snippet or two of amusing gossip. They're wondering who you are, he said after one such couple had passed behind a hedge. By tonight it will be all the talk. Are you an ambassador from Renray? A young noble looking for a rich fief and a wife to go along? Perhaps you are my long-lost son, a remnant from my wilder youth. He chuckled to himself and patted my arm. He might have continued, but he stumbled on a protruding flagstone and almost fell. I steadied him quickly and eased him onto a stone bench beside the path. Oh, damn and bother.
He cursed, obviously embarrassed. How would that have looked? The mare scrabbling about like a beetle on its back. He looked around crossly, but we seemed to be alone. Would you do an old man a favor? I am at your disposal, Your Grace. Alvaron gave me a shrewd look. Are you indeed? Well, it's a little thing. Keep secretive about who you are and what your business is. It'll do wonders for your reputation. The less you tell them, the more everyone will be wanting to get from you. I'll keep close about myself, Your Grace, but I would have better luck avoiding the subject of why I'm here if I knew what it was. Alvaron's expression went sly. True. Now this is too public a place. You've shown good patience so far. Exercise it a while longer. He looked up at me. Would you be so kind as to walk me to my room? I held out my arm. Certainly, Your Grace. After returning to my rooms, I removed my embroidered jacket and hung it in the carved rosewood wardrobe. The huge piece of furniture was lined with cedar and sandalwood, scenting the air. Large, flawless mirrors hung on the insides of the doors. I walked across the polished marble floor and sat on a red velvet lounging couch. I idly wondered how exactly one was supposed to lounge. I couldn't remember ever doing it myself. After a moment's consideration, I decided lounging was probably similar to relaxing, but with more money in your pocket. Restless, I got to my feet and moved around the room. There were paintings on the walls, portraits and pastoral scenes done skillfully in oil. One wall held a huge tapestry that showed a vast naval battle in intricate detail. That occupied my attention for almost half an hour. I missed my loot. It had been terribly hard to pawn it, like cutting off my hand. I'd fully expected to spend the next 10 days sick with worry, anxious that I wouldn't be able to buy it back. But without meaning to, the mayor himself had set my mind at ease. In my wardrobe hung 6 suits of clothing, fine enough for any lord. When they had been delivered to my room, I'd felt myself relax. My first thought on seeing them wasn't that I could now mingle comfortably with court society. I thought that if worse came to worst, I could steal them, sell them to a fripperer, and easily have enough money to reclaim my loot. Of course, if I did such a thing, I would burn all my bridges with the mayor. It would render my entire trip to Severin pointless and would embarrass Threep so profoundly that he might never speak to me again. Nevertheless, knowing I had that option gave me a thin thread of control over the situation. It was enough so I could keep from going absolutely mad with worry. I missed my loot, but if I could gain the mayor's patronage, my life's road would grow suddenly smooth and straight. The mayor had money enough for me to continue my education at the university. His connections could help me continue my research into the Amir. Perhaps most important was the power of his name. If the mayor were my patron, I would be under his protection. Ambrose's father might be the most powerful baron in all of Vintus, a dozen steps from royalty, but Alvaron was practically a king in his own right. How much simpler would my life become without Ambrose endlessly spiking my wheel? It was a giddy thought. I missed my loot, but all things have their price. For the chance of having the mayor as a patron, I was willing to grit my teeth and spend a span, bored and anxious, without music. Alvaron turned out to be right about the curious nature of his attendant court. After he called me to his study that evening, rumor exploded like a brush fire around me. I could understand why the mayor enjoyed this sort of thing. It was like watching stories being born. Chapter 56. Power. Alvaron sent for me again the next day, and soon the two of us were strolling along the garden paths again, his hand resting lightly on my arm. Let's head toward the south side. The mayor pointed with his walking stick. I hear the sailors will reach full bloom soon. We took the left turning of the path.
and he drew a breath. There are two types of power, inherent and granted, Alvaron said, letting me know the topic of today's conversation. Inherent power you possess as a part of yourself. Granted power is lent or given by other people. He looked sideways at me. I nodded. Seeing my agreement, the mayor continued. Inherent power is an obvious thing. Strength of body. He patted my supporting arm. Strength of mind. Strength of personality. All these things lie within a person. They define us. They determine our limits. Not entirely, Your Grace, I protested gently. A man can always improve himself. They limit us, the mayor said firmly. A man with one hand will never wrestle in the roundings. A man with one leg will never run as quickly as a man with two. An Ardem warrior with only one hand might be more deadly than a common warrior with two, Your Grace, I pointed out, despite his deficiency. True, the mayor said crossly. We can improve ourselves, exercise our bodies, educate our minds, groom ourselves carefully. He ran a hand down his immaculate salt and pepper beard. For even appearance is a type of power. But there are always limits. While a one-handed man might become a passable warrior, he could not play a lute. I nodded slowly. You make a good point, Your Grace. Our power has limits we can extend, but not indefinitely. Alvaron held up a finger. But that is only the first type of power. We are only limited if we rely upon the power we ourselves possess. There is still the type of power that is given. Do you understand what I mean by granted power? I thought a moment. Taxes? The mayor said, surprised. That's a rather good example, actually. Have you put much thought into this sort of thing before? A bit, I admitted, but never in these terms. It is a difficult thing, he said, sounding pleased by my response. Which do you think is the greater type of power? I only had to think for a second. The inherent, Your Grace. Interesting. Why'd you say that? Because a power you possess yourself cannot be taken away, Your Grace. Ah! He raised a long finger as if to caution me. But we've already agreed that type of power is severely limited. Granted power has no limits. No limits, Your Grace? Alvaron nodded his head in concession. Very few limits, then. I still didn't agree. The mayor must have seen it on my face because he leaned toward me to explain. Let's say I have an enemy, young and strong. Let's say he has stolen something of mine, some money. Are you with me? I nodded. No manner of training will make me the match of a quarrelsome 20-year-old, so what do? I get one of my young, strong friends to go and box his ears. With that strength, I can accomplish a feat which would be otherwise impossible. Your enemy could box your friend's ears instead, I pointed out as we rounded a corner. An arching trellis turned the path ahead of us into a shaded tunnel, thick with deep green leaves. Let's say I got 3 friends together. The mayor amended. Suddenly, I've been granted the strength of 3 men. My enemy, even if he were very strong, could never be as strong as that. Look to the sailors. Terribly difficult to cultivate, they tell me. We entered the shadow of the trellis tunnel, where hundreds of deep red petals blossomed in the shade of leaf and arch. The smell was sweet and tremulous. I brushed a hand across one of the deep red blooms. It was unspeakably soft. I thought of dinner. The mayor returned to our discussion. You're missing the point anyway. The lending of strength is just a small example. Some types of power can only be given. He made a subtle gesture to a corner of the garden. Do you see Comte Farland over there? If you asked him about his title, he would say he possesses it. He would claim it as a part of him as much as his own blood. A part of his blood, in fact. Almost any noble would say the same thing. They would argue their lineage imbued them with the right to rule. The mayor looked up at me, his eyes glittering in amusement. But they're wrong. It is not inherent power. It is granted. I could take away his lands and leave him a pauper on the street. Alvaron motioned me closer, and I leaned a bit. Here is a great secret. Even my title, my riches, my control over people and the land, it is only granted power. It belongs to me no more than does the strength of your arm. He patted my hand and smiled at me. But I know the difference. And that is why I am always in control. He straightened and spoke in normal tones. Good afternoon, Comte. Lovely day to be out in the sun, wouldn't you say? Indeed, Your Grace. The cellars are quite breathtaking. The Comte was a heavy man with jowls and a thick moustache. My compliments. After the Comte had passed us by, Alvaron continued. You notice he complimented me on the cellars? I've never touched a trowel in my life.
Hey, how you
He looked
doing?
sideways at me, his expression slightly
Keep it
smug.
real.
Do you still think inherent
How
power
about
is the
what?
better of the two?
Time is money, friend.
You make a compelling point, Your Grace, I said. However, you're a hard one to convince. One last
Keep it
example,
real.
then. Can we agree that I will never be able to give birth to a child? I think that is safe to say, Your Grace. Yet if a woman grants me the right to wed her, I can give birth to a son. Through granted power, a man can make himself as fast as a horse, as strong as an ox. Can inherent power do this for you? I couldn't argue that. I bow to your argument, Your Grace. I bow to your wisdom in accepting it. He chuckled, and at the same time the faint ringing of the hour moved through the garden. Oh, bother, the mayor said, his expression souring. I must go and take that dreadful nostrum of mine, or Cordicus will be completely unmanageable for a span of days. I gave him a quizzical look, and he explained. He somehow discovered that I poured yesterday's dose in the chamber pot. Your Grace should be mindful of your health. Alvaron scowled. You overstep yourself, he snapped. I flushed in embarrassment. But before I could apologize, he waved me into silence. You're right, of course. I know my duty. But you sound just like him. One Cordicus is enough for me. He paused to nod toward an approaching couple. The man was tall and handsome, a few years older than myself. The woman was perhaps 30, with dark eyes and an elegant, wicked mouth. Good evening, Lady Hedgehog. I trust your father is continuing to improve. Oh, yes, she said. The surgeon says he should be up before the span is through. She caught my eye and held it briefly, her red mouth curving into a knowing smile. Then she was past us. I found myself sweating a bit. If the mayor noticed, he ignored it. Terrible woman. New man every span of days. Her father was wounded in a duel with Esquire Hickton over an inappropriate remark. A true remark, but that doesn't count for much once the swords are out. What of the squire? Died the day after. Pity, too. He was a good man, just didn't know enough to mind his tongue. He sighed and looked up at the belling tower. As I was saying, one physician is quite enough for me. Cordicus clucks over me like a mother hen. I hate taking medicine when I'm already on the mend. The mayor did seem better today. He hadn't really needed the support of my arm during our walk. I sensed he only leaned on me to give us an excuse to be talking so close together. Your improving health seems proof enough that his ministrations work to heal you, I said. Yes, his potives drive away my illness for a span of days, sometimes for months. Ugh, he sighed bitterly. But they always come back. Shall I be drinking potions the rest of my life? Perhaps the need for them will pass, Your Grace. I had hoped the same thing myself. In his recent travels, Cordicus gathered some herbs that worked wondrous well. His last treatment left me hale for nearly a year. I thought I was finally free of it. The mayor scowled down at his walking stick. Yet, here I am. If I could aid you in any way, Your Grace, I would. Alvaron turned his head to look me in the eye. After a moment, he nodded to himself. I do believe you would, he said. How extraordinary. Several conversations of a similar sort followed. I could tell the mayor was trying to get a feel for me. With all the skill learned in 40 years of courtly intrigue, he steered the conversation in subtle ways, learning my opinions, determining whether or not I was worthy of his trust. While I didn't have the mayor's experience, I was a fair conversationalist myself. I was always careful with my answers, always courteous. After a few days, a mutual respect began to grow between us, not a friendship such as I had with Count Threep. The mayor never encouraged me to disregard his title or sit in his presence, but we were growing closer. While Threep was a friend, the mayor was like a distant grandfather, kind but older, serious and reserved. I got the impression the mayor was a lonely man, forced to remain aloof from his subjects and the members of his court. I almost suspected he might have sent to Threep for a companion, someone clever but removed from the politics of court, so he could have an honest conversation once in a while. At first, I dismissed such an idea as unlikely, but the days continued to pass, and still the mayor avoided any mention of what use he planned to put me to. If I'd had my loot, I could have passed the time pleasantly, but it still lay in Severn Low 7 days away from belonging to the pawn shop. So there was no music, just my echoing rooms and my damnable useless idleness. As rumors about me spread, various members of the court came to visit. Some made a pretense of welcoming me. Others made a show of wanting to gossip. I even suspected there were a few attempts at seduction, but at that point in my life, I knew so little of women that I was immune to those games. One gentleman even tried to borrow money from me, and I was hard-pressed not to laugh in his face. They told different stories and used different degrees of subtlety, but they were all there for the same reason, to glean information from me. However, since I was under the mayor's instructions to be tight-lipped about myself, all the conversations were brief and unsatisfying. All but one, I should say. The exception proves the rule. Chapter 57. A Handful of Iron. I met Bredon on my 4th day in Severn. It was early, but I was already pacing my rooms, nearly insane with boredom. I'd had my breakfast, and it was hours before lunch. So far today, I dealt with 3 courtiers come to pry at me. I dealt with them deftly, running our conversations aground at every opportunity. So, where are you from, my boy? Oh, you know how it is, one travels so. And your parents? Yes, actually, I had them. 2, in fact. What brings you to Severn? A coach and 4 for the most part. Though I walked a bit as well. Good for the lungs, you know. And what are you doing here? Enjoying good conversation, of course. Meeting interesting people. Really? Who? Why, all sorts, including you, Lord Prefect. You are quite the fascinating fellow. And so on. It wasn't long before even the most tenacious rumor-monger grew weary and left. Worst of all, these brief exchanges would be the most interesting part of my day if the mayor didn't call for me. So far, we'd conversed over a light lunch, 3 times during brief walks in the garden, and once late at night when most sensible people would be abed. Twice, Alvaron's runner woke me from a sound sleep before the sky began to color with the blue beginning of dawn's light. I know when I'm being tested. Alvaron wanted to see if I was truly willing to make myself available to him at any unreasonable hour of the day or night. He was watching to see if I would become impatient or irritated by his casual use of me. So I played the game. I was charming and unfailingly polite. I came when he called and left as soon as he was through with me. I asked no impertinent questions, made no demands on him, and spent the remainder of my day grinding my teeth, pacing my overlarge rooms, and trying not to think about how many days I had left before the span note on my loot expired. Small wonder that a knock on that 4th day sent me scrambling for the door. I hoped it was a summons from the mayor, but at this point any distraction would be welcome. I opened the door to reveal an older man, a gentleman down to his bones. His clothes gave him away, certainly, but more important was the fact that he wore his wealth with the comfortable indifference of someone born into it. New-made nobles, pretenders, and rich merchants simply don't carry themselves the same way. Alvaron's manservant, for example, had finer clothes than half the gentry, but despite the self-assurance Stapes possessed, he looked like a baker wearing his holiday best. Thanks to Alvaron's tailors, I was dressed as well as anyone. The colors were good on me, leaf green, black, and burgundy, with silver workings on the cuff and collar. However, unlike Stapes, I wore the clothes with the casual ease of nobility. True, the brocade itched. True, the buttons, buckles, and endless layers made every outfit stiff and awkward as a suit of mercenaries' leathers, but I lounged in it as easily as if it were a second skin. It was a costume, you see, and I played my part as only a trooper can. As I was saying, I opened the door to see an older gentleman standing in the hall.
So your clothes are young?
He asked. I nodded, caught slightly off my stride. The custom in Northern Winters was to send a servant ahead to request a meeting. The runner brought a note and a ring with the noble's name inscribed. You sent a gold ring to request a meeting with a noble of higher rank than yourself, silver for someone of roughly the same rank, and iron for someone beneath you. I didn't have any rank, of course, no title, no lands, no family, and no blood. I was low-born as they come, but no one here knew that. Everyone assumed the mysterious red-haired man spending time with Alvaron was some flavor of nobility, and my origin and standing was a much-debated topic. The important thing was that I had not been officially introduced to the court. As such, I had no official ranking. That meant all the rings sent to me were iron, and one does not typically refuse a request sent with an iron ring, lest one offend one's betters. So, it was rather surprising to find this older gentleman standing outside the door. Obviously noble, but unannounced and uninvited.
You may call me Bredon,
He said, looking me in the eye.
Do you know how to play tag?
I shook my head, unsure what to make of this. He gave a small, disappointed sigh.
Ah, well, I can teach you.
He thrust a black velvet sack toward me, and I took hold of it with both hands. It felt as if it were full of small, smooth stones. Braden gestured behind him, and a pair of young men bustled into my room carrying a small table. I stepped out of their way, and Braden swept through the door in their wake.
Sit it by the window,
He directed them, pointing with his walking stick.
and bring some chairs. No, the rail-back chairs.
In a short moment, everything was arranged to his satisfaction. The two servants left, and Braden turned to me with an apologetic look on his face.
You'll forgive an old man a dramatic entrance, I hope.
Of course, I said graciously. Please have a seat. I gestured toward the new table by the window.
Oh, such a plum.
He chuckled, leaning his walking stick against the windowsill. The sunlight caught on the polished silver handle wrought in the shape of a snarling wolf's head. Braden was older, not elderly by any means, but what I consider grandfather old. His colors weren't colors at all, merely ash gray and a dark charcoal. His hair and beard were pure white and all cut to the same length, making a frame for his face. As he sat there, peering at me with his lively brown eyes, he reminded me of an owl. I took a seat across from him and wondered idly how he was going to attempt to wheedle information out of me. He'd obviously brought a game. Perhaps he'd try to gamble it out of me. That would be a new approach, at least. He smiled at me. An honest smile I found myself returning before I realized what I was doing.
You must have a fair collection of rings by this point,
he said. I nodded. He leaned forward curiously.
Would you mind terribly if I looked them over?
Not at all. I went into the other room and brought back a handful of rings, spilling them onto the table. He looked them over, nodding to himself.
You've had all our best gossip mongers descend on you. Veston, Pravek, and Temen Lovi have all taken a crack.
His eyebrows went up as he saw the name on another ring.
Pravek twice, and none of them got a shred of anything out of you. Nothing half as solid as a whisper.
Braedon glanced up at me.
That tells me you are keeping your tongue tightly between your teeth, and you are good at it. Rest assured, I'm not here in some vain attempt to pry at your secrets.
I didn't entirely believe him, but it was nice to hear. I'll admit that's a relief.
As a brief aside, he mentioned casually, I'll mention the rings are traditionally left in the sitting room near the door. They are displayed as a mark of status.
I hadn't known that, but I didn't want to admit to it. If I was unfamiliar with the customs of the local court, it would let him know I was either a foreigner or not one of the gentry.
What brings you here?
There's no real status in a handful of iron, I said dismissively. Count Threep had explained the basics of the rings to me before I left Imre, but he wasn't from Vintus and obviously hadn't known the fine points.
There's some truth to that,
Braedon said easily.
but not the truth entire. Gold rings imply those below you are working to curry your favor. Silver indicates a healthy, working relationship with your peers.
He laid the rings in a row on the table.
However, iron means you have the attention of your betters. It indicates you are desirable.
I nodded slowly. Of course, I said. Any ring the mayor sends will be an iron one.
Exactly.
Braedon nodded.
To have a ring from the mayor is a mark of great favor.
He pushed the rings toward me across the top of the smooth marble table.
But there is no such ring here, and that itself is meaningful.
It seems you're no stranger to courtly politics yourself, I pointed out. Braedon closed his eyes and nodded a weary agreement.
I was quite fond of it when I was young. I was even something of a power, as these things go. But at present I have no machinations to advance. That takes the spice from such maneuverings.
He looked at me again, meeting my eyes directly.
I have simpler tastes now. I travel, I enjoy wines and conversation with interesting people. I've even been learning how to dance.
He smiled again, warmly, and rapped a knuckle on the board.
More than anything, however, I enjoy playing tack. However, I know few people with time or wit enough to play the game properly.
He raised an eyebrow at me. I hesitated. One might assume that someone well skilled in the subtle art of conversation could use long stretches of idle chatter to glean information from an unsuspecting victim. Braedon smiled.
By the names on these rings, I can tell you've seen nothing but the most gaudy and grasping of us. You're understandably skittish regarding your secrets, whatever they may be.
He leaned forward.
Consider this instead. Those who have approached you are like magpies. They caw and flap around you, hoping to snatch something bright to carry home with them.
He rolled his eyes disdainfully.
What gain is there in that? Some small notoriety, I suppose. Some brief elevation among one's gaudy, gossipy peers.
Braedon ran a hand over his white beard.
I am no magpie. I need nothing shiny, nor do I care what gossip mongers think. I play a longer, more subtle game.
He began to work the drawstring loose on the black velvet bag.
You are a man of some wit. I know this, as the mayor does not waste his time with fools. I know you either stand in the mayor's good grace, or you have a chance to gain that grace. So, here is my plan.
He smiled his warm smile again.
Would you like to hear my plan?
I found myself smiling back without meaning to, as I had before. That would be unusually kind of you.
My plan is to insinuate myself into your favor now. I will make myself useful and entertaining. I will provide conversation and a way to pass the time.
He spilled a set of round stones out onto the marble tabletop.
Then, when your star grows ascendant in the mayor's sky, I may find myself in possession of an unexpectedly useful friend.
He began to sort the stones into their different colors.
And should your star fail to rise, I am still richer by several games of tack.
I also imagine it won't hurt your reputation to spend several hours alone with me, I mentioned, given that all my other conversations have been barren things not likely to last a quarter of an hour.
There is some truth to that as well,
he said, as he began to arrange the stones. His curious brown eyes smiled at me again.
Oh yes, I think I'm going to have quite a bit of fun playing with you.
My next several hours were spent learning how to play tack. Even if I had not been nearly mad with idleness, I would have enjoyed it. Tack is the best sort of game, simple in its rules, complex in its strategy. Braden beat me handily in all 5 games we played, but I'm proud to say that he never beat me the same way twice. After the 5th game, he leaned back with a satisfied sigh.
Oh, that was approaching a good game. You got clever in the corner here.
He wiggled his fingers at the edge of the board. Not clever enough.
Clever nonetheless. What you attempted is called a Brooker's Fall, just so you know.
And what's the name for the way you got away from it?
I call it Braden's Defense, he said, smiling rakishly. But that's what I call any maneuver when I get out of a tight corner by being uncommonly clever.
I laughed and began to separate the stones again. Another?
Braden sighed. Oh, alas, I have an unavoidable appointment. I needn't hurry out of the door, but I don't have enough time for another game. Not a proper one.
His brown eyes looked me over as he began to gather the stones into the velvet bag.
I won't insult you by asking if you're familiar with the local customs, Braden said. However, I thought I might give a few general pieces of advice on the off chance they might be helpful.
He smiled at me.
It would be best to listen, of course. If you refuse, you reveal your knowledge of these things.
Of course, I said with a straight face. Braden slid open the table's drawer and pulled out the handful of iron rings we had swept aside to clear the board for our game.
The presentation of the rings implies a great deal. If they are jumbled in a bowl, for example, it implies disinterest in the social aspects of the court.
He arranged the rings with their engraved names facing me.
Laid out in careful display, they show you are proud of your connections.
He looked up and smiled.
Either way, a new arrival is usually left alone in the sitting room on some pretext. This gives them a chance to pore through your collection in order to satisfy their curiosity.
Shrugging, Braden pushed the rings toward me.
You have, of course, always made a point of offering to return the rings to their owners.
He was careful not to make it into a question. Of course, I said honestly. 3 had known that much.
It is the most polite thing to do.
He looked up at me, his brown eyes peering owlishly from the halo of his white hair and beard.
Have you worn any of them in public?
I held up my bare hand.
Wearing a ring can indicate a debt, or that you are attempting to curry favor.
He looked at me.
If the mayor ever declines to take his ring back from you, it would be an indication he was willing to make your connection somewhat more formal.
And not wearing the ring would be viewed as a slight, I said. Braden smiled.
Perhaps. It is one thing to display a ring in your sitting room, quite another to display it on your hand. Wearing the ring of one's better can be viewed as quite presumptuous. Also, if you wore another noble's ring while visiting the mayor, he might take it amiss, as if someone had poached you from his forest.
He leaned back in his chair.
I mention these things as general talking points, he said, suspecting this information is already well known to you and you are politely letting an old man ramble.
Perhaps I am still reeling from a series of numbing defeats at tack, I said. He waved my comment away, and I noticed he wore no rings of any sort on his fingers.
You took to it quickly, like a baron at the brothel, as they say. I expect you'll prove a decent challenge after a month or so.
Wait and see, I said. I'll beat you the next time we play. Braden chuckled.
I like to hear that.
He reached into his pocket and pulled out a smaller velvet bag.
I have also brought you a small gift.
I couldn't possibly, I said reflexively. You've already provided me with an afternoon's entertainment.
Please,
he said, pushing the bag across the table.
I must insist. These are yours without obligation, let or lean. A freely given gift.
I upended the bag and 3 rings chimed into my palm, gold, silver, and iron. Each of them had my name etched into the metal. Kvothe.
I heard a rumor your luggage was lost,
Braden said,
and thought this might prove useful.
He smiled.
Especially if you desire another game of tack.
I rolled the rings around in my hand, idly wondering if the gold ring was solid or simply plated. And what ring would I send my new acquaintance if I desired his company?
Well,
Braden said slowly,
that is complicated. By my rash and unseemly barging into your rooms, I have neglected a proper introduction and failed to inform you as to my title and rank.
His brown eyes looked into mine seriously.
And it would be terribly rude of me to inquire about such things,
I said slowly, not quite sure what he was playing at. He nodded.
So, for now, you must assume I am without either title or rank. That puts us on a curious footing. You unannounced to the court and myself unannounced to you. As such, it would be fitting for you to send me a silver ring if in the future you would like to share a lunch or graciously lose another game of tack.
I rolled the silver ring around in my fingers. If I sent it to him, rumor would get around that I was claiming a rank roughly equal to his, and I had no idea what rank that was. What will people say? His eyes danced a bit.
What indeed?
So the days continued to pass. The mayor summoned me for urbane chatter. Magpie nobles sent their cards and rings and were met with polite conversational rebuffment. Braden alone kept me from growing mad with caged boredom. The next day I sent him my new silver ring, with a card saying, "At your leisure, my rooms." 5 minutes later he arrived with his tack table and bag of stones. He offered my ring back to me, and I accepted it as graciously as possible. I wouldn't have minded him keeping it, but as he knew, I only had the one. Our 5th game was interrupted when I was summoned by the mayor, his ring of iron sitting darkly on the runner's polished silver tray. I made my apologies to Braden and hurried off to the gardens. Later that night, Braden sent me his own silver ring and a card saying, "After supper, your rooms." I wrote "delighted" on the card and sent it back. When he arrived, I offered to return his ring. He politely declined, and it joined the rest in the bowl by my door. It sat there for everyone to see, bright silver, glittering among the handful of iron. Chapter 58. Courting. The mayor had not called on me for 2 days. I was trapped in my rooms and near mad with boredom and irritation. Worst was the fact that I didn't know why the mayor wasn't calling on me. Was he busy? Had I offended him? I thought of sending him a card along with the gold ring Braden had given me. But if Alvaron were testing my patience, that could be a grave mistake. But I was impatient. I had come here to gain a patron, or at least some assistance in my pursuit of the Amir. So far, all I had to show for my time in the mayor's service was a profoundly flattened arse. If it hadn't been for Braden, I swear I would have gone frothing mad. Worse, my loot and Denner's lovely case were only 2 days away from becoming someone else's property. I had hoped by this point to have gained enough of the mayor's favor that I could ask him for the money I needed to get it out of pawn. I'd wanted him to be indebted to me, not the other way around. Once you owe something to a member of the nobility, it is notoriously difficult to work your way free of their debt. But if Alvaron's lack of summons was any indication, I seemed to be far from his good graces. I racked my memory, trying to think of what I might have said during our last conversation that could have offended him. I'd pulled a card from the drawer and was trying to think of a politic way of asking the mayor for money when a knock came at the door. Thinking it was my lunch come early, I called for the boy to leave it on the table. There was a significant pause that roused me from my reverie. I hurried to the door and was startled to see the mayor's manservant, Stapes, standing outside. Alvaron's summons had always been delivered by runner before.
"The mayor would like to see you,"
he said. I noticed the manservant looked worn around the edges. His eyes were weary, as if he hadn't been sleeping enough. "In the garden?" "In his rooms," Stapes said. "I will take you there." If the gossiping courtiers were to be believed, Alvaron rarely received visitors in his rooms. As I fell into step behind Stapes, I couldn't help but feel relief. Anything was better than waiting. Alvaron was propped upright in his great feather bed. He seemed paler and thinner than when I'd seen him last. His eyes were still clear and sharp, but today they held something else, some hard emotion. He gestured to a nearby chair.
"Both, come in.
Sit down." His voice was weaker too, but it still carried the weight of command. I sat at his bedside, sensing the time was not appropriate for thanking him for the privilege.
"You know how old I am, Quoth,"
he said without preamble.
"No, Your Grace? What would your guess be? How old do I seem?"
I caught the hard emotion in his eyes again. Anger. A slow, smoldering anger, like hot coals beneath a thin layer of ash. My mind raced, trying to decide what the best answer might be. I didn't want to risk giving offense, but flattery irritated the mayor unless it was done with consummate subtlety and skill. My last resort, then. Honesty.
51, Your Grace? Perhaps 52?
He nodded slowly, his anger seeming to fade like thunder in the distance.
Never ask a young man your age.
I am 40, with a birthday next span. You're right, though, I look 50 years if I look a day. Some might even say you were being generous. His hand smoothed the bed covers absently. It's a terrible thing, growing old before your time. He stiffened in pain, grimacing. After a moment it passed, and he drew a deep breath. A faint sheen of sweat covered his face. I don't know how long I'll be able to speak with you. I don't seem to be doing very well today. I stood.
Should I fetch Cordicus, Your Grace?
No, he spat. Sit down. I did. This damnable sickness has crept on me this last month.
adding years and making me feel them. I've spent my life tending to my lands, but I have been lax in one regard. I have no family, no heir.
Do you mean to take a wife, Your Grace?
He sagged against his pillows. The rumor has finally got around, has it?
No, Your Grace, I guessed it from what you've said in some of our conversation.
He gave me a penetrating look. Truthfully? A guess and not from a rumor?
Truthfully, Your Grace. There are rumors, a whole courtload, if you'll excuse the expression.
Courtload, that's good. He smiled, a thin whisper of a smile.
But most of it concerns some mysterious visitor from the west. I performed a small seated bow. There's nothing of marriage. Everyone sees you as the world's first bachelor.
Ah, he said, his face showing his relief. That used to be the case. My father tried to marry me off when I was younger. I was rather strong-headed about not taking a wife at the time. That's another problem with power. If you possess too much, people don't dare point out your mistakes. Power can be a terrible thing.
I imagine so, Your Grace.
It takes away your choices, he said. It gives a man opportunities, but at the same time it takes others away. My situation is difficult, to say the least.
Over the course of my life, I've been hungry too many times to feel much empathy for the nobility. But the mayor looked so pale and weak as he lay there that I felt a flicker of sympathy.
What situation is that, Your Grace?
Alvaron struggled to sit upright against his pillows.
If I am to be married, it must be to someone suitable. Someone from a family well positioned as my own. Not only that, but this cannot be a marriage of alliance. The girl must be young enough to...
He cleared his throat, a papery noise.
Produce an heir. Several, if possible.
He looked up at me.
Do you begin to see my problem?
I nodded slowly.
Just the bare shape of it, Your Grace. How many such daughters are there?
A handful, Alvaron said,
a hint of the old fire coming back to his voice.
But it can't be one of the young women the king has under his control. Bargaining chips and treaty sealers. My family has fought to hold our plenary powers since the founding of Ventus. I won't negotiate with that bastard Roderick for a wife. I won't remit a grain of power to him.
How many women are beyond the king's control, Your Grace?
One.
The word fell like a lead weight.
And that is not the worst of it. The woman is perfect in every way. Her family is respectable. She is educated, young, beautiful.
The last word seemed to come hard to him.
She is pursued by a flock of love-struck courtiers, strong young men with honey on their tongues. They want her for every reason, her name, her land, her wit.
He gave a long pause.
How will she respond to the courting of a sick old man who walks with a stick when he can walk at all?
His mouth twisted, as if the words were bitter.
But surely your position...
I began. He lifted a hand and looked me squarely in the eye.
Would you marry a woman you had bought?
I looked down. No, Your Grace.
Neither will I. The thought of using my position to persuade this girl to marry me is distasteful.
We were quiet for a moment. Outside the window, I watched two squirrels chase each other around the tall trunk of an ash tree.
Your Grace, if I am going to help you pay court to this lady...
I felt the heat of the mayor's anger before I turned to see it.
I beg pardon, Your Grace, I've overstepped myself.
Is this another one of your guesses, then?
Yes, Your Grace.
He seemed to struggle with himself for a moment. Then he sighed, and the tension in the room faded.
I must ask, your
pardon. This clawing pain wears my temper thin, and it is not my custom to discuss personal matters with strangers, much less have them guessed from underneath me. Tell me the rest of what you guess. Be bold, if you must. I breathed a little easier. I guess you want to marry this woman, to suit your duty primarily, but also because you love her. There was another pause, not so bad as the last one, but tense nonetheless. Love, he said slowly, is a word the foolish use too often. She is worthy of love, that is certain, and I have a fondness for her. He looked uncomfortable. That is all I will say. He turned to look at me. Can I count on your discretion? Of course, Your Grace. But why so secretive about it? I prefer to move at a time of my own choosing. Rumor forces us to act before we are ready, or ruins a situation before it becomes fully right. I understand. What is the lady's name? Meluan Lackless. He said her name carefully. Now I have discovered for myself that you are charming and well-mannered. What's more, Count 3 assures me you are a great maker and player of songs. These things are exactly what I need. Will you enter my service in this regard? I hesitated. How exactly will your grace be putting me to use? He gave me a skeptical look. I would think it rather obvious for so excellent a guesser as yourself. I know you hope to court the lady, your grace, but I don't know how. Do you want me to compose a letter or two? Write her songs? Will I climb balconies by moonlight to leave flowers on her windowsill? Dance with her wearing a mask, claiming your name as my own? I gave him a wan smile. I'm not much of a dancer, your grace. Alvaron gave a deep, honest laugh. But even through the joyful sound of it, I could tell the act of laughing pained him. I was thinking more of the first two, he admitted, sinking back into the pillows, his eyes heavy. I nodded. I'll need to know more about her, your grace. Trying to court a woman without knowing her would be worse than foolish. Alvaron nodded tiredly. Cordicus can lay the groundwork for you. He knows a great deal about the history of the family. Family is the foundation upon which a man stands. You'll need to know where she comes from if you're to court her. He motioned me closer and held out an iron ring, his arm trembling with the effort of staying in the air. Show this to Cordicus and he will know you are on my business. I took it quickly. Does he know you plan to marry? No. Alvaron's eyes flew open. Do not speak of this to anyone. Invent some reason for your inquiries. Fetch my medicine. He lay back, closing his eyes. As I left, I heard him speaking faintly. Sometimes they don't give it knowingly. Sometimes they don't give it willingly. Nevertheless, all power. Yes, your grace, I said. But he had already fallen into a fitful sleep before I left the room. Chapter 59. Purpose. As I left the mayor's rooms, I considered sending a runner with my card and ring ahead to Cordicus. Then I dismissed the thought. I was on an errand for the mayor. Surely that would excuse a slight breach of etiquette. From the rumor mill, I knew Alvaron's arcanist had been a permanent part of the mayor's court for more than a dozen years. But other than the fact that he lived in one of the estate's southern towers, I had no idea what to expect from the man. I knocked on the thick timbered door.
Hold on, then.
The voice came faintly.
There was the sound of a bolt being drawn back, and the door opened to reveal a thin man with a long, hawkish nose and curling black hair. He wore a long, dark garment vaguely reminiscent of a master's robe.
Yes? I was wondering if I might borrow a moment of your time, sir.
I said, my nervousness only half feigned. He looked me over, taking in my fine clothes.
I don't do love potions. You can find that sort of thing down in Severin Low.
The heavy door began to inch closed.
Or you'd be better off with a little dancing and some roses, if you ask me.
I'm here for something else, I said quickly. 2 things, actually. One for the mayor and one for myself.
I lifted my hand, revealing the iron ring on my palm. Alvaron's name blazed in bright gold across the face of it. The door stopped closing.
You'd best come in then,
Cordicus said. The room looked like a small university contained in a single room, lit with the familiar red glow of sympathy lamps. There were shelves of books, tables full of twisted glassware, and far in the back, half concealed by the curving wall of the tower, I thought I could see a small furnace or kiln.
Good God,
I exclaimed, covering my mouth with one hand.
Is that a dragon?
I pointed to a huge stuffed crocodile that hung from one of the ceiling beams. You have to understand, some arcanists are more territorial than sharks, especially those who have managed to acquire luxurious court positions such as this. I had no idea how Cordicus might react to a young arcanist in training arriving in his territory, so I decided it was safer to play the part of a pleasantly dim, non-threatening lordling. Cordicus closed the door behind me, chuckling.
No, it's an alligator. Quite harmless, I assure you.
It gave me a bit of a start, I said. What is the use of such a thing?
Honestly,
He looked up at it.
I don't rightly know. It belonged to the arcanist who lived here before me. It seemed a shame to throw it away. Impressive specimen, don't you think?
I gave it a nervous look.
Quite. What is this business you mentioned?
He gestured to a large, cushioned chair and settled himself into a similar chair across from me.
I'm afraid I only have a few minutes before I will be otherwise occupied. Until then, my time is yours.
He trailed off, questioningly. I could see he knew quite well who I was, the mysterious young man the mayor had been meeting with. I guessed he was eager as the rest to find out why I was in Severin.
Quote,
I said.
Actually, the mayor's medicine is half my business.
I saw a faint, irritated line appear between his eyebrows, and hurried to correct whatever he might be thinking.
I was speaking with the mayor earlier.
I gave the barest pause, as if I was unreasonably proud of this.
And he asked me if I might bring him his medicine after I had finished speaking with you.
The line disappeared.
Certainly,
Cordicus said easily.
it would save me the trip to his rooms. But what is the matter you wish to speak about?
Well,
I leaned forward excitedly.
I'm doing research into the histories of the noble families in Winters. I'm thinking of writing a book, you see.
A genealogy?
I saw boredom begin to fog his eyes.
Oh no, there are genealogies aplenty. I was thinking of a collection of stories related to the great families.
I was rather proud of this lie. Not only did it explain my curiosity about Meloen's family, it gave a reason for why I was spending so much time with the mayor.
History tends to be rather dry, but everyone enjoys a story.
Cordicus nodded to himself.
Clever idea. That could be an interesting book.
I'll be writing a brief historical preface for each family as an introduction to the stories that follow. The mayor mentioned you were quite the authority on the old families and said he would be pleased if I called on you.
The compliment had its desired effect, and Cordicus puffed himself up ever so slightly.
I don't know if I'd consider myself an authority,
he said with false modesty.
but I am a bit of an historian.
He raised an eyebrow at me.
You must realize the families themselves would probably be a superior source of information.
One would think that,
I said with a sideways look.
but families tend to be reluctant to share their most interesting stories. Cordicus gave a wide grin. I imagine so. The grin faded just as quickly. But I'm certain I don't know any stories of that sort regarding the mayor's family, he said seriously. Oh, no. I waved my hands in violent negation. The mayor is a special case. I wouldn't dream. I trailed off, swallowing visibly. I was hoping you might be able to enlighten me regarding the Lackless family. I'm rather in the dark about them. Really? He said, surprised. They've fallen from what they once were, but they're a treasure trove of stories. His eyes focused far away, and he tapped his lips with his fingers distractedly. How about this? I'll brush up on the history, and you can come back tomorrow for a longer talk. It's nearly time for the mayor's medicine, and it shouldn't be delayed. He got to his feet and began to roll up his sleeves. There's one thing I can remember off the top of my head, if you don't mind my rambling while I prepare the mayor's medicine. I've never seen a potion being made, I said enthusiastically. If you wouldn't find it too distracting? Not at all. I could prepare it in my sleep. He moved behind a work table and lit a pair of blue flame candles. I took care to look suitably impressed, even though I knew they were just for show. Cordicus shook a portion of dried leaf onto a small hand scale and weighed it. Do you have any trouble accepting rumor into your research? Not if it's interesting. He was silent while he carefully measured a small amount of clear liquid from a glass stoppered bottle. From what I understand, the Lackless family has an heirloom. Well, not an heirloom exactly, but an ancient thing that dates back to the beginning of their line. There's not much odd with that. Old families are rife with heirlooms. Hush, he said testily. There's more to it than that. He poured the liquid into a flat lead bowl with some crude symbols carved along the outside. It bubbled and hissed, filling the air with a faint, acrid smell. He decanted the liquid into the pan over the candles. From there, he added the dry leaf, a pinch of something, and a measure of white powder. He added a splash of fluid I assumed was simply water, stirred, and poured the result through a filter and into a clear glass vial, stoppering it with a cork. He held the result up for me to see, a clear amber liquid with a slight greenish tint. There you go. Remind him to drink it all. I took the warm vial. What was this heirloom? Cordicus rinsed his hands in a porcelain bowl and shook them dry. I've heard that on the oldest parts of the Lackless lands, in the oldest part of their ancestral estate, there is a secret door. A door without a handle or hinges. He watched me to make sure I was paying attention. There's no way of opening it. It is locked, but at the same time, lockless. No one knows what's on the other side. He nodded toward the vial in my hand. Now get that to the mayor. It'll be best if he drinks it while it's warm. He escorted me to the door. Do come back tomorrow. He smirked a bit. I know a story about the Menebras that will turn your red hair white. Oh, I only work on one family at a time, I said, not wanting to risk getting bogged down in endless court gossip. 2 is the absolute most. Right now I'm working on Alvaron and Lackless. I couldn't bring myself to start a 3rd as well. I gave an insipid smile. I'd put myself all in a muddle. That's a shame, Cordicus said. I travel quite a bit, you see. Many of the noble houses are eager to host the mayor's own arcanist. He gave me a sly look. This makes me privy to some rather interesting facts. He opened the door. Think on it, and do stop back tomorrow. I'll have more on the Lacklesses at any rate. I was at the doors to the mayor's rooms before the vial had a chance to cool. Stapes opened the door to my knocking and led me to the mayor's inner rooms. The Mayor Alvaron was sleeping in the same position I'd left him in. As Stapes shut the door behind me, one of the mayor's eyes opened, and he beckoned to me feebly. Took your sweet time. Your Grace, He motioned me forward again, more sharply this time. Give me my medicine, he said thickly. Then leave. I'm tired. I'm afraid it's rather important, Your Grace. Both eyes opened, and the smouldering anger was there again. What? He snapped. I moved to the side of the bed and leaned close. Before he could protest my impropriety, I whispered, Your Grace, Cordicus is poisoning you. Chapter 60. Wisdom's Tool. The mayor's eyes went wide at my words, then narrowed again. Even in the midst of his infirmity, Alvaron's wit was sharp. You are right to speak that close and soft, he said. You are treading dangerous ground. But speak. I will hear you. Your Grace, I suspect Threep did not mention in his letter that I am a student at the university as well as a musician. The mayor's eyes showed no glimmer of recognition. Which university? He asked. The university, Your Grace, I said. I am a member of the Arcanum. Alvaron frowned. You're far too young to make such a claim. And why would Threep neglect to mention this? You were not looking for an arcanist, Your Grace, and there is a certain stigma attached to that sort of study this far east. It was the closest I could come to speaking the truth, that Vints are superstitious to the point of idiocy. The mayor blinked slowly, his expression hardening. Very well, he said. Perform some work of magic if you are what you say. I am only an arcanist in training, Your Grace, but if you would like to see a bit of magic... I looked at the 3 lamps lining the walls, licked my fingers, concentrated, and pinched the wick of the candle sitting on his bedside table. The room went dark, and I heard his startled intake of breath. I brought out my silver ring, and after a moment it began to shine with a silver blue light. My hands grew cold, as I had no source of heat other than my own body. That will do, the mayor said. If he was at all unnerved, there was no hint of it in his voice. I stepped across the room and opened the shuttered windows. Sunlight flooded the room. There was a hint of Soulstone, a trill of birdsong. I've always found that taking in some air is good for whatever troubles a body, though others disagree. I smiled at him. He didn't return it. Yes, you're very clever. Come here and sit. I did so, taking a chair near his bedside. Now, explain yourself. I told Cordicus I was compiling a collection of stories from the noble houses, I said, a handy excuse, as it also explains why I have been spending time with you. The mayor's expression remained grim. I saw pain blur his eyes like a cloud passing in front of the sun. Proof that you are a skilled liar hardly gains you my trust. A cold knot began to form in my stomach. I had assumed the mayor would accept the truth more easily than this. Just so, Your Grace. I lied to him, and I am telling you the truth. Since he thought me nothing more than an idle lordling, he let me watch while he made your medicine. I held up the amber flask. The sunlight broke itself into rainbows on the glass. Alvaron remained unmoved, his normally clear eyes fogged with confusion and pain. I ask for proof, and you tell me a story. Cordicus has been a faithful servant for 12 years. Nevertheless, I will consider what you said. His tone implied it would be a short, unkind consideration. He held out his hand for the vial. I felt a small flame of anger strike up inside me. It helped to ease the cold fear settling in my gut. Your Grace wants proof? I want my medicine, he snapped, and I want to sleep. Please do, Your Grace. I can. How dare you interrupt me? Alvaron struggled to sit upright in his bed, his voice furious. You go too far. Leave now and I may still consider retaining your services. He was trembling with rage, his hand still reaching for the vial. There was a moment of silence. I held out the vial, but before he could grasp it, I said, You have vomited recently. It was milky and white. The tension in the room rose sharply, but the mayor went motionless when he heard what I said. Your tongue feels thick and heavy. Your mouth is dry and filled with an odd, sharp taste. You have had a craving for sweets, for sugar. You wake in the night and find you cannot move, cannot speak. You are struck with palsy, with colic, and unreasoning panic. As I spoke, the mayor's hand slowly drew away from the vial. His expression was no longer livid and angry. His eyes seemed unsure, almost frightened, but they were clear again, as if the fear had awakened some sleeping caution.
Cordicus told you,
the mayor said, but he sounded far from certain. Would Cordicus discuss the details of your illness with a stranger? I asked pointedly. My concern is for your life, Your Grace. If I must bruise propriety to save it, I will do so. Give me 2 minutes to speak and I will give you proof. Alvaron gave a slow nod. I'm not going to claim to know exactly what this is. I gestured with the vial. But most of what is poisoning you is lead. This accounts for the palsy, the pain in your muscles and viscera, the vomiting and paralysis.
I've had no paralysis.
I looked him over with a critical eye. That's fortunate. But there is more than simply lead in this. I'm guessing this contains a goodly amount of ophalum, which isn't exactly poisonous.
What is it then?
It's more of a medicine or a drug.
Which is it then?
He snapped.
Poison or medicine?
Has Your Grace ever taken laudanum?
Once when I was younger, to help me sleep through the pain of a broken leg.
Ophalum is a similar drug, but it is usually avoided as it is highly addictive. I paused. It is also called denna resin. The mayor grew paler at this, and in that moment his eyes grew almost perfectly clear. Everyone knew about the sweet eaters. I suspect he added it because you had been irregular about taking your medicine, I said. The ophalum would make you crave it while easing your pain at the same time. It would also account for your sugar craving, your sweats, and any odd dreams you've been having. What else did he put in here? I mused to myself. Probably stitch root or manum to keep you from vomiting too much. Clever. Horrible and clever.
Not so clever.
The mayor gave a rictus smile.
He didn't manage to kill me.
I hesitated, then decided to tell him the truth. Killing you would have been simple, Your Grace. He could easily dissolve enough lead in this vial to kill you. I held it up to the light. Getting enough to make you sick without killing or paralyzing you, that is difficult.
Why? Why poison me if not to kill me?
Your Grace would have better luck solving that riddle. You know more about the politics involved.
Why poison me at all?
The mayor sounded genuinely puzzled.
I pay him lavishly. He is a member of the court in high regard. He has the freedom to pursue his own projects and travel when he wishes. He has lived here 12 years. Why now?
He shook his head.
I tell you, it doesn't make sense.
Money? I suggested. They say every man has a price. Mayor continued to shake his head. Then he looked up suddenly.
No, I've just remembered. I fell ill long before Cordicus began to treat me.
He stopped to think.
Yes, that's right. I approached him to see if he could treat my illness. The symptoms you mentioned didn't appear until months after he started treating me. It couldn't have been him.
Lead works slowly in small doses, Your Grace. If he were going to poison you, he would hardly want you vomiting blood 10 minutes after you drank his medicine. I suddenly remembered who I was talking to. That was poorly said, Your Grace. I apologize. He nodded a stiff acceptance.
Too much of what you say is too close to the mark for me to ignore. Yet still I can't believe Cordicus would do such a thing.
We can put it to the test, Your Grace. He looked up at me.
How is that?
Order a half-dozen birds brought to your rooms. Sipquicks would be ideal.
Sipquicks?
Tiny, bright things, yellow and red. I held up my fingers about 2 inches apart. They're thick in your gardens. They drink the nectar from your celis flowers.
Oh, we call them flits.
We will mix your medicine with their nectar and see what happens. His expression grew bleak.
If lead works slowly, as you say, this would take months. I'll not go without my medicine for months on some poorly supported fancy of yours.
I saw his temper burning close to the surface of his voice. They weigh much less than you, Your Grace, and their metabolisms are much faster. We should see results within a day or two at most. I hoped. He seemed to consider this.
Very well,
he said, lifting a bell from his bedside table. I spoke quickly before he could ring it. Might I ask Your Grace to invent some reason for needing these birds? A little caution would serve us well.
I have known Stapes forever,
the mayor said firmly, his eyes as clear and sharp as I had ever seen them.
I trust him with my lands, my lockbox, and my life. I do not ever wish to hear you imply he is anything other than perfectly trustworthy.
There was unshakable belief in his voice. I dropped my eyes. Yes, Your Grace. He rang the bell, and it was barely 2 seconds before the portly manservant opened the door.
Yes, sir. Stapes, I miss being able to walk in the gardens. Could you find me a half-dozen flits? Flits, sir?
Yes, the mayor said as if we were ordering lunch.
They're pretty things. I think the sound of them will help me sleep.
I'll see what I can do, sir. Before he closed the door, Stapes scowled at me. After the door was shut, I looked at the mayor. Might I ask Your Grace why?
To save him the trouble of lying. He hasn't the knack for it. And there is wisdom in what you said. Caution is always wisdom's tool.
I saw a thin layer of perspiration covering his face. If I'm correct, Your Grace, tonight will be difficult for you.
All my nights are difficult of late, he said bitterly. What will make this one any worse than the last?
The orphalum, Your Grace. Your body is craving it. In 2 days, you should be through the worst of it, but until then, you will be in considerable discomfort.
Speak plainly.
There will be aching in your jaw and head, sweating, nausea, cramps and spasms, especially in your legs and lower back. You may lose control of your bowels, and there will be alternating periods of intense thirst and vomiting. I looked down at my hands. I am sorry, Your Grace. Alvaron's expression was rather pinched by the end of my description, but he nodded graciously.
I would rather know.
There are a few things that will make it slightly more tolerable, Your Grace. He brightened a bit.
Such as?
Laudanum, for one. Just a bit to ease your body's craving, and a few other things. Their names are unimportant. I can mix them into a tea for you. Another problem is that you still have a goodly deal of lead in your body that isn't going to go away on its own. This seemed to alarm him more than anything I'd said so far.
But I simply pass it.
I shook my head. Metals are insidious poisons. They become trapped in your body. Only by a special effort can we leach the lead away. Mayor scowled.
Damn and bother, I hate leeches.
A figure of speech, Your Grace. Only imbeciles and toad-eaters use leeches in this day and age. The lead needs to be drawn out of you. I thought about telling him the truth, that he would most likely never be rid of all of it, but decided to keep that bit of information to myself.
Can you do it?
I thought for a long moment. I am probably your best option, Your Grace. We are a long way from the university. I wager not 1 in 10 physicians here have any respectable training, and I don't know who among them might know Cordicus. I thought for a moment longer, then shook my head. I could think of 50 people better suited to the job, but They are 1,000 miles away. I appreciate your honesty. Most of what I need I can find down in Sever and Low. However, I trailed off, hoping the mayor would understand my meaning and save me the embarrassment of asking for money. He stared at me blankly. However, I will need money, Your Grace. The things you will need are not easy to come by. Oh, of course. He produced a purse and passed it to me. I was a little surprised to find the mayor had at least one well-stocked purse within easy arm's reach of his bed. Unbidden, I remembered my tirade to a tailor in Tarbeen years ago. What was it I said to him? A gentleman is never far from his purse. I fought down an inappropriate fit of laughter. Stapes returned shortly after that. In a surprising display of resourcefulness, he produced a dozen Zipquicks in a wheeled cage the size of a wardrobe. My word, Stapes, the mayor exclaimed as his manservant rolled the fine mesh cage through the doorway. You've outdone yourself. Where would it suit you best, sir? Just leave it there for now. I'll have Quoth move it for me. Stapes looked a trifle wounded. It's no trouble. I know you'd be glad to do it, Stapes, but I was hoping you would fetch me a fresh pitcher of apple draw instead. I think it might settle my stomach. Certainly. He hurried out again, closing the door behind him. As soon as the door was closed, I moved the cage. The little gem-like birds darted from perch to perch with a blurring speed. Pretty things, I heard the mayor muse. I was fascinated with them as a child. I remember thinking how wonderful it must be to eat nothing but sugar all day. There were 3 feeders wired to the outside of the cage, glass tubes filled with sugar water. 2 of them had spouts shaped like tiny celis blooms, while the third was a stylized iris. The perfect pet for nobility. Who else could afford to feed their pet sugar every day? I unscrewed the tops of the feeders and poured a third of the mayor's medicine into each. I held out the empty vial to Alvaron. What do you normally do with these? He set it on the table near his bed. I watched the cage until I saw one of the birds fly to a feeder and drink. If you tell Stapes you want to feed them yourself, will it keep him from meddling with their food? Yes, he always does exactly as I tell him. Good. Let them drain the feeders before you refill them. They'll get a better dose that way, and we'll see results faster. Where do you want me to put the cage? He looked around the room, his eyes moving sluggishly. Next to the chest of drawers in the sitting room, he said finally. I should be able to see the cage from here. I carefully rolled the cage into the next room. When I returned, I found Stapes pouring the mayor a glass of apple draw. I made a bow to Alvaron. With your permission, Your Grace. He made a gesture of dismissal. Stapes, Quoth will be returning later this afternoon. Let him in, even if I happen to be sleeping. Stapes nodded stiffly and gave me another disapproving look. He may be bringing me a few things as well. Please don't mention it to anyone. If there is anything you require... Alvaron gave a tired smile. I know you would, Stapes. I am simply putting the boy to use. I would rather have you close at hand. Alvaron patted his manservant's arm, and Stapes looked mollified. I let myself out. My trip to Severin Low took hours longer than it needed to. Though I chafed at the delay, it was a necessary one. As I walked the streets, I caught glimpses of folk dogging along behind me. I wasn't surprised. From what I had seen of the rumor-driven nature of the mayor's court, I expected to have a servant or two watching my errands in Severin Low. As I've said, the mayor's court was rather curious about me at this point, and you have no idea what lengths bored nobility will go to in order to nose about in other people's business. While the rumors themselves were of no concern to me, their effects could be catastrophic. If Cordicus heard I had gone shopping through apothecaries after visiting the mayor, what steps would he take? Anyone willing to poison the mayor wouldn't hesitate to snuff me like a candle. So, to avoid suspicion,
The first thing I did when I came to Severin was buy dinner. Good hot stew and rough bread. I was sick to death of elegant food that was milk-warm by the time it made its way to my room. Afterward, I bought 2 tippling flasks, the sort normally used for brandy. Then I spent a relaxing half-hour watching a small traveling troupe form the end of The Ghost and the Goose Girl on a street corner. They weren't a Demaroo, but they did a good job of it. The mayor's purse was generous to them when they passed the hat. Eventually, I found my way to a well-stocked apothecary. I bought several things in a nervous, haphazard manner. After I had everything I needed and a few things I didn't, I awkwardly made inquiries with the owner about what a man might take if he was having certain troubles in the bedroom. The chemist nodded seriously and recommended several things with a perfectly straight face. I bought a little of each, then made a bumbling attempt to threaten and bribe him into silence. By the time I finally left, he was insulted and thoroughly irritated. If anyone asked, he would be quick to tell the story of a rude gentleman interested in impotence cures. It was hardly something I was eager to add to my reputation, but at least there wouldn't be any stories making their way back to Cordicus about my purchasing laudanum, dead nettle, bitefew, and other equally suspicious drugs. Lastly, I bought my loot back from the pawners with an entire day to spare. It nearly emptied the mayor's purse, but it was my final errand. The sun was setting by the time I made my way back to the foot of the sheer. There were only a handful of options for making your way between Severin High and Severin Low. The most ordinary were the 2 narrow staircases that cut back and forth up the face of the sheer. They were old, crumbling, and narrow in places, but they were free, and therefore the usual choice for the common folk who lived in Severin Low. For those who didn't relish the thought of climbing 200 feet of narrow stairway, there were other options. The freight lifts were run by a pair of former university students, not full arcanists, but clever men who knew enough sympathy and engineering to manage the rather mundane task of hauling wagons and horses up and down the sheer on a large wooden platform. For passengers, the freights cost a penny going up and a halfpenny going down, though you'd occasionally have to wait for some merchant to finish loading or unloading his goods before the lift could make its trip. Nobility didn't use the freights. The Vintic suspicion of all things remotely arcane took them to the horse lifts. These were drawn by a team of 20 horses, hitched to a complex series of pulleys. This meant the horse lifts were a little faster and cost a full silver 8th bit to ride. Best of all, every month or so, some drunk lordling would fall to his death from them, adding to their popularity by showing the breeding of the clientele. Since the money in my purse wasn't my own, I decided to use the horse lifts. I joined the 4 gentlemen and 1 lady who were already in line, waited for the lift to lower itself, then handed over my thin silver bit and stepped aboard. It was no more than an open-sided box with a brass rail running around the edge. Thick hempen ropes connected to the corners, giving it some stability, but any extreme motion set the thing swaying in a most disturbing fashion. A smartly dressed boy rode up and down with each load of passengers, opening the gate and signaling the horse drivers at the top when to begin their pull. It is the custom of the nobility to put their backs to Severin as they ride the lifts. Gawking was something common folk did. Not particularly caring what the nobles thought of me, I stood at the front rail. My stomach did peculiar things as we rose from the ground. I watched Severin spread out below. It was an old city and proud. The high stone walls circling it spoke of troubled times long past. It said much of the mayor that even in these peaceful times, the fortifications were kept in excellent repair. All 3 of the gates were guarded, and they were closed at sundown every night. As the lift continued, I could see the different sections of Severin as clearly as if I were looking down on a map. There was a rich neighborhood, spaced with gardens and parks, the buildings all of brick and old stone. There was the poor quarter, the streets narrow and twisting, where all the roofs were tar and wooden shingles. At the foot of the cliff, a black scar marked where a fire had cut through the city at some point in the past, leaving little more than the charred bones of buildings. Too soon, the ride was over. I let the other gentles disembark as I leaned against the railing looking out over the city far below.
Sir?
The boy who rode the lift prompted wearily.
Olaf?
I turned, stepped off the lift, and saw Denna standing in the front of the line. Before I had time to do anything other than stare in wonder, she turned and met my eyes. Her face lit. She cried my name, ran at me, and was nestled in my arms before I knew what was happening. I settled my arms around her and rested my cheek against her ear. We came together easily as if we were dancers, as if we'd practiced it 1,000 times. She was warm and soft.
What are you doing here?
She asked. Her heart was racing, and I felt it thrilling against my chest. I stood mutely as she stepped back from me. Only then did I notice an old bruise fading to yellow high on her cheek. Even so, she was the most beautiful thing I had seen in 2 months and 1,000 miles.
What are you doing here?
I asked. She laughed her silver laugh and reached out to touch my arm. Then her eyes flicked over my shoulder, and her face fell.
Hold on,
she cried to the boy who was closing the gate to the lift.
I have to catch this one, or I'll be late,
she said, her face full of pained apology as she stepped past me onto the lift.
Come find me.
The boy closed the gate behind her, and my heart fell as the lift began to drop from sight.
Where should I look?
I stepped closer to the edge of the sheer, watching her fall away. She was looking up, her face white against the darkness, her hair a shadow in the night.
The 2nd Street, north of Main. Tinnery Street.
Shadow took her, and suddenly I was alone. I stood, the smell of her still in the air around me, the warmth of her just fading from my hands. I could still feel the tremor of her heart, like a caged bird beating against my chest. Chapter 61. Dead Nettle. After my trip to Severin, I deposited my loot case in my room and made my way to Alvaron's private rooms as quickly as possible. Stapes was not pleased to see me, but he showed me in with the same bustling efficiency as always. Alvaron lay in a sweaty stupor, his bedclothes twisted around him. It was only then I noticed how thin he had grown. His arms and legs were stringy, and his complexion had faded from pale to grey. He glowered at me as I entered the room. Stapes arranged the mayor's covers in a more modest fashion and helped him into a seated position, propping him up with pillows. The mayor endured these ministrations stoically, then said, "Thank you, Stapes," in a tone of dismissal. The manservant left slowly, giving me a decidedly uncivil stare. I approached the mayor's bed and brought several items from the pockets of my cloak. "I found everything I needed, Your Grace, though not everything I hoped for. How do you feel?" He gave me a look that spoke volumes. "It took you a damn long time getting back. Cordicus came while you were away." I fought down a wave of anxiety. "What happened?" He asked me how I was feeling, and I told him the truth. He looked in my eyes and down my throat and asked me if I had thrown up. I told him yes, and that I wanted more medicine than to be left alone. He left and sent some over. I felt a panic rise in me. "Did you drink it?" "If you'd been gone much longer, I would have, and to hell with your fairy stories." He brought another vial from beneath his pillow. "I can't see what harm it could do. I can feel myself dying already." He thrust it toward me angrily. "I should be able to improve matters, Your Grace. Remember, tonight will be the most difficult. Tomorrow will be bad. After that, all should be well." "If I live so long as that," he groused. It was just the petulant grumble of a sick man, but it mirrored my thoughts so precisely that ice ran down my back. Earlier, I hadn't considered that the mayor might die despite my intervention. But when I looked at him now, frail and grey and trembling, I realized the truth. he might not live through the night. First, there's this, Your Grace. I took out the tippling flask. Brandy? He said with muted anticipation. I shook my head and opened it. He wrinkled his nose at the smell and sank back onto the pillows. God's teeth, as if my dying wasn't bad enough. Cod liver oil? I nodded seriously. Take 2 good swallows, Your Grace. This is part of your cure. He made no move to take it. I've never been able to stomach the stuff, and lately I even vomit up my tea. I won't put myself through the hell of drinking it only to sick it back up. I nodded and restoppered the flask. I'll give you something to stop that. There was a pot of water on the bedside table, and I began to mix him a cup of tea. He craned weakly to see what I was doing. What are you putting in there? Something to keep you from being sick, and something to help you pass the poison out of your system. A bit of laudanum to ease your craving, and tea. Does Your Grace take sugar? Normally no, but I'm guessing it will taste like stump water without it. I added a spoonful, stirred, and handed him the cup. You first, Alvaron said, pale and grim. He watched me with his sharp grey eyes. He smiled a terrible smile. I hesitated, but only for a moment. To Your Grace's health, I said, and took a good swallow. I grimaced and added another spoonful of sugar. Your Grace predicted it quite well. Stump water it is. He took the cup with both hands and began to drink it in a number of quick, determined sips. Dreadful, he said simply, but better than nothing. Do you know what a hell it is to be thirsty but not be able to drink for fear of throwing up? I wouldn't wish it on a dog. Wait a bit to finish it, I cautioned. That should settle your stomach in a few minutes. I went into the other room and added the new vial of medicine to the Flips feeders. I was relieved to see they were still sipping at the medicated nectar. I had worried they might avoid it due to a change in flavor or some natural instinct for self-preservation. I also worried that lead might not be poisonous to Sipquicks. I worried they might take a span to show any ill effects, not mere days. I worried at the mayor's rising temper. I worried at his illness. I worried at the possibility I might be wrong about everything I'd guessed. I returned to the mayor's bedside and found him cradling the empty cup in his lap. I mixed a second cup similar to the first, and he drank it quickly. Then we sat in silence for the space of 15 minutes or so. How do you feel, Your Grace? Better, he admitted grudgingly. I detected a slight dullness to his speech. Much better. That is probably the laudanum, I commented, but your stomach should be settled by now. I picked up the flask of cod liver oil. 2 good swallows, Your Grace. Is this really the only thing that will do? He asked distastefully. If I had access to the apothecaries near the university, I could find something more palatable, but at the moment, this is the only thing that can be done. Get me another cup of tea to wash it down with. He picked up the flask, took 2 sips, and handed it back. His mouth turned down in a ghastly expression. I sighed internally. If you're going to sip it, we will be here all evening. 2 solid swallows, the kind sailors use to drink cheap whiskey. He scowled. Don't speak to me as if I were a child. Then act the part of a man, I said harshly, stunning him into silence. 2 swallows every 4 hours. That whole flask should be finished by tomorrow. His grey eyes narrowed dangerously. I would remind you who you are speaking to. I am speaking to a sick man who will not take his medicine, I said levelly. Anger smoldered behind his laudanum-dulled eyes. A pint of fish oil is not medicine, he hissed. It is a malicious and unreasonable request. It can't be done. I fixed him with my best withering stare and took the flask out of his hand. Without looking away, I drank the whole thing down. Swallow after swallow of the oil passed my gullet as I held the mayor's eye. I watched his face shift from angry to disgusted, then finally settle into an expression of muted, sickened awe. I upended the flask, ran my finger around the inside of it, and licked it clean. I pulled out a second flask from a pocket of my cloak. This was going to be your dose for tomorrow, but you will need to use it tonight. If you find it easier, 1 swallow every 2 hours would suffice. I held it out to him, still holding his eyes with mine. He took it mutely, drank 2 good swallows, and stoppered the flask with a grim determination. Pride is always a better lever against the nobility than reason. I fished in one of the pockets of my rich burgundy cloak and brought out the mayor's ring. I forgot to return this to you before, Your Grace. I held it out to him. He began to reach out for it, then stopped. Keep it for now, he said. You've earned that much, I imagine. Thank you, Your Grace, I said, careful to keep my expression composed. He wasn't inviting me to wear the ring, but allowing me to keep it was a tangible step forward in our relationship. No matter how his courtship of the Lady Lackless went, I had made an impression on him today. I poured him more tea and decided to finish his instructions while I had his attention. You should drink the rest of this potful tonight, Your Grace, but remember, it's all you'll have until tomorrow. When you send for me, I'll brew you some more. You should try to drink as many fluids as you can tonight. Milk would be best. Put some honey in it, and it will go down easier. He agreed and seemed to be easing towards sleep. Knowing how difficult his night would be, I let him nod off. I gathered my things before letting myself out. Stapes was waiting in the outer rooms. I mentioned to him that the mayor was sleeping and told him not to toss out the tea in the pot, as his grace would be wanting it when he woke up. As I left, the look Stapes gave me was not merely chilly as it had been before, it was hateful, practically venomous. Only after he closed the door behind me did I realize what this must look like to him. He assumed I was taking advantage of the mayor in his time of weakness. There are a great many such people in the world, traveling physicians with no qualms about preying on the fears of the desperately ill. The best example of this is Dead Nettle, the potion seller in 3 Pennies for Wishing. Easily one of the most despised characters in all drama. There's no audience that doesn't cheer when Dead Nettle gets pilloried in the 4th act. With that in mind, I began to dwell on how fragile and grey the mayor had looked. Living in Tarbine, I had seen healthy young men killed by Ophalum withdrawal, and the mayor was neither young nor healthy. If he did die, who would be blamed? Certainly not Cordicus, trusted advisor. Certainly not Stapes, beloved manservant. Me. They would blame me. His condition had worsened soon after I arrived. I didn't doubt Stapes would quickly bring to light the fact that I'd been spending time alone with the mayor in his rooms. That I'd brewed him a pot of tea right before he had a very traumatic night. At best, I would look like a young Dead Nettle. At worst, an assassin. Such was the turning of my thoughts as I made my way through the mayor's estate back to my rooms, pausing only to lean out of one of the windows overlooking Severn Low and vomit up a pint of cod liver oil. Chapter 62. Crisis. The next morning, I made my way to Severn Low before the sun was up. I ate a hot breakfast of eggs and potatoes while I waited for an apothecary to open. When I was finished, I bought 2 more pints of cod liver oil and a few other oddments I hadn't thought of the day before. Then I walked the entire length of Tinnery Street, hoping to stumble onto Denna, despite the fact that it was far too early in the morning for her to be up and about. Wagons and farmers' carts vied for space on the cobbled streets. Ambitious beggars were laying claim to the busiest corners, while shopkeepers hung out their shingles and threw wide their shutters. I counted 23 inns and boarding houses on Tinnery Street. After making note of the ones Denna would probably find appealing, I forced myself back to the mayor's estates. This time I took the freight lifts, partly to confuse anyone following me, but also because the purse the mayor had given me was nearly empty. Since I needed to keep a normal face on things, I remained in my rooms, waiting for the mayor to send for me. I sent my card and ring to Braden, and soon he was sitting across from me, thrashing me at tack and telling stories.
So the mayor had him hung in a gibbet, right alongside the eastern gate. Hung here for days, howling and cursing, saying he was innocent, saying it wasn't right and how he wanted a trial.
I couldn't quite bring myself to believe it. A gibbet? Braden nodded seriously.
An actual iron gibbet. Who knows where he managed to find one in this day and age? It was like something out of a play.
I searched for something relatively non-committal to say. While it did sound grotesque, I also knew better than to openly criticize the mayor. Well, I said, banditry is a terrible thing. Braden began to place a stone on the board, then reconsidered.
Quite a few folks thought the whole thing was in rather
He cleared his throat.
bad taste. But nobody said so very loudly, if you catch my meaning. It was a grisly thing, but it got the point across.
He finally chose the placement of his stone, and we played quietly for a time. It's a strange thing, I said. I ran into someone the other day who didn't know where Cordicus would rank in the overall scheme of things.
That's not terribly surprising.
Braden gestured to the board.
The giving and receiving of rings is a lot like tack. On the face of it, the rules are simple. In execution, they become quite complicated.
He clicked down a stone, his dark eyes crinkling with amusement.
In fact, the other day I was explaining the intricacies of the custom to a foreigner not familiar with such things.
That was kind of you, I said. Braden gave a gracious nod.
It seemed simple at first glance, he said. A baron ranks above a baronet, but sometimes young money is worth more than old blood. Sometimes control of a river is more important than how many soldiers you can put to field. Sometimes a person is actually more than one person, technically speaking. The Earl of Svanis is by strange inheritance also the Viscount of Devon, one man but two different political entities.
I smiled. My mother once told me she knew a man who owed fealty to himself, I said. Owed himself a share of his own taxes every year. And if he were ever threatened, there were treaties in place demanding he provide himself with prompt and loyal military support. Braden nodded.
It happens more often than folk realize, he said, especially with the older families. Steps, for example, exists in several separate capacities.
Stapes? I asked. But he's just a manservant, isn't he?
Well,
Braden said slowly.
he is that, but he's hardly just a manservant. His family is quite old, but he has no title of his own. Technically, he ranks no higher than a cook, but he owns substantial lands. He has money, and he is the mayor's manservant. They've known each other since they were boys. Everyone knows he has Alveron's ear.
Braden's dark eyes peered at me.
Who would dare insult such a man with an iron ring? Go to his room and you will see the truth. There is nothing in his bowl but gold.
Braden excused himself shortly after our game, claiming a prior engagement. Luckily, I now had my lute to occupy my time. I set about retuning it, checking the frets and fussing over the tuning peg that was constantly coming loose. We had been away from each other for a long while, and it takes time to get reacquainted. Hours passed. I discovered myself absent-mindedly playing Dead Nettle's Lament, and forced myself to stop. Noon came and went. Lunch was delivered and cleared away. I retuned my lute and ran some scales. Before I knew it, I found myself playing Leave the Town, Tinker. Only then did I realize what my hands were trying to tell me. If the mayor was still alive, he would have called for me by now. I let the lute fall silent and began to think very quickly. I needed to leave now. Stapes had seen me bring medicine to the mayor. I could even be accused of tampering with the vial I had brought from Cordicus's rooms. Slow fear began to knot my gut as I realized the helplessness of my situation. I didn't know the mayor's estates well enough to attempt a clever escape. On my way to Sever and Low this morning, I'd got turned around and had to stop to ask directions. The knock on the door was louder than usual, more forceful than that of the errand boy who normally came to deliver the mayor's invitation. Guards. I froze in my seat. Would it be best to answer the door and tell the truth, or duck out of the window into the garden and somehow try to make a run for it? The knock came again, louder. "Sir! Sir!" I opened the door and saw a young boy carrying a tray with the mayor's iron ring and card. I picked them up. The card had a single word written in a shaky hand. Immediately. Stapes looked uncharacteristically ragged around the edges and greeted me with an icy stare. Yesterday, he'd looked as if he wanted me dead and buried. Today, his look implied that simply buried would be good enough. The mayor's bedroom was generously decorated with Salus flowers. Their delicate smell was almost enough to cover the odors they'd been brought in to conceal. Combined with Stapes' appearance, I knew my predictions of the night's unpleasantness had been close to the truth. Alvaron was propped into a sitting position in his bed. He looked as well as could be expected, which is to say exhausted, but no longer sweating and racked with pain. As a matter of fact, he looked almost angelic. A rectangle of sunlight washed over him, lending his skin a frail translucency and making his disarrayed hair shine like a silver crown around his head. As I stepped closer, he opened his eyes, breaking the beatific illusion. No angel ever had eyes as clever as Alvaron's. "I trust I find your grace well?" I asked politely. "Passing fair," he responded, but it was mere social noise telling me nothing. "How do you feel?" I asked in a more serious tone. He gave me a long look that let me know he did not approve of my addressing him so casually, then said, "Old. I feel old and weak." He took a deep breath. "But for all that, I feel better than I have in several days. A little pain, and I am mightily tired, but I feel clean. I think I've passed the crisis." I did not ask about last night. "Would you like me to mix you another pot of tea?" "Please." His tone was measured and polite. Unable to guess his mood, I hurried through the preparations and handed him his cup. He looked up at me after sampling it. "This tastes different. There is less laudanum in it," I explained. "Too much would be harmful to your grace. Your body would begin to depend on it as surely as it craved the orphelin." He nodded. "You'll note my birds are doing well," he said in an overly casual tone. I looked through the doorway and saw the Sipquicks darting about in their gilded cage, lively as ever. I felt a chill at the implication of his comment. He still didn't believe Cordicus was poisoning him. I was too stunned to make a quick reply, but after a breath or two I managed to say, "Their health does not concern me nearly so much as your own. You do feel better, don't you, your grace?" "That is the nature of my illness. It comes and goes." The mayor set down his cup of tea, still 3/4 full. "Eventually it fades entirely, and Cordicus is free to go off gallivanting for months at a time, gathering ingredients for his charms and potions. Speaking of," he said, folding his hands in his lap, "would you do me the favor of fetching my medicine from Cordicus?" "Certainly, your grace." I stretched a smile over my face, trying to ignore the unease settling in my chest. I cleaned up the clutter I had created while fixing his tea, tucking packages and bundles of herbs back into the pockets of my burgundy cloak. The mayor nodded graciously, then closed his eyes and seemed to lapse back into his tranquil, sunlit nap. "Oh, a fledgling historian," Cordicus said as he gestured me inside and offered me a seat. "If you'll excuse me for a moment, I'll be right back." I sank into the padded chair and only then noticed the array of rings on the nearby table. Cordicus had gone so far as to have a rack built for them. Each was displayed with the name facing outward. There were a great many of them, silver, iron, and gold. Both my gold ring and Alvaron's iron one sat on a small tray on the table. I reclaimed them, taking note of this rather graceful way of wordlessly offering the return of a ring. I looked around the large tower room with muted curiosity. What possible motive could he have for poisoning the mayor? Barring access to the university itself, this place was every arcanist's dream. Curious, I got to my feet and wandered to his bookshelves. Cordicus had a respectable library with nearly 100 books crowding for space. I recognized many of the titles. Some were chemical references, some were alchemical. Others dealt with the natural sciences, herbology, physiology, bestiology. The vast majority seemed to be historical in nature. A thought occurred to me. Perhaps I could get the native vintage superstition to work to my advantage. If Cordicus was a serious scholar and even half as superstitious as a native vint, he might know something about the Chandrian. Best of all, since I was playing the dim-witted lordling, I didn't need to worry about damaging my reputation. Cordicus came around the corner and seemed somewhat taken aback when he saw me standing by the bookshelves, but he rallied quickly and gave me a polite smile.
See anything you are interested in?
I turned, shaking my head.
Not particularly, I said. Do you know anything about the Chandrian?
Cordicus looked at me blankly for a moment, then burst out laughing.
Oh, I know they're not going to come into your room at night and steal you out of your bed,
he said, wiggling his fingers at me the way you tease a child.
You don't study mythology then?
I asked, fighting down a wave of disappointment at his reaction. I tried to console myself with the fact that this would firmly solidify me as a half-wit lordling in his mind. Cordicus sniffed.
That's hardly mythology, he said dismissively. One could barely even stoop to calling it folklore. It's superstitious bunk, and I don't waste my time with it, no serious scholar would.
He began to putter around the room, restoppering bottles and tucking them into cabinets, straightening up stacks of papers and returning books to their shelves.
Speaking of serious scholarship, if I remember correctly, you were curious about the Leclerc family.
I simply stared at him for a moment. With everything that had happened since, I'd all but forgotten the pretense of the anecdotal genealogy I'd invented yesterday.
If it wouldn't be any trouble, I said quickly. As I've said, I know practically nothing of them.
Cordicus nodded seriously.
In that case, you might be well served in considering their name.
He adjusted an alcohol lamp underneath the simmering glass alembic in the midst of an impressive array of copper tubing. Whatever he was distilling, I guessed it wasn't peach brandy.
You see, names can tell you a great deal about a thing.
I grinned at that, then fought to smother the expression.
You don't say.
He turned back to face me just as I got my mouth under control.
Oh yes, he said. You see, names are sometimes based on other older names. The older the name, the closer it lies to the truth. Lackless is a relatively new name for the family, not much more than 600 years old.
For once, I didn't have to feign amazement.
600 years is new. The Lackless family is old.
He stopped his pacing and settled down into a threadbare armchair.
Much older than the house of Alvaron. 1,000 years ago, the Lackless family enjoyed a power at least as great as Alvaron's. Pieces of what are now Vintas, Mordek, and a large portion of the small kingdoms were all Lackless lands at one point. What was their name before that?
I asked. He pulled down a thick book and flipped its pages impatiently.
Here it is. The family was called Loiklos, or Loklos, or Loilois. They all translate the same, Lockless. Spelling was rather less important in those days.
What days were those? I asked. He consulted the book again.
About 900 years ago, but I've seen other histories that mention the Loiklos 1,000 years before the fall of Arthur.
I boggled at the thought of a family older than empires.
So the Lockless family became the Lackless family. What reason could a family have for changing its name? There are historians who would cut off their own right hands to answer that, Cordicus said. It's generally accepted that there was some sort of falling out that splintered the family. Each piece took on a separate name. In our tour, they became the Lackey family. They were numerous but fell on hard times. That's where the word lackey comes from, you know? All those paupered nobility forced to scrape and bow to make ends meet. In the south, they became the Lackliths, who slowly spiraled into obscurity. The same with the Cape Cairn in Mordek. The largest piece of the family was here in Winters, except Winters didn't exist back then. He closed the book and held it out to me. You can borrow this if you'd like. Thank you. I took the book. You're too kind. There was the distant sound of a belling tower. I am too long-winded, he said. I've talked away our time and haven't given you anything of use. Just the history makes a great difference, I said gratefully. Are you sure I can't interest you in a few stories from other families? He asked, walking over to a work table. I wintered with the Jacques family not long ago. The Baron is a widower, you know, quite wealthy and somewhat eccentric. He raised both eyebrows at me, his eyes wide with implied scandal. I'm sure I could remember a few interesting things if I were assured of my anonymity. I was tempted to break character for that, but instead I shook my head. Perhaps when I'm done working on the lackless section, I said with all the self-importance of someone devoted to a truly useless project. My research is quite delicate. I don't want to get tangled up in my head. Cordicus frowned a bit, then shrugged it away as he rolled up his sleeves and began to make the mare's medicine. I watched him go through his preparations again. It wasn't alchemy. I knew that from watching Simon work. This was barely even chemistry. Mixing a medicine like this was closer to following a recipe than anything. What were the ingredients? I watched him move through it step by step. The dried leaf was probably Bite-Few. The liquid from the stoppered jar was no doubt muratum or aquafortis, some sort of acid at any rate. When it bubbled and steamed in the lead bowl, it dissolved a small amount of lead, maybe only a quarter scruple. The white powder was probably the ophium. He added a pinch of the final ingredient. I couldn't even guess what that was. It looked like salt, but then again, almost everything looks like salt. As he went through the motions, Cordicus nattered on about court gossip. De Faire's eldest son had broken his leg jumping out of a brothel window. Lady Hezua's most recent lover was illish and didn't speak a word of a Turin. There was a rumor of highwaymen on the King's Road to the north, but there were always rumors of bandits, so that was nothing new. I don't care one whit for gossip, but I can fake interest when I must. All the while, I watched Cordicus for some telltale sign, some whisper of nervousness, a bead of sweat, a moment's hesitation. But there was nothing. Not the slightest indication he was preparing a poison for the mare. He was perfectly comfortable, utterly at ease. Was it possible he was poisoning the mare by accident? Impossible. Any arcanist worth his guilder knew enough chemistry to... Then it dawned on me. Maybe Cordicus wasn't an arcanist at all. Maybe he was simply a man in a dark robe who didn't know the difference between an alligator and a crocodile. Maybe he was just a clever pretender who happened to be poisoning the mare out of simple ignorance. Maybe that was peach brandy in his distillery. He tamped the cork into the vial of amber liquid and handed it to me. There you are, he said. Make sure you take it to him straight away. It'll be best if he gets it while it's still warm. The temperature of a medicine doesn't make one whit of difference. Any physiker knows that. I took the vial and pointed to his chest as if I just noticed something. My word, is that an amulet? He seemed confused at first and drew out the leather cord from underneath his robes. Of sorts, he said with a tolerant smile. At a casual glance, the piece of lead he wore around his neck looked very much like an arcanum gilder. Does it protect you from spirits? I asked in a hushed voice. Oh, yes, he said flippantly. All sorts. I swallowed nervously. May I touch it? He shrugged and leaned forward, holding it out to me. I took it timidly with my thumb and forefinger, then jumped back a step. It bit me, I said, pitching my voice somewhere between indignation and anxiety as I wrung my hand. I saw him fighting down a smile. Ah, yes. I need to feed it, I suspect. He tucked it back inside his robes. Go on now. He made a shooing motion toward the door. I made my way back to the mayor's rooms, trying to massage some feeling back into my numb fingers. It was a genuine Arcanum Gilder. He was a real arcanist. He knew exactly what he was doing. I returned to the mayor's rooms and engaged in 5 minutes of painfully formal small talk while I refilled the Flitz feeders with the still warm medicine. The birds were unnervingly energetic, humming and chirruping sweetly. The mayor sipped a cup of tea as we talked, his eyes following me quietly from the bed. When my work with the birds was finished, I made my goodbyes and left as quickly as propriety allowed. Though our conversation hadn't touched on anything more serious than the weather, I could read his underlying message as plainly as if he'd written it for me to read. He was in control. He was keeping his options open. He didn't trust me. Chapter 63. The Gilded Cage. After my brief taste of freedom, I was trapped in my rooms again. Though I hoped the mayor was through the worst of his recovery, I still needed to be at hand should his condition worsen and he call on me. I couldn't justify even a brief trip to Sever and Low, no matter how desperately I wanted to head back to Tinnery Street, with the hope of meeting up with Denner. So I called on Braden, and spent a pleasant afternoon playing tack. We played game after game, and I lost each one in new and exciting ways. This time, when we parted ways, he left the game table with me, claiming his servants were tired of carrying it back and forth between our rooms. In addition to tack with Braden and my music, I had a new distraction, albeit an irritating one. Cordicus was every bit the gossip he seemed to be, and word had spread about my genealogy story. So now, in addition to courtiers trying to pry information out of me, I was deluged with a steady flow of people eager to air everyone else's dirty laundry. I dissuaded those I could and encouraged the especially rabid to write their stories down and send them to me. A surprising number of them took time to do this, and a stack of slanderous stories began to accumulate on a desk in one of my unused rooms. The next day, when the mayor summoned me, I arrived to find Alvaron sitting in a chair near his bed reading a copy of Fieren's Claim of Kings in the original Eld Vintic. His color was remarkably good, and I saw no trembling in his hands as he turned the page. He didn't look up as I entered the room. Without speaking, I had prepared a new pot of tea with the hot water waiting at the mayor's bedside table. I poured a cup and set it at the table by his elbow. I checked the gilded cage in his sitting room. The Flitz darted back and forth to the feeders, playing dizzying aerial games which made them difficult to count. Still, I was reasonably certain there were 12 of them. They seemed none the worse despite 3 days of poisonous diet. I resisted an urge to knock the cage about a bit. Finally, I replaced the mayor's flask of cod liver oil and found it was still 3/4 full. Yet another sign of my fading credibility. Wordlessly, I gathered up my things and prepared to leave. But before I made it to the door, the mayor turned his eyes up from his book. Well? Yes, Your Grace? It seems I'm not as thirsty as I thought. Would you mind finishing this for me? He gestured to the untasted cup of tea that sat on the table. To Your Grace's health, I said, and drank a sip. I made a face and added a spoon of sugar, stirred and drained the rest of it with the mayor watching me. His eyes were calm, clever, and too knowing to be wholly good. Cordicus let me in and ushered me into the same seat as before.
You'll excuse me for a moment, he said. I have an experiment I must attend to, or I fear it will be ruined.
He hurried up a set of steps that led to a different part of the tower. With nothing else to occupy my attention, I eyed his display of rings again, realizing that a person could make a fair guess at his position in the court by using the rings themselves as triangulation points. Cordicus returned just as I was idly considering stealing one of his gold rings.
I was not sure if you wanted your rings back,
Cordicus said, gesturing. I looked back at the table and saw them resting on a tray. It seemed odd I hadn't noticed them before. I picked them up and slid them into an inner pocket of my cloak.
Thank you kindly, I said. And will you be taking the mayor his medicine again today? He asked.
I nodded, puffing myself up proudly. When I nodded, the motion of my head made me dizzy. It was only then I realized the trouble. I'd drunk a full cup of the mayor's tea. There hadn't been much laudanum in it, or rather not much laudanum if you were in pain and being slowly weaned away from a budding addiction to offalum. However, it was quite a bit of laudanum for someone like myself. I could feel the effects of it slowly creeping over me. A warm lassitude running through my bones. Everything seemed to be moving a little more slowly than normal.
The mayor seemed eager for his medicine today, I said, taking extra care to speak clearly. I'm afraid I don't have much time to chat. I was in no condition to play the half-wit gentry for any length of time. Cordicus nodded seriously and retreated to his work table. I followed him as I always did, wearing my best curious expression. I watched with half an eye as Cordicus mixed the medicine, but my wits were fuddled by the laudanum, and what remained were focused on other matters. The mayor was hardly speaking to me. Stapes hadn't trusted me from the beginning, and the flits were as healthy as ever. Worst of all, I was trapped in my rooms while Denner waited down on Tinnery Street, no doubt wondering why I hadn't come to visit. I looked up, aware that Cordicus had asked me a question. Beg your pardon? Could you pass me the acid?
Cordicus repeated as he finished measuring out a portion of leaf into his mortar and pestle. I picked up the glass decanter and began to hand it to him before I remembered I was just an ignorant lordling. I couldn't tell salt from sulfur. I didn't even know what an acid was. I did not flush or stumble. I didn't sweat or stutter. I am a Damer-Roo born, and even drugged and fuddled, I am a performer down to the marrow of my bones. I met his eyes and asked,
This one, right? The clear bottle comes next.
Cordicus gave me a long, speculative look. I flashed him a brilliant grin.
I've got a good eye for detail, I said smugly. I've watched you go through this twice now. I bet I could mix the mayor's medicine myself if I wanted to.
I pitched my voice with all the ignorant self-confidence I could muster. This is the true mark of nobility, the unshakable belief that they can do anything, tan leather, shoe a horse, spin pottery, plough a field, if they really wanted to. Cordicus looked at me a moment longer, then began to measure out the acid.
I dare say you could, young sir.
3 minutes later, I was walking down the hall with the warm vial of medicine in my sweaty palm. It almost didn't matter whether I'd fooled him or not. What mattered was that for some reason, Cordicus was suspicious of me. Stapes stared daggers into my back as he let me into the mayor's rooms, and Alvaron ignored me as I poured the new dose of poison into the flit's feeders. The pretty things hummed about their cage with infuriating energy. I took the long way back to my rooms, trying to get a better feel for the layout of the mayor's estate. I already had my escape route half planned, but Cordicus's suspicion encouraged me to put the finishing touches on it. If the flits didn't start dying tomorrow, it would probably be in my best interest to disappear from Severin as quickly and as quietly as possible. Late that night, when I was reasonably sure the mayor wouldn't call on me, I slipped out of the window of my room and made a thorough exploration of the gardens. There were no guards this late at night, but I did have to avoid half a dozen couples taking moonlight strolls. There were 2 others sitting in close romantic conversation, one in a boa, the other in a gazebo, The last couple I nearly trod on while cutting through a hedgerow. They were neither strolling nor conversing in any conventional sense, but their activities were romantic. They didn't notice me. Eventually, I found my way onto the roof. From there, I could see the ground surrounding the estate. The western edge was out of the question, of course, as it was pressed up against the edge of the sheer, but I knew there had to be other opportunities for escape. While exploring the southern end of the estate, I saw lights burning brightly in one of the towers. What's more, they had the distinctive red tint of sympathy lamps. Cordicus was still awake. I made my way over and risked a look inside, peering down into the tower. Cordicus was not simply working late, he was talking to someone. I craned my neck, but I couldn't see who he was speaking to. What's more, the window was leaded shut and I couldn't hear anything. I was about to move to a different window, when Cordicus stood and began to walk to the door. The other person came into view, and even from this steep angle I could recognize the portly, unassuming figure of Stapes. Stapes was clearly worked up about something. He made an emphatic gesture with one hand, his face deathly serious. Cordicus nodded several times in agreement before opening the door to let the manservant out. I noted Stapes wasn't carrying anything when he left. He hadn't stopped by for medicine. He hadn't stopped by to borrow a book. Stapes had stopped by in the middle of the night to have a private conversation with the man who was trying to kill the mayor. Chapter 64. Flight. Though no family can boast a truly peaceful past, the Lacklessers have been especially ripe with misfortune. Some from without: assassination, invasion, peasant revolt, and theft. More telling is misfortune that comes from within. How can a family thrive when the eldest heir forsakes all family duty? Small wonder they are often called the luckless by their detractors. It seems a testament to the strength of their blood that they have survived so much for so long. Indeed, if not for the burning of Caloptana, we might possess records tracing the Lackless family back far enough for them to rival the royal line of Modeg in its antiquity. I tossed the book onto the table in a way that would have made Master Lawrence spit blood. If the mayor thought this sort of information was enough to woo a woman, he was in worse need of my help than he thought. But as things currently stood, I doubted the mayor would be asking me for any help with anything, least of all something as sensitive as his courting. Yesterday, he hadn't summoned me to his rooms at all. I was clearly out of favor, and I sensed Stapes had a hand in it. Given what I had seen 2 nights ago in Cordicus's tower, it was fairly obvious Stapes was part of the conspiracy to poison the mayor. Though it meant spending all day trapped in my rooms, I stayed where I was. I knew better than to jeopardize Alvaron's already low opinion of me by approaching him without being summoned first. An hour before lunch, Viscount Guerman stopped by my rooms with a few pages of handwritten gossip. He also brought a deck of cards, apparently thinking to take a page from Braden's book. He offered to teach me how to play Thrush, and as I was just learning the game, agreed to play for the pittance of a single silver bit per hand. He made the mistake of letting me deal, and left in a bit of a huff after I won 18 hands in a row. I suppose I could have been more subtle. I could have played him like a fish on a line and bilked him for half his estate, but I was in no mood for it. My thoughts were not pleasant, and I preferred to be alone with them. An hour after lunch, I decided I was no longer interested in currying favor with the mayor. If Alvaron wished to trust his treacherous manservant, that was his business. I'd be damned if I would spend 1 more minute sitting idle in my room, waiting by the door like a whipped dog. I threw on my cloak, grabbed my loot case, and decided to take a walk down Tinnery Street. If the mayor needed me while I was away, he could damn well leave a note. I was halfway into the hall when I saw the guard standing at attention outside my door. He was one of Alvaron's own, clad in sapphire and ivory. We stood for a moment, motionless. There was no sense in asking if he was there on my account. Mine was the only door for 20 feet in any direction. I met his eye. And you are?
Jason.
At least I still rated a sir. That was worth something. And you're here because?
I'm to accompany you if you leave your room, sir.
Right. I stepped back into my room and closed the door behind me. Were his orders from Alvaron or Stapes? It didn't really matter. I went out of my window, into the garden, over the little streamlet, behind a hedgerow, and up a section of decorative stone wall. My burgundy cloak was not the best color for sneaking around in the garden, but it worked quite nicely against the red of the roofing tile. After that, I made my way onto the roof of the stables, through a hayloft, and out the back door of a disused barn. From there, it was just a matter of jumping a fence, and I was off the mayor's estate. Simple. I stopped at 12 inns on Tinnery Street before I found the one where Denna was staying. She wasn't there, so I continued along the street, keeping my eyes open and trusting to my luck. I spotted her an hour later. She was standing at the edge of a crowd, watching a street corner production of, believe it or not, 3 pennies for wishing. Her skin was darker than when I'd seen her last at the university, tanned from travel, and she wore a high-necked dress after the local fashion. Her dark hair fell in a straight sheaf across her back, all except a single slender braid that hung close to her face. I caught her eye, just as Deadnettle shouted out his first line in the play.
I've cures for what ails you. My wares never failed you. I've potions for pennies, results guaranteed. So if you've got a dicky heart or can't get her legs apart, come straight away to my cart. You'll find what you need.
Denna smiled when she saw me. We might have stayed for the play, but I already knew the ending. Hours later, Denna and I were eating sweet vintage grapes in the shadow of the sheer. Some industrious stonemason had carved a shallow niche into the white stone of the cliff, making smooth seats of stone. It was a cozy place we had discovered while walking aimlessly through the city. We were alone, and I felt myself to be the luckiest man in the world. My only regret was that I didn't have her ring with me. It would have been the perfect, unexpected gift to go with our unexpected meeting. Worse yet, I couldn't even tell Denna about it. If I did, I'd be forced to admit I'd used it as collateral for my loan with Lynn. You seem to be doing fairly well for yourself, Denna said, rubbing the edge of my burgundy cloak between her fingers. Have you given up the bookish life? Taking a vacation, I hedged. Right now I'm assisting the Mayor Alvaron with a thing or two. Her eyes widened appreciatively. Do tell. I looked away uncomfortably. I'm afraid I can't. Delicate matters and all that. I cleared my throat and tried to change the subject. What have you? You seem to be doing fairly well yourself. I brushed 2 fingers across the embroidery that decorated the high neck of her dress. Well, I'm not rubbing elbows with the mayor, she said, making an exaggerated deferential gesture in my direction. But as I mentioned in my letters, Letters? I asked. You sent more than one? She nodded. 3 since I left, she said. I was about to start a 4th, but you saved me the trouble. I only got the 1, I said. Denna shrugged. I'd rather tell you in person anyway. She paused dramatically. I finally have my formal patronage. You have? I said, delighted. Denna, that's wonderful news. Denna grinned proudly. Her teeth were white against the light nut color of her travel-tanned face. Her lips, as always, were red without the aid of any paint. Is he part of the court here in Severin? I asked. What's his name? Denna's grin faded into a serious look, a confused smile playing around her mouth. You know I can't tell you that, she chided. You know how closely he guards his privacy. My excitement fell away, leaving me cold. Oh no, Denna, it's not the same fellow as before, is it? The one who sent you to play for that wedding in Trebon? Denna looked puzzled. Of course it is. I can't tell you his real name. What was it you called him before? Master Elm? Master Ash, I said. and it felt like a mouthful of ashes when I said it. Do you at least know his real name? Did he tell you that much before you signed up? I expect I know his real name, she shrugged, running a hand through her hair. When her fingers touched the braid, she seemed surprised to find it there and quickly began to unravel it, her deft fingers smoothing it away. Even if I don't, what does it matter? Everyone has secrets, quoth. I don't particularly care what his are so long as he continues to deal square with me. He's been very generous. He's not just secretive, Denner, I protested. From the way you've described him, I'd say he's either paranoid or tangled up in dangerous business. I don't know why you're carrying such a grudge against him. I couldn't believe she could say that. Denner, he beat you senseless. She went very still. No. Her hand went to the fading bruise on her cheek. No, he didn't, I told you. I fell while I was out riding. The stupid horse couldn't tell a stick from a snake. I shook my head. I'm talking about last fall in Trebon. Denner's hand fell back to her lap where it made an absent-minded fidgeting gesture, trying to toy with a ring that wasn't there. She looked at me, her expression blank. How did you know about that? You told me yourself that night on the hill waiting for the Drakkars to come. She looked down, blinking. I don't remember saying that. You were a little addled at the time, I said gently. But you did. You told me all about it. Denner, you shouldn't have to stay with someone like that, anyone who could do that to you. He did it for my own good, she said, her dark eyes beginning to flicker with anger. Did I tell you that? There I was without a scratch on me and everyone else at the wedding dead as leather. You know what small towns are like. Even after they found me unconscious, they thought I might have had something to do with it. You remember? I put my head down and shook it like an ox worrying its yoke. I don't believe it. There had to be another way around the situation. I would have found another way. Well, I guess we can't all be as clever as you, she said. Clever doesn't have anything to do with it. I came close to shouting. He could have taken you away with him. He could have come forward and vouched for you. He couldn't let anyone know he was there, Denner said. He said he beat you. And as I spoke the words, I felt a terrible anger come together inside me. It wasn't hot and furious as some of my flashes of temper tend to be. This was different, slow and cold. As soon as I felt it, I realized it had been there inside me for a long while, crystallizing like a pond slowly freezing solid over a long winter night. He beat you, I said again, and I could feel it inside, a solid block of icy anger. Nothing you can say will change that. And if I ever see him, I'll likely stick a knife in him rather than shake his hand. Denner looked up at me then, the irritation fading from her face. She gave me a look that was all sweet fondness and mingled pity. It was the sort of look you give a puppy when it growls, thinking itself terribly fierce. She put her hand gently on the side of my face, and I felt myself flush hot and hard, suddenly embarrassed by my own melodrama. Can we not argue about it? She asked. Please, not today. It's been so long since I've seen you. I decided to let it go rather than risk driving her away. I knew what happened when men pressed her too hard. Fair enough, I said, for today. Can you at least tell me what sort of thing your patron brought you out here for? Denner leaned back in her seat, smiling a wide smile. Sorry, delicate matters and all that. Don't be that way, I protested. I'd tell you if I could, but the mayor values his privacy very highly. Denner leaned forward again to lay her hand over mine. Poor Croak. It's not out of spite. My patron is at least as private as the mayor. He made it very clear that things would go badly if I ever made our relationship public. He was quite emphatic about it. Her expression had gone serious. He's a powerful man. She seemed as if she would say more, then stopped herself. Though I didn't want to, I understood. My recent brush with the mayor's anger had taught me caution. What can you tell me about him? Denna tapped a finger against her lips thoughtfully. He's a surprisingly good dancer. I think I can say that without betraying anything. He's quite graceful, she said, then laughed at my expression. I'm doing some research for him, looking into old genealogies and histories. He's helping me write a couple of songs so I can make a name for myself. She hesitated, then shook her head. I think that's all I can say. Will I get to hear the songs after you're done?
Oh, it looks like my baguette is ready to be eaten.
She leapt to her feet and grabbed my arm to pull me to my feet. Enough talking. Come and walk with me. I smiled, her enthusiasm as infectious as a child's. But when she pulled at my hand, she let out a tiny yelp, flinching and pressing one of her hands to her side. I was standing next to her in a second. What's the matter? Denna shrugged and gave me a brittle smile, holding her arm close to her ribs. My fall, she said. That stupid horse. I get a twinge when I forget and move too quickly. Has anyone looked at it? It's just a bruise, she said. And the sort of doctor I can afford I wouldn't trust to touch me. What of your patron? I asked. Certainly he could arrange something. She slowly straightened. It's really not a problem. She lifted her arms above her head and made a quick, clever dance step, then laughed at my serious expression. No more talk of secret things for now. Come walk with me. Tell me dark and lurid gossip from the mayor's court. Very well, I said as we began to walk. I've heard the mayor is marvelously recovered from a long-standing illness. You're a poor rumour-monger, she said. Everyone knows that. The Baronet Bramston played a disastrous deck of faro last night. Denna rolled her eyes. Boring. The Comtesse de Faire lost her virginity while attending a performance of Dionica. Oh. Denna raised her hand to her mouth, stifling a laugh. Did she really? She certainly didn't have it with her after the intermission, I said in a hushed voice. But it turns out she had just left it behind in her rooms, so it was merely misplaced, not really lost. The servants found it 2 days later when they were cleaning up. Turns out it had rolled underneath a chest of drawers. Denna's expression turned indignant. I can't believe I believed you, she swatted at me, then grimaced again, sucking a sharp breath through her teeth. You know, I said softly, I've been trained at the university. I'm not a physiker, but the medicine I know is good. I could take a look at it for you. She gave me a long look as if she wasn't quite sure what to make of my offer. I think, she said at last, that might be the most circumspect route anyone has ever tried for getting me out of my clothes. I felt myself blush furiously. I didn't mean... Denna laughed at my discomfiture. If I let anyone play doctor with me, it would be you, my quoth, she said. But I'll tend to it for now. She linked arms with me, and we continued our walk down the street. I know enough to take care of myself. I returned to the mayor's estate hours later, taking the direct route rather than come in over the rooftops. When I arrived in the hallway leading to my room, I found 2 guards standing there instead of the single one that had been waiting before. I guess they had discovered my escape. Even this couldn't dampen my spirits overmuch, as the time I'd spent with Denna had left me feeling 12 feet tall. Better yet, I was meeting with her tomorrow to go riding. Having a specific time and place to meet was an unexpected treat where Denna was concerned. Good evening, gentlemen, I said as I came down the hall. Anything interesting happen while I was out?
You're to be confined to your rooms,
Jays said grimly. I noticed he left off the sir this time. I paused with my hand on the doorknob. Beg pardon?
You're to remain in your rooms until we get further orders,
he said.
And one of us is to stay with you at all times.
I felt my temper flare up. And does Alvaron know about this? I asked sharply. They looked at each other uncertainly. It was Stapes giving the orders then. That uncertainty would be enough to keep them from laying hands on me. Let's get this sorted out straight away, I said, and started down the hall at a brisk walk, leaving the guards to catch up with me, their armor clattering.
My temper fanned itself hotter as I made my way through the halls. If my credibility with the mayor was truly ruined, I preferred to have done with it now. If I couldn't have the mayor's goodwill, I would at least have my freedom and the ability to see Denner when I wished. I turned the corner, just in time to see the mayor emerging from his rooms. He looked as healthy as I had ever seen him, carrying a sheaf of papers under one arm. As I approached, irritation flashed across his face, and I thought he might simply have the guards carry me away. Nevertheless, I approached him as boldly as if I had a written invitation. "Your Grace," I said with cheery cordiality, "might we talk for a moment?" "Certainly," he replied in a similar tone as he swung open the door he had been about to close behind himself. "Do come in." I watched his eyes and saw an anger as hot as mine. A small, sensible part of me quailed, but my temper had the bit in its teeth and was galloping madly ahead. We left the bemused guards in the antechamber, and Alvaron led me through the second set of doors into his personal rooms. Silence hung dangerous in the air, like the calm before a sudden summer storm. "I cannot believe your impudence," the mayor hissed once the doors were closed. "Your wild accusations, your ridiculous claims. I dislike public unpleasantness, so we will deal with this later." He made an imperious gesture. "Return to your rooms and do not leave until I decide how best to deal with you." "Your Grace." I could tell by the set of his shoulders that he was ready to call the guards. "I do not hear you," he said flatly. He met my gaze then. His eyes were hard as flint, and I saw how angry he truly was. This wasn't the anger of a patron or employer. It wasn't someone irritated by my failure to respect the social order. This was a man who had ruled everything around him from the age of 16. This man thought nothing of hanging someone from an iron gibbet to make a point. This was a man who, but for a twist of history, would now be king of all Winters. My temper sputtered and went out like a snuffed candle, leaving me chilled. I realized then that I had misjudged my situation badly. When I was a child, homeless on the streets of Tarbeen, I'd learned to deal with dangerous people. Drunken dock workers, guardsmen, even a homeless child with a bottle-glass knife can kill you. The key to staying safe was knowing the rules of the situation. A guard wouldn't beat you in the middle of the street. A dock worker wouldn't chase you if you ran. Now, with sudden clarity, I realized my mistake. The mayor was not bound by any rules. He could order me killed, then hang my body over the city gates. He could throw me in jail and forget about me. He could leave me there while I grew starved and sickly. I had no position, no friends to intercede on my behalf. I was as helpless as a child with a willow switch sword. I realized this in a flash, and felt a gnawing fear settle in my belly. I should have stayed in Severin Low while I had a chance. I never should have come here in the first place and meddled in the affairs of powerful folk such as this. It was just then that Stapes bustled in from the mayor's dressing room. Seeing us, his normally placid expression flickered briefly into panic and surprise. He recovered quickly. "I beg your pardon, sirs," he said, and hurried back the way he came. "Stapes," the mayor called out before he could leave. "Come here." Stapes slunk back into the room. He wrung his hands nervously. His face had the stricken look of a guilty man, a man caught in the midst of something dishonest. Alvaron's voice was stern. "Stapes, what do you have there?" Looking closer, I saw the manservant wasn't wringing his hands. He was clutching something. "It's nothing." "Stapes," the mayor barked. "How dare you lie to me? Show me at once." Numbly, the portly manservant opened his hands. A tiny, gem-bright bird lay lifeless on his palm. His face had lost all hint of color. Never in the history of the world has the death of a lovely thing brought such relief and joy. I had been certain of Stapes' betrayal for days now, and here was the unquestionable proof of it. Nevertheless, I kept quiet. The mayor had to see this with his own eyes. "What is the meaning of this?" the mayor asked slowly. "It's not good to think of such things, sir," the manservant said quickly, "and worse to dwell on them. I'll just fetch another one."
It'll sing just as sweet. There was a long pause. I could see Alvaron struggling to contain the rage he'd been ready to unleash on me. The silence continued to stretch. "Stapes," I said slowly, "how many birds have you replaced these last few days?" Stapes turned to me, his expression indignant. Before he could speak, the mayor broke in. "Answer him, Stapes." His voice sounded almost choked. "Has there been more than this one?" Stapes gave the mayor a stricken look. "Oh, Rand, I didn't want to trouble you. You were so bad for a time. Then you asked for the birds and had that terrible night. Then the next day one of them died." Looking down at the tiny bird in his hand, his words came faster and faster, almost tumbling over each other, too clumsy to be anything but sincere. "I didn't want to fill your head with talk of dying things, so I snuck it out and brought a new one in. Then you kept getting better, and they started falling 4 or 5 a day. Every time I looked, there would be another one lying in the bottom of the cage like a little cut flower, but you were doing so well, I didn't want to mention it." Stapes covered the dead Sipquick with a cupped hand. "It's like they were giving up their little souls to make you well again." Something inside the man suddenly gave way, and he began to cry. The deep, hopeless sobs of an honest man who has been frightened and helpless for a long time, watching the slow death of a well-loved friend. Alvaron stood motionless for a stunned moment, all the anger spilling out of him. Then he moved to put his arms gently around his manservant. "Oh, Stapes," he said softly. "They were, in a way. You haven't done anything you can be blamed for." I quietly left the room and busied myself removing the feeders from the gilded cage. An hour later, the 3 of us were eating a quiet supper together in the mayor's rooms. Alvaron and I told Stapes what had been happening over the last several days. Stapes was almost giddy, both at his master's health and at the knowledge it would continue to improve. As for myself, after suffering a few days under Alvaron's displeasure, being so suddenly in his good graces again was a relief. Nevertheless, I was shaken by how close to disaster I had been. I was honest with the mayor about my misguided suspicion of Stapes, and I offered the manservant my sincere apology. Stapes, in turn, admitted his doubts about me. In the end, we shook hands and thought much better of each other. As we were chatting over the last bites of supper, Stapes perked up, excused himself, and hurried out. "My outer door," the mayor explained. "He has ears like a dog. It's uncanny." Stapes opened the door to admit the tall man with the shaven head who had been looking over maps with Alvaron when I'd first arrived, Commander Dagon. As Dagon stepped into the room, his eyes flicked to each of the corners, to the window, to the other door, briefly over me, then back to the mayor. When his eyes touched me, all the deep feral instincts that had kept me alive on the streets of Tarbeen told me to run, hide, do anything so long as it took me far away from this man. "Ah, Dagon," the mayor said cheerily. "Are you well this fine day?" "Yes, Your Grace." He stood attentively, not quite meeting the mayor's eye. "Would you be good enough to arrest Cordicus for treason?" There was a half-heartbeat pause. "Yes, Your Grace." 8 men should be sufficient, providing they're not likely to panic in a complicated situation. "Yes, Your Grace." I began to sense subtle differences in Dagon's responses. "Alive?" Alvaron responded, as if answering a question. "But you needn't be gentle." "Yes, Your Grace." With that, Dagon turned to leave. I spoke up quickly. "Your Grace, if he's truly an arcanist, you ought to take certain precautions." I regretted the word ought as soon as I had said it. Ought was presumptuous. I should have said, "You may wish to consider taking certain precautions." Alvaron seemed to take no notice of my misstep. "Yes, of course. Set a thief to catch a thief. Dagon, before you settle him downstairs, bind him hand and foot with good iron chain, pure iron, mind you, gag and blindfold him." He thought for a brief moment, tapping his lips with a finger. and cut off his thumbs?
Yes, Your Grace.
Alvaron looked at me. Do you think that should be sufficient? I fought down a wave of nausea and forced myself not to wring my hands in my lap. I didn't know which I found more unsettling, the cheerful tone with which Alvaron delivered the commands, or the flat, emotionless one with which Dagon accepted them. A full arcanist was nothing to trifle with, but I found the thought of crippling the man's hands more horrifying than killing him outright. Dagon left, and after the door closed, Stapes shuddered. Good Lord, Rand. He's like cold water down the back of my neck. I wish you'd get rid of him. The mayor laughed. So someone else could have him? No, Stapes, I want him right here. My mad dog on a short leash. Stapes frowned, but before he could make anything more of it, his eyes were drawn through the doorway into the sitting room. Oh, there's another one. He walked to the cage and returned with another dead flit, holding its tiny body tenderly as he carried it out of the chambers. I know you needed to test the medicine on something, he said from the other room, but it's a little rough on the poor little Calanthus. Beg pardon? I asked. Our Stapes is old-fashioned, Alvaron explained with a smile, and more educated than he cares to admit. Calanthus is the Eldvintic name for them. I could swear I've heard that word somewhere else. It's also the surname of the royal line of Vintus, Alvaron said chidingly. For someone who knows so much, you're curiously blind in places. Stapes craned his neck to look toward the cage again. I know you had to do it, he said, but why not use mice? Or contest Faire's nasty little dog? Before I could answer, there was a thump from the outer rooms, and a guard burst through the inner door before Stapes could come to his feet.
Your Grace?
The man said breathlessly as he jumped to the room's only window and slammed the shutters. Next, he ran to the sitting room and did the same with the window in there. There followed other similar noises from rooms farther back I had never seen. There was a faint sound of furniture being moved. Stapes looked puzzled and half rose to his feet, but the mayor shook his head and motioned for him to sit down. Lieutenant, he called out, a tinge of irritation in his voice.
Beg pardon, Your Grace.
The guard said as he re-entered the room, breathing heavily.
Dagon's orders. I was to secure your room straight away.
I take it all is not well, Alvaron said dryly.
There was no answer from the tower when we knocked. Dagon had us force the door. There was, I know not what it was, Your Grace, some malignant spirit. Anders is dead, Your Grace. Cordicus is nowhere in his rooms, but Dagon is after him.
Alvaron's expression darkened. Damn! He thundered, striking the arm of his chair with a fist. His brow furrowed and he let out an explosive sigh. Ugh! Very well. He waved the guard away. The guard stood stiffly.
Sir, Dagon said I'm not to leave you unguarded.
Alvaron gave him a dangerous look. Very well, but stand over there. He pointed to the corner of the room. The guard appeared perfectly happy to fade into the background. Alvaron leaned forward, pressing the tips of his fingers to his forehead. How in the name of God did he suspect? The question seemed rhetorical, but it set the wheels of my mind spinning. Did your Grace pick up his medicine yesterday? Yes, I did everything the same as I had done in days past. Except you didn't send me to get your medicine, I thought to myself. Do you still have the vial? I asked. He did. Stapes brought it to me. I uncorked it and ran a finger along the inside of the glass. How does your Grace's medicine taste? I've told you, brackish, bitter. I watched the mayor's eyes go wide as I brought my finger to my mouth and touched it lightly to the tip of my tongue. Are you mad? Alvaron said incredulously. Sweet, I said simply. Then I rinsed my mouth with water and spat it as delicately as possible into an empty glass. I took a small folded packet of paper from a pocket in my vest, shook a small amount into my hand, and ate it, grimacing. What's that? Stapes asked. Ligulin, I lied, knowing the real answer. Charcoal would only provoke more questions. I took a mouthful of water and spat it out as well. This time it was black,
and Alvaron and Stapes stared at it, startled. I pulled ahead. Something must have made him suspect you were not taking your medicine, Your Grace. If it suddenly tasted different, you would have asked him. The mayor nodded. I saw him yesterday evening. He asked after my health. He beat his fist softly onto the arm of his chair. All the cursed luck. If he has any wit, he's been gone half a day. We'll never catch him. I thought about reminding him that if he had believed me from the first, none of this would have happened. Then I thought better of it. I'd advise
Better
your men
not.
to stay out of his tower, Your Grace. He's had time to prepare a great deal of mischief in there, traps and the like. The mayor nodded and passed his hand in front of his eyes. Yes, of course. See to it, Stapes. I believe I'll take a bit of rest. This business may take a while to sort out. I gathered myself to leave, but the mayor gestured me back into my seat. Quoth, stay a moment and make me a pot of tea before you go. Stapes rang for servants. While clearing the remains of our lunch away, they glanced at me curiously. Not only sitting in the mayor's presence, I was sharing a meal with him in his private chambers. This news would be rumored through the estate in under 10 minutes. After the servants left, I made the mayor another pot of tea. I was preparing to leave when he spoke over the top of his cup, too softly for the guard to overhear. Quoth, you have proved perfectly trustworthy, and I regret any doubts I briefly entertained about you. He sipped and swallowed before continuing. Unfortunately, I cannot allow news of a poisoning to spread, especially with the poisoner escaped. He gave me a significant look. It would interfere with the matter we discussed before. I nodded. Widespread knowledge that his own arcanist had nearly killed him would hardly help Alvaron win the hand of the woman he hoped to marry. He continued, unfortunately, this need for silence also precludes my giving you a reward you all too richly deserve. Were the situation different, I would consider the gift of lands mere token thanks. I would grant you title to this power my family still retains, free from the control of the king. My head reeled at the implication of what the mayor was saying as he continued. However, if I were to do such a thing, there would be need of explanation, and an explanation is the one thing I cannot afford. Alvaron extended his hand, and it took me a moment to realize he intended me to shake it. One does not typically shake hands with the Mayor Alvaron. I immediately regretted that the only person present to see it was the guard. I hoped he was a gossip. I took his hand solemnly, and Alvaron continued. I owe you a great debt. If you ever find yourself in need, you shall have at your command all the help a grateful lord can lend. I nodded graciously, trying to keep a calm demeanor despite my excitement. This was exactly what I had been hoping for. With the mayor's resources, I could make a concerted search for the Amir. He could get me access to monastery archives, private libraries, places where important documents hadn't been pruned and edited as they had in the university. But I knew this wasn't the proper time to ask. Alvaron had promised his help. I could simply bide my time and choose what type of help I wanted most. As I stepped outside the mayor's rooms, Stapes surprised me with a sudden, wordless embrace. The expression on his face couldn't have been more grateful if I'd pulled his family from a burning building. Young sir, I doubt you understand how much I'm in your debt. If there's anything you ever need, just make me wise of it. He gripped my hand, pumping it up and down enthusiastically. At the same time, I felt him press something into my palm. Then I was standing in the hallway. I opened my hand and saw a fine silver ring with Stapes' name etched across the face. Alongside it was a second ring that wasn't metal at all. It was smooth and white, and also had the manservant's name carved in rough letters across the surface of it. I had no idea what such a thing might signify. I made my way back to my rooms, almost dizzy with my sudden fortune. Chapter 65. A Beautiful Game. The next day, my meager belongings were moved to rooms the mayor deemed more suitable for someone firmly in his favor. There were 5 of them in all, 3 with windows overlooking the garden. It was a nice gesture, but I couldn't help but think that these rooms were even farther from the kitchens. My food would be as cold as a stone by the time it made its way to me. I'd barely been there an hour before a runner arrived bearing Braedon's silver ring and a card that read, "Your glorious new rooms. When?" I turned the card over, wrote, "As soon as you like," and sent the boy on his way. I placed his silver ring on a tray in my sitting room. The bowl next to it now had 2 silver rings glittering among the iron. I opened the door to see Braedon's dark eyes peering owlishly out at me from the halo of his white beard and hair. He smiled and bowed, his walking stick tucked under one arm. I offered him a seat, then excused myself politely and left him alone in the sitting room for a moment, as was the gracious thing to do. I was barely through the doorway before I heard his rich laugh coming from the other room. He said.
"Now there's a thing."
When I returned, Braedon was sitting by the tack board holding the 2 rings I had recently received from Stapes.
"This is certainly a turn for the books," he said. "Apparently I misjudged things yesterday when my runner was turned away from your door by an altogether surly guard."
I grinned at him.
"It's been an exciting couple of days," I said.
Braedon tucked his chin and chuckled, looking even more owlish than usual.
"I dare say,"
he said, holding up the silver ring.
"This tells quite a story. But this,"
he gestured to the white ring with his walking stick.
"this is something else entirely."
I pulled up a seat across from him.
"I'll be frank with you," I said. "I can only guess what it's made of, let alone what it signifies."
Braedon raised an eyebrow.
"That's remarkably forthright of you."
I shrugged. "I feel somewhat more secure in my position here," I admitted. "Enough that I can be a little less guarded with the people who have been kind to me."
He chuckled again as he laid the silver ring on the board.
"Secure," he said. "I dare say you are at that."
He picked up the white ring.
"Still, it's not odd that you wouldn't know about this."
"I thought there were just 3 types of rings," I said.
"That's true for the most part,"
Braedon said.
"but the giving of rings goes back quite a way. The common folk were doing it long before it became a game for the gentry. And while Stapes may breathe the rarefied air with the rest of us, his family is undeniably common."
Braedon set the white ring back onto the board and folded his hands over it.
"Those rings were made of things ordinary folk might find easily at hand. A young lover might give a ring of new green grass to someone he was courting. A ring of leather promises service, and so on."
"And a ring of horn?"
"A ring of horn shows enmity,"
Braedon said.
"Powerful and lasting enmity."
"Ah,"
I said, somewhat taken aback.
"I see."
Braedon smiled and held the pale ring up to the light.
"But this,"
he said,
"is not horn. The grain is wrong, and Stapes would never give a horn ring alongside a silver one."
He shook his head.
"No, unless I miss my guess, this is a ring of bone."
He handed it to me.
"Wonderful,"
I said glumly, turning it over in my hands.
"And that means what? That he'll stab me in the liver and push me down a dry well?"
Braedon gave me his wide, warm smile.
"A ring of bone indicates a profound and lasting debt."
"I see."
I rubbed it between my fingers.
"I have to say I prefer being owed a favor."
"Not just a favor,"
Braedon said.
"Traditionally, a ring such as this is carved from the bone of a deceased family member."
He raised an eyebrow.
"And while I doubt that is currently the case, it does get the point across."
I looked up, still slightly dazed by it all.
And that is that these things are not given lightly. It's not a part of games the gentry play, and not the sort of ring you should display.
He gave me a look.
If I were you, I'd tuck it safe away.
I put it carefully into my pocket. You've been such help, I said. I wish I could repay. He held up a hand, cutting me off mid-sentence. Then, moving with solemn care, he pointed one finger downward, made a fist, and rapped a knuckle on the surface of the tack board. I smiled and brought out the stones. I think I'm finally getting my teeth into the game, I said an hour later, after losing by the narrowest of margins. Braden pushed his chair away from the table with an expression of distaste.
No, he said, quite the opposite. You have the basics, but you are missing the whole point.
I began to sort out the stones. The point is that I'm finally close to beating you after all this time.
No,
Braden said.
That's not it at all. Tack is a subtle game. That's the reason I have such trouble finding people who can play it. Right now, you are stomping about like a thug. If anything, you're worse than you were 2 days ago.
Admit it, I said. I nearly had you that last time. He merely scowled and pointed imperiously to the table. I set to it with a will, smiling and humming, sure that today I would finally beat him. But nothing could be further from the truth. Braden set his stones ruthlessly, not a breath of hesitation between his moves. He tore me apart as easily as you rip a sheet of paper in half. The game was over so quickly, it left me breathless.
Again,
Braden said, a note of command in his voice I'd never heard before. I tried to rally, but the next game was worse. I felt like a puppy fighting a wolf. No, I was a mouse at the mercy of an owl. There was not even the pretense of a fight. All I could do was run. But I couldn't run fast enough. This game was over sooner than the last.
Again,
he demanded. And we played again. This time I was not even a living thing. Braden was calm and dispassionate as a butcher with a boning knife. The game lasted about the length of time it takes to gut and bone a chicken. At the end of it, Braden frowned and shook his hands briskly to both sides of the board, as if he had just washed them and was trying to flick them dry. Fine, I said, leaning back in my chair. I take your point. You've been going easy on me.
No,
Braden said with a grim look.
That is far gone from the point I am trying to make.
What then?
I am trying to make you understand the game, he said. The entire game, not just the fiddling about with stones. The point is not to play as tight as you can. The point is to be bold, to be dangerous, be elegant.
He tapped the board with 2 fingers.
Any man that's half awake can spot a trap that's laid for him, but to stride in boldly with a plan to turn it on its ear, that is a marvelous thing.
He smiled without any of the grimness leaving his face.
To set a trap and know someone will come in wary, ready with a trick of their own, then beat them, that is twice marvelous.
Braden's expression softened, and his voice became almost like an entreaty.
Tack reflects the subtle turning of the world. It is a mirror we hold to life. No one wins a dance, boy. The point of dancing is the motion that a body makes. A well-played game of tack reveals the moving of a mind. There is a beauty to these things for those with eyes to see it.
He gestured at the brief and brutal lay of stones between us.
Look at that. Why would I ever want to win a game such as this?
I looked down at the board. The point isn't to win, I asked.
The point, Braden said grandly, is to play a beautiful game.
He lifted his hands and shrugged, his face breaking into a beatific smile.
Why would I want to win anything other than a beautiful game?
Chapter 66. Within easy reach. Later that evening, I sat alone in what I guessed might be my drawing room, or perhaps my sitting room. Honestly, I wasn't entirely sure what the difference was. I was surprised to find I liked my new rooms quite a lot, not for the extra space, not because they had a better view of the garden, not because the inlay in the marble floor was more pleasing to the eye, not even because the room had its own exceptionally well-stocked wine cabinet, though that was quite pleasant. No, my new rooms were preferable because they had several cushioned armless chairs that were perfect for playing my lute. It's uncomfortable to play for any length of time in a chair with armrests. In my previous room, I'd usually ended up sitting on the floor. I decided to dub the room with the good chairs my lutery, or perhaps my performatory. I would need a while to come up with something suitably pretentious. Needless to say, I was pleased by the recent turn of events. By way of celebration, I opened a bottle of fine, dark Valoran wine, relaxed, and brought out my lute. I started quick and tripping, playing my way through Tintatatonin to limber up my fingers. Then I played sweet and easy for a time, slowly growing reacquainted with my lute. By the time I'd played for about half a bottle, I had my feet up and my music was mellow and content as a cat in a sunbeam. That's when I heard the noise behind me. I stopped in a jangle of notes and sprang to my feet, expecting Cordicus or the guards or some other deadly trouble. What I found was the mayor, smiling an embarrassed smile like a child that's just played a joke. "I trust your new rooms are to your satisfaction." I collected myself and made a small bow. "It's rather much for the likes of me, Your Grace." "It's rather little considering my debt to you," Alvaron said. He sat on a nearby couch and made a gracious gesture indicating I should feel free to take a seat myself. "What was that you were playing just now?" I returned to my chair. "It wasn't really a proper song, Your Grace. I was just playing." The mayor raised an eyebrow. "It was of your own devising?" I nodded, and he motioned to me. "I'm sorry to have interrupted you. Please continue." "What would you like to hear, Your Grace?" "I have it on good report that Mellow and Lackless is fond of music and sweet words," he said. "Something along those lines." "There are many types of sweet, Your Grace," I said. I played the opening to Violet Vide. The notes rang out light and sweet and sad. Then I changed to The Lay of Savian, my fingers moving quickly through the complex chording, making it sound every bit as hard as it was. Alvaron nodded to himself, his expression growing more satisfied as he listened. "And you can compose as well?" I nodded easily. "I can, Your Grace, though it takes time to do such things properly." "How much time?" I shrugged. A day or 2, or 3, depending on the sort of song you desire. Letters are easier." The mayor leaned forward. "It pleases me that Threep's praise was not exaggerated," he said. "I will admit I moved you to these rooms with more than gratitude in mind. A passage connects them to my own rooms. We will need to meet frequently in order to discuss my courting." "It should prove most convenient, Your Grace," I said, then chose my next words carefully. "I've learned her family's history, but that will only go so far toward courting a woman." Alvaron chuckled. "You must take me for a fool," he said gently. "I know you'll need to meet her. She will be here in 2 days, visiting with a host of other nobility. I have declared a month of festivities to celebrate the passing of my long illness." "Clever," I complimented him. He shrugged. "I'll arrange something to bring the 2 of you together early on. Is there anything you require for the practice of your art?" "A goodly amount of paper should suffice, Your Grace. Ink and pens. Nothing more than that." "I've heard tell of poets who need certain extravagances to aid them in their composition." He made an inarticulate gesture. "A specific type of drink or scenery. I've heard of a poet quite famous in Renere who has a trunk of rotting apples he keeps close at hand. Whenever his inspiration fails him, he opens it and breathes the fumes they emit." I laughed. "I am a musician, Your Grace. Leave the poets to their superstitious bone rattling."
All I need is my instruments, 2 good hands, and a knowledge of my subject. The idea seemed to trouble Alvaron. Nothing to aid your inspiration? I would have your leave to freely wander the estates and Sever and Low, according to my will, your grace. Of course. I gave an easy shrug. In that case, I have everything I need for inspiration within easy reach. I had barely set foot on Tinnery Street when I saw her. With all the fruitless searching I had done over the last several months, it seemed odd that I should find her so easily now. Denner moved through the crowd with slow grace, not the stiffness that passes for grace in courtly settings, but a natural leisure of movement. A cat does not think of stretching, it stretches. But a tree does not even do this. A tree simply sways without the effort of moving itself. That is how she moved. I caught up to her as quickly as I could without attracting her attention. "Excuse me, miss." She turned. Her face brightened at the sight of me. "Yes? I would never normally approach a woman in this way, but I couldn't help but notice that you have the eyes of a lady I was once desperately in love with."
Oh.
"It's a shame to love only once," she said, showing her white teeth in a wicked smile. "I've heard some men can manage twice, or even more." I ignored her jibe. "I am only a fool once, never will I love again." Her expression turned soft, and she laid her hand lightly on my arm. "You poor man. She must have hurt you terribly." "Truth, she wounded me more ways than one." "But such things are to be expected," she said matter-of-factly. "How could a woman help but love a man so striking as yourself?" "I know not," I said modestly, "but I think she must not, for she caught me with an easy smile, then stole away without a word, like dew in dawn's pale light. Like a dream upon waking," Denner added with a smile. "Like a fairy maiden slipping through the trees." Denner was silent for a moment. "She must have been wondrous indeed, to catch you so entire," she said, looking at me with serious eyes. "She was beyond compare." "Oh, come now." Her manner changed to jovial. "We all know that when the lights are out, all women are the same height." She gave a rough chuckle and ribbed me knowingly with an elbow. "Not true," I said with firm conviction. "Well," she said slowly, "I guess I'll have to take your word for it." She looked back up at me. "Perhaps in time you can convince me." I looked into the deep brown of her eyes. "That has ever been my hope." Denner smiled, and my heart stepped sideways in my chest. "Maintain it." She slid her arm inside the curve of mine and fell into step beside me. For without hope, what do any of us have? Chapter 67. Telling Faces. I spent a fair portion of the next 2 days under Stapes' tutelage, ensuring I knew the proper etiquette for a formal dinner. I was already familiar with a great deal of it from my early childhood, but I was glad for the review. Customs differ from place to place and year to year, and even small missteps can lead to great embarrassment. So Stapes conducted a dinner for just the 2 of us, then informed me of a dozen small but important mistakes I had made. Setting down a dirty utensil was considered crude, for example. That meant it was perfectly acceptable to lick one's knife clean. In fact, if you didn't want to dirty your napkin, it was the only seemly thing to do. It was improper to eat the entirety of a piece of bread. Some portion should always be left on the plate, preferably more than crust. The same was true of milk. The final swallow should always remain in the glass. The next day, Stapes staged another dinner, and I made more mistakes. Commenting on the food wasn't rude, but it was rustic. The same was true of smelling the wine, and apparently the small soft cheese I'd been served possessed a rind. A rind any civilized person would have recognized as inedible and meant to be pared away. Barbarian that I am, I had eaten all of it. It had tasted quite nice too,
Still, I took note of this fact and resigned myself to throw away half of a perfectly good cheese if it was set in front of me. Such is the price of civilization. I arrived for the banquet wearing a suit of clothes tailored just for the occasion. The colors were good for me, leaf green and black. There was too much brocade for my taste, but tonight I made a grudging bow to fashion as I would be seated to the left of Melowen Lackless. Stapes had staged 6 formal dinners for me in the last 3 days, and I felt prepared for anything. When I arrived outside the banquet hall, I expected the hardest part of the evening would be feigning interest in the food. But while I might have been prepared for the meal, I was not prepared for the sight of Melowen Lackless herself. Luckily, my stage training took hold, and I moved smoothly through the ritual motion of smiling and offering my arm. She nodded courteously, and we made our procession to the table together. There were tall candelabra with dozens of candles. Engraved silver pitchers held hot water for hand bowls and cold water for drinking glasses. Old vases with elaborate floral arrangements sweetened the air. Cornucopia overflowed with polished fruit. Personally, I found it gaudy, but it was traditional, a showcase for the wealth of the host. I walked the Lady Lackless to the table and held out her chair. I had avoided looking in her direction as we walked the length of the room, but as I helped her into her seat, her profile struck me with such a strong resemblance that I couldn't help but stare. I knew her. I was certain of it. But I couldn't for the life of me remember where we might have met. As I took my seat, I tried to guess where I might have seen her before. If the Lackless lands weren't 1,000 miles away, I would have thought I knew her from the university, but that was ridiculous. The Lackless heir wouldn't study so far from home. My eyes wandered over maddeningly familiar features. Might I have met her at the Aeolian? That didn't seem likely. I would have remembered. She was strikingly lovely, with a strong jaw and dark brown eyes. I'm sure if I'd seen her there.
Do you see aught that interests you?
She asked without turning to look at me. Her tone was pleasant, but accusation lay not far beneath the surface. I'd been staring. Hardly a minute at table, and I was already putting my elbow in the butter. I beg your pardon, but I am a keen observer of faces, and yours struck me. Melowen turned to look at me, her irritation fading a bit.
You... a Turagior?
Turagiors claim to be able to tell your personality or future from your face, eyes, and the shape of your head. Pure-blooded Vintic superstition.
I dabble a bit, milady. Really? What does my face tell you then?
She looked up and away from me. I made a show of looking over Melowen's features, taking note of her pale skin and artfully curled chestnut hair. Her mouth was full and red without the benefit of any paint. The line of her neck was proud and graceful. I nodded.
I can see a piece of your future in it, milady.
One of her eyebrows went up a bit.
Do tell. You will be receiving an apology shortly. Forgive my eyes, they flit like calanthus, place to place. I could not keep them from your fair flower face.
Melowen smiled, but did not blush. Not immune to flattery, but no stranger to it either. I tucked that bit of information away.
That was a fairly easy fortune to tell, she said. See you anything else?
I took another moment to search her face.
2 other things, milady. It tells me you are Melowen Lackless, and that I am at your service.
She smiled and gave me her hand to kiss. I took hold of it and bowed my head over it. I didn't actually kiss it, as would have been proper back in the Commonwealth. Instead, I pressed my lips briefly onto my own thumb that held her hand. Actually kissing her hand would have been terribly forward in this part of the world. Our banter was stalled by the arrival of the soups, 40 servants placing them before 40 guests all at once. I tasted mine. Why in God's name would anyone make a sweet soup? I ate another spoonful and pretended to enjoy it. From the corner of my eye, I watched my neighbor, a tiny older man I knew to be the Viceroy of Banis. His face and hands were wrinkled and spotted, his hair a disarrayed tousle of grey. I watched him put a finger into his soup without a hint of self-consciousness, taste it, then push the bowl aside. He rummaged in his pocket and opened his hand to show me what he'd found.
I always bring a pocket full of candy almonds to these things,
he said in a conspiratorial whisper, his eyes as cunning as a child's.
You never know what they'll try to feed you.
He held his hand out.
You can have one if you like.
I took one, thanked him, and faded from his awareness for the rest of the evening. When I glanced back several minutes later, he was eating unabashedly from his pocket and bickering with his wife about whether or not the peasantry could make bread from acorns. From the sound of it, I guessed it was a small piece of a larger argument that they had been having their entire lives. To Meluin's right, there was an Illish couple, chatting away in their own lilting language. Combined with strategically placed decorations that made it difficult to see the guests on the other side of the table, Meluin and I were more alone than if we had been walking together in the gardens. The mayor had arranged his seating well. The soup was taken away and replaced with a piece of meat I assumed was pheasant, covered in a thick cream sauce. I was surprised to find it quite to my taste.
So, how do you think we came to be paired?
Meluin asked conversationally.
Mr.
Quoth. I made a small seated bow. It could be because the mayor wished you to be entertained, and I am, at times, entertaining.
Right. What you need.
Or it could be I paid the steward an incredible sum of money. Her smile flickered again as she took a drink of water. Enjoys boldness, I thought to myself. I wiped my fingers and almost set the napkin on the table, which would have been a terrible mistake. That was a signal to remove whatever course was currently being served. Done too soon, it implied a silent but scathing criticism of the host's hospitality. I felt a bead of sweat begin to trickle down my back between my shoulder blades as I deliberately folded the napkin and laid it on my lap.
So how do you occupy yourself, Mr. Quoth?
She hadn't asked as to my employment, which meant she'd assumed I was a member of the nobility. Luckily, I'd already laid the groundwork for this. I write a bit, genealogies, a play or two. Do you enjoy the theatre?
Occasionally. Depending.
Depending on the play?
Depending on the performers,
she said, an odd tension touching her voice. I wouldn't have noticed it if I hadn't been watching her so closely. I decided to change the subject to safer ground. How did you find the roads on your way to Severin? I asked. Everyone loves to complain about the roads. It's as safe a topic as the weather. I heard there has been some difficulty with bandits to the north. I hoped to excite the conversation a little. The more she talked, the better I could get to know her.
The roads are always thick with rue bandits this time of year,
Meluin said coldly. Not just bandits. Rue bandits. She said the word with such a weight of cold loathing in her voice that I was chilled to hear it. She hated the rue. Not the simple distaste most people feel for us, but a true sharp hate with teeth in it. I was saved from making a response by the arrival of chilled fruit pastries. To my left, the viceroy argued acorns to his wife. To my right, Meluin slowly tore a strawberry pastry in half, her face as pale as an ivory mask. Watching her flawless, polished nails tear the pastry into pieces, I knew her thoughts were dwelling on the rue. Aside from her brief mention of the Adema rue, the evening went quite well. I slowly set Meluin at her ease, talking casually of small things. The elaborate dinner lasted 2 hours, giving us ample time for discussion. I found her to be everything Alvaron had suggested, intelligent, attractive, and well-spoken. Even the knowledge that she loathed the rue could not entirely keep me from enjoying her company. I returned to my room immediately after dinner and began to write. By the time the mayor came to call, I had 3 drafts of a letter, an outline of a song, and 5 sheets filled with notes and phrases I hoped to use later. "Come in, Your Grace." I glanced up as he entered. He hardly seemed the same sickly, doddering man I'd nursed back to health. He'd put on some weight and looked 5 years younger. "What did you think of her?" Alvaron said. "Did she mention any suitors when you spoke?" "No, Your Grace," I said, handing him a folded piece of paper. "Here is the first letter you will want to send to her. I trust you can find a way of delivering it to her secretly." He unfolded it and began to read, his lips moving silently. I labored out another line of song, scratching out the chording alongside the words. Eventually the mayor looked up. "Don't you think this is a little much?" he said uncomfortably. "No." I paused in my writing long enough to gesture with my pen toward a different piece of paper. "That one is too much. The one in your hand is just enough. She's got a streak of romance in her. She wants to be swept from her feet, though she'd probably deny it."
I got what you need.
The mayor's expression was still doubtful, so I pushed myself away from the table and set down my quill. "Your Grace, you were right. She is a woman well worthy of pursuit. In a handful of days, there will be a dozen men in the estates who would gladly take her to wife. Am I right?" "There are already a dozen here," he said grimly. "Soon there will be 3 dozen. Add another dozen she will meet at dinner or walking in the garden, then another dozen who will court her merely for the chase. Of those dozens, how many will write her letters and poems? They will send her flowers, trinkets, tokens of affection. Soon she will be receiving a deluge of attention. You have one best hope." I pointed to the letter. "Act quickly. That letter will catch her imagination, her curiosity. In a day or two, when the other notes are cluttering her desk, she will already be awaiting the second one of yours." He seemed to hesitate a moment. Then his shoulders bowed. "Are you sure?" I shook my head. "There are no certainties in this, Your Grace. Only hopes. That is the best one I can give you." Alvaron hesitated. "I know nothing of this," he said with a hint of petulance. "I wish there was some book of rules a man could follow." For a moment he looked very much like an ordinary man, and very little like the Mayor Alvaron at all. Truthfully, I was more than slightly concerned myself. What I personally knew about courting women could comfortably fit into a thimble without taking it off your finger first. On the other hand, I had a vast wealth of secondary knowledge. 10,000 romantic songs, plays, and stories taken all together had to be worth something. And on the negative side, I'd seen Simon pursue nearly every woman within 3 miles of the university with the doomed enthusiasm of a child trying to fly. What's more, I had watched 100 men dash themselves to pieces against Denner like ships attempting to ignore the tide. Alvaron looked at me, his face still showing honest concern. "Will a month be enough time, do you think?" When I spoke, I was surprised by the confidence in my own voice. "Your Grace, if I cannot help you catch her in the space of a month, then it cannot be done." Chapter 68. The Cost of a Loaf. The days that followed were pleasant ones. My sunlight hours were spent with Denner and Severin Lowe, exploring the city and surrounding countryside.
Wow.
We spent time riding, swimming, singing, or simply talking the afternoons away. I flattered her outrageously and without hope, because only a fool would hope to catch her. Then I would return to my rooms and pen the letter that had been building inside me all day. Or I would pour out a torrent of song to her, and in that letter or song I said all the things I hadn't dared to tell Denner during
There
the
are
day,
all
things I
T-Rexes.
knew would only frighten her away. After I finished the letter or the song, I would write it again. I would dull its edges a little, remove an honesty or two. I slowly smoothed and stitched until it fit Mellow and Lackless as snugly as a calfskin glove. It was idyllic. I had better luck finding Denner in Severin than I ever had in Imre. We met for hours at a stretch, sometimes more than once a day, sometimes 3 or 4 days in a row. Though in the interests of honesty, things were not perfect. There were a few burrs in the blanket, as my father used to say.
Time is money,
The first was a young gentleman named Jared, who accompanied Denna on one of our early meetings down in Severn Low. He didn't know her as Denna, of course. He called her Allura. So did I, for the rest of the day. Jared's face held the doomed expression I had come to know very well. He had known Denna long enough to fall for her, and he was just beginning to realize his time was drawing to an end. I watched as he made the same mistakes I'd seen others make before him. He put his arm around her possessively. He gave her the gift of a ring. As we strolled the city, if her eye focused on anything for more than 3 seconds, he offered to buy it for her. He tried to pin her down with a promise of some future meeting. A dance at the de Faire's manse, dinner at the Golden Board, the Tenpenny King was being performed tomorrow by Count Abelard's men. Individually, any of these things would have been fine, perhaps even charming, but taken together they showed themselves as pure white-knuckled desperation. He clutched at Denna as if he were a drowning man and she a plank of wood. He glared at me when she wasn't watching, and when Denna bid the two of us goodbye that evening, his face was drawn and white as if he were already 2 days dead. The second burr was worse. After I'd been helping the mayor court his lady for almost 2 span, Denna disappeared. No trace or word of warning. No note of farewell or apology. I waited for 3 hours at the livery where we'd agreed to meet. After that, I went to her inn, only to find that she had left with all her things the night before. I went to the park, where we had taken lunch the previous day, then to a dozen other places where we'd made a habit of each other's company. It was near midnight by the time I took the lifts back to the top of the sheer. Even then, some foolish part of me hoped she would greet me at the top, rushing into my arms again with her wild enthusiasm. But she wasn't there. That night I wrote no letter or song for Meluan. The second day I ghosted through Severn Low for hours, worried and wounded. Later that night in my rooms, I sweated and cursed and crumpled my way through 20 sheets of paper before I arrived at 3 brief, half-tolerable paragraphs which I gave to the mayor to do with as he wished. The third day, my heart sat like a stone in my chest. I tried to finish the song I'd been writing for the mayor, but nothing worthwhile came of my efforts. For the first hour, the notes I played were leaden and lifeless. The second hour, they grew discordant and faltering. I pressed on until every sound my lute made grated like a knife against teeth. I finally let my poor, tortured lute fall silent, remembering something my father had said long ago. Songs choose their hour and their own season. When your tunes tin, there is a reason. The tone of a tune is your heart's metal, and there's no clear water from a muddy well. All you can do is let the silt settle, or you'll sound sour as a broken bell. I lowered my lute into its case, knowing the truth of it. I needed a few days before I could productively return to courting Meluan on the mayor's behalf. The work was too delicate to force or fake. On the other hand, I knew the mayor would not be pleased with the delay. I needed a diversion. And since the mayor was too clever by half, it needed to be at least halfway legitimate. I heard the telltale sigh of air that signaled the mayor's secret passage opening in my dressing room. I made sure I was pacing anxiously by the time he came through the doorway. Alvaron had continued to put on weight in the last 2 span, and his face was no longer hollow and drawn. He cut quite a figure in his finery, a creamy ivory shirt and stiff jacket of deep sapphire blue. "I got your message," he said brusquely. "Have you finished the song, then?" I turned to face him. "No, Your Grace, something more important than the song has come to my attention." "As far as you're concerned, there is nothing more important than the song," the mayor said firmly, tugging the cuff of his shirt to straighten it. "I've heard from several people that Meluan was greatly pleased with the first 2. You should focus the whole of your efforts in that direction." "Your Grace, I am well aware that—" "Out with it," Alvaron said impatiently, glancing at the face of the tall gear clock that stood in the corner of the room. "I have appointments to keep."
Your life is in further danger from Cordicus. I'll give this to the mayor. He could have made his living on the stage. The only break in his composure was a brief hesitation as he tugged his other cuff into place. And how is that? He asked, apparently unconcerned. There are ways for him to harm you other than poison. Things that can be done from a distance. A spell, you mean? Alvaron said. He means to conjure up a sending and send it to bedevil me. Telu, anyway, spells and sendings. It was easy to forget this intelligent, subtle, and otherwise educated man was little better than a child when it came to arcane matters. He probably believed in fairies and the walking dead, poor fool. However, attempting to re-educate him would be tiresome and counterproductive. There is a chance of that, Your Grace, as well as other more direct threats. He dropped some of his unconcerned pose and looked me in the eye. What could be more direct than a sending? The mayor was not the sort of man to be moved through words alone, so I picked up an apple from a bowl of fruit and polished it on my sleeve before handing it to him. Would you hold this for a moment, Your Grace? He took it suspiciously. What's this about, then? I walked over to where my lovely burgundy cloak hung on the wall and retrieved a needle from one of its many pockets. I'm showing you the sort of thing Cordicus is capable of, Your Grace. I held out my hand for the apple. He gave it back, and I looked it over. Holding it at an angle to the light, I saw what I'd hoped for, smudged onto the glossy skin of the apple. I muttered a binding, focused my alar, and pushed the needle into the center of the blurry imprint his forefinger had made on the apple's skin. Alvaron twitched and made an inarticulate noise of surprise, staring at his hand as if it had been unexpectedly, say, pricked with a pin. I'd half expected him to rebuke me, but he did nothing of the sort. His eyes went wide, his face pale, then his expression grew thoughtful as he watched the bead of blood swell on the pad of his finger. He licked his lips and slowly put his finger into his mouth. I see, he said quietly. Such things can be guarded against? It wasn't really a question. I nodded, keeping my expression grave. Somewhat, Your Grace. I believe I can create a charm to protect you. I only regret I didn't think of this sooner, but with one thing and another. Yes, the mayor waved me into silence. And what will you require for such a charm? It was a layered question. On the surface, he was asking what materials I would need. But the mayor was a practical man. He was asking me my price as well. The workshop in Cordicus's tower should have the equipment I need, Your Grace. What materials he doesn't have on hand, I should be able to find in Severin, given time. Then I paused, considering the second portion of his question, thinking of the 100 things the mayor could grant me. Money enough to swim in, a newly crafted loot of the sort only kings could afford. I felt a shock run through me at the thought. An antresol lute. I'd never even seen one, but my father had. He'd played one once in Annalyn, and sometimes when he'd had a cup of wine, he would talk about it, his hands making gentle shapes in the air. The mayor could arrange this sort of thing in the blink of an eye. All that and more, of course. Alvaron could arrange access to 100 private libraries. A formal patronage would be no small thing either, coming from him. The mayor's name would open doors as quickly as the king's. There are a few things, I said slowly, that I have been hoping to discuss with Your Grace. I have a project I need assistance to pursue properly, and I have a friend, a talented musician, who could use a well-placed patron. I trailed off meaningfully. Alvaron nodded, his grey eyes showing he understood. The mayor was no fool. He knew the cost of a loaf. I'll have Stapes get you the keys to Cordicus's tower, he said. How long will this charm take to produce? I paused as if considering. At least 4 days, Your Grace. That will give me time for the muddy waters of my creative well to clear, or time for Denna to return from whatever errand had pulled her suddenly away. If I was sure of his equipment, it could be sooner, but I will have to move carefully. I don't know what Cordicus might have done to foul things before he fled. Alvaron frowned at this. Will you be able to continue your current projects as well? No, Your Grace. It will be rather exhausting and time-consuming, especially since I'm assuming you'd prefer I be circumspect while gathering my materials in Severin Low. Yes, of course. He exhaled hard through his nose. Damn and bother. Things were going so well. Who can I bring in to write letters while you're occupied? He said the last musingly, mostly to himself. I needed to nip that thought in the bud. I did not want to share credit for Meluin's courtship with anyone. I don't think that will be necessary, Your Grace. 7 or 8 days ago, perhaps, but now, as you say, we have her interest. She's excited, eager for the next contact. If a few days pass with nothing from us, she will be disappointed, but more importantly, she will be anxious for the return of your attention. The mayor smoothed his beard with one hand, his expression pensive. I considered making a comparison to playing a fish on a line, but I doubted the mayor had ever engaged in anything so rustic as fishing. Not to presume, Your Grace, but in your younger days, did you ever attempt to win the affection of a young lady? Alvaron smiled at my careful phrasing. You may presume. Which did you find more interesting? The ones who leapt to your arms straight away, or those who were more difficult, reluctant, even indifferent to your pursuit? The mayor's eyes were far away with remembering. The same is true of women. Some cannot bear it when a man clings to them, and they all appreciate space to make their own choices. It's hard to long for something that is always there. Alvaron nodded. There is some truth in that. Absence feeds affection. He nodded more firmly. Very well, 3 days. He glanced at the gear clock again. And now I must be... One final thing, Your Grace, I said quickly. The charm I will make must be tuned specifically to you. It will require some of your cooperation. I cleared my throat. More precisely, some of your... I cleared my throat. Substance. Speak plainly. A small amount of blood, saliva, skin, hair, and urine. I sighed internally, knowing that to someone of superstitious Vintic mindset, this would sound like a recipe for ascending or some other equally ridiculous thing. As I'd expected, the mayor's eyes narrowed at the list. While I am no expert, he said slowly, those seem to be the very things I should avoid parting with. How can I trust you? I could have protested my loyalty, pointed out my past service, or brought to his attention that I'd already saved his life. But over the last month, I'd come to know how the mayor's mind worked. I gave him my best knowing smile. You are an intelligent man, Your Grace. I'm sure you know the answer without my telling you. He returned my smile. Humor me, then. I shrugged. You're of no use to me if you're dead, Your Grace. His grey eyes searched mine for a moment, then nodded, satisfied. Very true. Send a message when you need those things. He turned to leave. 3 days. Chapter 69. Such madness. I made several trips to Severin Low to gather materials for Alvaron's gram. Raw gold, nickel and iron, coal and etching acids. I acquired the money for these purchases by selling off various pieces of equipment from Cordicus's workshop. I could have asked the mayor for money, but I'd rather he thought of me as independently resourceful
rather than an ongoing financial drain. Quite by coincidence, in the course of this buying and selling, I visited many of the places Denner and I had spent time together. I'd grown so accustomed to finding her that now I caught glimpses of her when she wasn't there. Every day my hopeful heart rose at the sight of her turning a corner, stepping into a cobbler's, raising her hand to wave from across a courtyard. But it was never truly her, and I returned to the mayor's estate each evening more desolate than the day before. Making things worse was the fact that Braden had left Severin several days ago to visit some nearby relatives. I didn't realize how much I'd come to depend on him until he was gone. As I've already said, a gram is not particularly difficult to make if you have the proper equipment, a skamer, and an ally like a blade of Ramston steel. The metalworking tools in Cordicus's tower were serviceable, though nowhere near as nice as those in the fishery. The skamer was no difficulty either, as I have a good memory for such things. While I was working on the mayor's gram, I started a second one to replace the one I'd lost. Unfortunately, given the relatively crude nature of the equipment I was working with, I didn't have time to finish it properly. I finished the mayor's gram 3 days after talking to the mayor, 6 days after Denner's sudden disappearance. The following day, I abandoned my pointless searching and planted myself in one of the open-air cafes, where I drank coffee and tried to find inspiration for the song I owed the mayor. 10 hours I spent there, and the only act of creation I accomplished was to magically transform nearly a gallon of coffee into marvelous aromatic piss. That night, I drank an unwise amount of scutton and fell asleep at my writing desk. Mellowin's song was still unfinished. The mayor was less than pleased. Denner reappeared on the 7th day as I wandered our haunts in Severn Low. Despite all my searching, she saw me first and ran laughing to my side, excited to tell me about a song she'd heard the day before. We spent the day together as easily as if she'd never left. I didn't ask her about her unexplained disappearance. I'd known Denner for more than a year now, and I understood a few of the hidden turnings of her heart. I knew she valued her privacy. I knew she had secrets. That night we were in a small garden that ran along the very edge of the sheer. We sat on a wooden bench looking out over the dark city below, a messy splay of lamplight, streetlight, gaslight, with a few rare sharp points of sympathy light scattered throughout. "I am sorry, you know," she said softly. We'd been sitting quietly watching the lights of the city for nearly a quarter of an hour. If she was continuing some previous conversation, I couldn't remember what it was. "Beg pardon?" When Denner didn't say anything immediately, I turned to look at her. There was no moon, and the night was dark. Her face was dimly illuminated by the 1,000 lights below. "Sometimes I leave," she said at last. "Quick and quiet in the night." Denner didn't look at me as she spoke, keeping her dark eyes fixed on the city below. "It's what I do," she continued, her voice quiet. "I leave. No word or warning first. No explanation after. Sometimes it's the only thing that I can do." She turned to meet my eyes then, her face serious in the dim light. "I hope you know without my telling you," she said. "I hope I don't need to say it." Denner turned back to look at the glimmering lights below. "But for what it's worth, I'm sorry." We sat for a while then, enjoying a comfortable silence. I wanted to say something. I wanted to say it didn't bother me, but that would be a lie. I wanted to tell her all that really mattered to me was that she came back. But I was worried that might be too much truth. So rather than risk saying the wrong thing, I said nothing. I knew what happened to the men who clung to her too tightly. That was the difference between me and the others. I did not clutch at her, try to own her. I did not slip my arm around her, murmur in her ear, or kiss her unsuspecting cheek. Certainly I thought of it. I still remembered the warmth of her when she had thrown her arms around me near the horse slit. There were times I would have given my right hand to hold her again. But then I thought of the faces of the other men when they realized Denna was leaving them. I thought of all the others who had tried to tie her to the ground and failed. So I resisted showing her the songs and poems I had written, knowing that too much truth can ruin a thing. And if that meant she wasn't entirely mine, what of it? I would be the one she would always return to without fear of recrimination or question. So I did not try to win her, and contented myself with playing a beautiful game. But there was always a part of me that hoped for more, and so there was a part of me that was always a fool. Days passed, and Denna and I explored the streets of Severn. We lounged in cafes, attended plays, went riding. We climbed the face of the sheer using the low road just to say we'd done it. We visited the dock markets, a traveling menagerie, and several curiosity cabinets. Some days we did nothing but sit and talk, and on those days nothing filled our conversations as much as music. We spent countless hours discussing the craft of it, how songs fit together, how chorus and verse play against each other, about tone and mode and meter. These were things I'd learned at an early age and thought about often. And though Denna was new to this study, in some ways that worked to her advantage. I'd learned about music since before I could talk. I knew 10,000 rules of melody and verse better than I knew the backs of my own hands. Denna didn't. In some ways this hampered her, but in other ways it made her music strange and marvelous. I'm doing a poor job of explaining this. Think of music as being a great snarl of a city like Tarbeen. In the years I spent living there, I came to know its streets. Not just the main streets, not just the alleys. I knew shortcuts and rooftops and parts of the sewers. Because of this, I could move through the city like a rabbit in a bramble. I was quick and cunning and clever. Denna, on the other hand, had never been trained. She knew nothing of shortcuts. You'd think she'd be forced to wander the city, lost and helpless, trapped in a twisting maze of mortared stone. But instead, she simply walked through the walls. She didn't know any better. Nobody had ever told her she couldn't. Because of this, she moved through the city like some fairy creature. She walked roads no one else could see, and it made her music wild and strange and free. In the end, it took 23 letters, 6 songs, and though it shames me to say it, 1 poem. There was more to it than that, of course. Letters alone cannot win a woman's heart. Alvaron did a fair piece of his own courting, and after he revealed himself as Meluan's anonymous suitor, he did the lion's share of the work, slowly wooing Meluan to his side with the gentle reverence he felt for her. But my letters caught her attention. My songs brought her close enough for Alvaron to work his slow, garrulous charm. Even so, I can take only a small piece of credit for the letters and songs, and as for the poem, there is only one thing in the world that could move me to such madness. Chapter 70. Clinging. I met Denna outside her inn on Chalkers Lane, a little place called the Four Tapers. As I turned the corner and saw her standing in the light cast by a lantern hanging above the front door, I felt an upwelling of joy at the simple pleasure of being able to find her when I went looking. "I got your note," I said. "Imagine my delight." Denna smiled and made a one-handed curtsy. She was wearing a skirt, not a complicated dress of the sort a noblewoman would wear, but a simple sweep of fabric you could wear while bucking hay or going to a barn dance. "I wasn't sure you would be able to make it," she said. "It being past the hour most civilized folk have taken to their beds."
I'll admit I was surprised, I said. If I was the sort of man to pry, I would wonder what kept you occupied until this most unseemly hour. Business, she said with a dramatic sigh. A meeting with my patron. He's in town again? I asked. She nodded. And he wanted to meet you at midnight? I asked. That's odd. Denner stepped out from under the inn sign, and we began to walk down the street together. The hand that holds the purse, she said, giving a helpless shrug. Odd times and inconvenient places are the rule with Master Ash. Some part of me suspects he might simply be some lonely noble bored with ordinary patron. I wonder if it adds some spice for him, pretending he's meshed in some dark intrigue instead of just commissioning some songs from me. So, what do you have planned for tonight? I asked. Only to pass time in your lovely company, Denner said, reaching out and linking her arm with mine. In that case, I said, I have something to show you. It's a surprise, you'll have to trust me. I've heard each of those a dozen times. Denner's dark eyes glittered wickedly, but never all together and never from you. She smiled. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and save my world-weary jibes for later. Take me where you will. So we made our way to Severn High by way of the horse lifts, where we both gawked at the lights of the nighttime city below, like the low-born cretins we were. I took her on a long stroll through cobblestone streets, past shops and small gardens. Then we left the buildings behind, climbed over a low wooden fence, and moved toward the dark shape of an empty barn. At this, Denner was no longer able to keep quiet. Well, you've done it, she said. You've surprised me. I grinned at her, and continued to lead the way into the dark of the barn. It was full of the smell of hay and absent animals. I led her to a ladder that disappeared into the dark above our heads. A hayloft? She demanded, her voice incredulous. She stopped walking and gave me an odd, curious look. You obviously have me mistaken for a 14-year-old farm girl named, Her mouth worked soundlessly for a moment. Something rustic. Greta? I suggested. Yes, she said. You obviously have me mistaken for a low-bodiced farm girl named Greta. Rest assured, I said. If I were going to try to seduce you, this isn't the way I would go about it. Is that so? She said, running her hand through her hair. Her fingers began to idly twine her hair into a braid. Then she stopped and brushed it out. In that case, what are we doing here? You mentioned how much you enjoyed gardens, I said, and Alvaron's gardens are particularly fine. I thought you might enjoy a turnabout the place. In the middle of the night, Denner said. A charming moonlit stroll, I corrected. There's no moon tonight, she pointed out, or if there is, it's barely a slender sliver. Be that as it may, I said, refusing to be daunted, how much moonlight does one actually need to enjoy the smell of gently blooming jasmine? In the hayloft, Denner said, her voice thick with disbelief. The hayloft is the easiest way onto the roof, I said, thence into the mayor's estates, thence to the garden. If you're in the mayor's employ, she said, why not simply ask him to let you in? Ah, I said dramatically, holding up a finger, therein lies the adventure. There are 100 men who could simply take you strolling in the mayor's gardens, but there is only one who can sneak you in. I smiled at her. What I'm offering you, Denner, is a singular opportunity. She grinned at me. You know my secret heart so well. I extended my hand as if I were about to assist her into a carriage. Milady? Denner took my hand, then stopped as soon as she put her foot onto the first rung of the ladder. Hold on. You aren't being genteel. You're trying to get a look at my dress. I gave her my best offended look, pressing my hand to my chest. Lady, as a gentleman, I assure you, she swatted me. You've already told me you're not a gentleman, she said. You're a thief, and you're trying to steal a look. She stepped back and made a parody of my courtly gesture of a moment before. My lord. We made our way through the hayloft, onto the roof, and into the garden. The sharp sliver of moon above us was as thin as a whisper,
so pale that it did nothing to dim the light of the stars. The gardens were surprisingly quiet for such a warm and lovely night. Ordinarily, even at this late hour, couples would be strolling the paths or murmuring to each other on the bower benches. I wondered if some ball or courtly function had pulled them all away. The mayor's gardens were vast, with curving paths and cunningly placed hedges making them seem larger still. Denner and I walked side by side, listening to the sigh of the wind through the leaves. It was like we were the only people in the world. "I don't know if you remember," I said softly, not wanting to intrude upon the silence. "A conversation we had some time ago. We talked of flowers." "I remember," she said just as softly. "You said you thought all men had got their lessons in courting from the same worn book." Denner laughed quietly, more emotion than a sound. She put her hand to her mouth. "Oh, I'd forgotten I did say that, didn't I?" I nodded. "You said they all brought you roses." "They still do," she said. "I wish they would find a new book." "You made me pick a flower that would suit you better," I said. She smiled up at me shyly. "I remember. I was testing you." Then she frowned. "But you got the better of me by picking one I'd never heard of, let alone seen." We turned a corner, and the path led toward the dark green tunnel of an arching bower. "I don't know if you've seen them yet," I said, "but here is your Sellas flower." There were only stars lighting our way, the moon so slender it was almost no moon at all. Under the trellis it was as dark as Denner's hair. Our eyes were wide and stretching to the dark, and where the starlight slanted through the leaves, they showed hundreds of Sellas blossoms yawning open in the night. If the scent of Sellas were not so delicate, it would have been overpowering. "Oh," Denner sighed, looking around with wide eyes. Under the bower, her skin was brighter than the moon. She reached out her hands to both sides. "They're so soft." We walked in silence. All around us, Sellas vines wove themselves around the trellis, clinging to the wood and wire, hiding their faces from the nighttime sky. When eventually we came out the other side, it seemed as bright as daylight. The silence stretched until I started to grow uncomfortable. "So, now you know your flower," I said. "It seemed a shame you'd never seen one. They're rather difficult to cultivate from what I've heard." "Perhaps they do suit me then," Denner said softly, looking down. "I don't take root easily." We continued walking until the path turned and hid the bower behind us. "You treat me better than I deserve," Denner said at last. I laughed at the ridiculousness of that. Only respect for the silence of the garden kept it from rolling out of me in a great booming laugh. Instead, I stifled it as much as possible, though the effort threw me off my stride and made me stumble. Denner watched me from a step away, a smile spreading across her mouth. Eventually, I caught my breath. "You who sang with me the night I won my pipes. You who have given me the finest gift I ever did receive." A thought occurred to me. "Did you know," I said, "that your lute case saved my life?" The smile spread and grew, as wide as a flower. "Did it now?" "It did," I said. "I cannot ever hope to treat you as well as you deserve. Given what I owe you, this is but the smallest payment." "Well, I think it is a lovely start." She looked up at the sky and drew a long, deep breath. "Oh, I've always liked moonless nights best. It's easier to say things in the dark. It's easier to be yourself." She began walking again, and I fell into step beside her. We passed a fountain, a pool, a wall of pale jasmine open to the night. We crossed a small stone bridge that led us back among the shelter of the hedges. "You could put your arm around me, you know," she said matter-of-factly. "We are walking in the gardens alone, in the moonlight, such as it is."
Denna looked sideways at me, the side of her mouth quirking upward. Such things are permitted, you realize. Her sudden change in manner caught me off my guard. Since we had met in Severin, I had courted her with wild, hopeless pageantry, and she had matched me without missing a beat. Each flattery, each witticism, each piece of playful banter she returned to me, not in an echo but a harmony. Our back and forth had been like a duet. But this was different. Her tone was less playful and more plain. It was so sudden a change that I was at a loss for words. 4 days ago I turned my foot on that loose flagstone, she said softly. Remember? We were walking on Mincet Lane. My foot slipped and you caught me almost before I knew that I was stumbling. It made me wonder how closely you must be watching me to see something like that. We turned a corner in the path, and Denna continued to speak without looking up at me. Her voice was soft and musing, almost as if she were talking to herself. You had your hands on me then, sure as anything, steadying me. You almost had your arm around me. It would have been so easy for you then, a matter of inches. But when I got my feet beneath me, you took your hands away. No hesitation, no lingering. Nothing I might take amiss. She started to turn her face to me, then stopped and looked down again. It's quite a thing, she said. There are so many men, all endlessly attempting to sweep me off my feet. And there is one of you, trying just the opposite, making sure my feet are firm beneath me, lest I fall. Almost shyly, she reached out. When I moved to take your arm, you accepted easily. You even lay your hand on mine as if to keep it there. She explained my movement exactly as I was making it, and I fought to keep the gesture from becoming suddenly awkward. But that's all. You never presume. You never push. Do you know how strange that is to me? We looked at each other for a moment, there, in the silent moonlight garden. I could feel the heat of her standing close to me, her hand clinging to my arm. Inexperienced as I was with women, even I could read this cue. I tried to think of what to say, but I could only wonder at her lips. How could they be so red as this? Even the cellus was dark in the faint moonlight. How were her lips so red? Then Denna froze. Not that we were moving much, but in a moment she went from motionless to still, cocking her head like a deer straining to catch a half-heard sound. Someone's coming, she said. Come on! Clinging to my arm, she pulled me off the path, over a stone bench, and through a low, narrow gap in the hedges. We finally came to rest in the center of some thick bushes. There was a convenient hollow where we both had room to crouch. Thanks to the work of the gardeners, there was no undergrowth to speak of, no dry leaves or twigs to crackle or snap under our hands and knees. In fact, the grass in this sheltered place was as thick and soft as any lawn. There are 1,000 girls who could walk with you along the moonlit garden paths, Denna said breathlessly. But there's only one who will hide in the shrubbery with you. She grinned at me, her voice bubbling with amusement. Denna peered out of the hedge toward the path, and I looked at her. Her hair fell like a curtain down the side of her head, and the tip of her ear was peeking out through it. It was, at that moment, the most lovely thing that I had ever seen. Then I heard the faint grit of footsteps on the path. The soft sound of voices came sifting through the hedge, a man and a woman. After a moment, they came walking around the corner, arm in arm. I recognized them immediately. I turned and leaned close, breathing softly into Denna's ear. That's the mayor, I said. And his young lady love. Denna shivered, and I shrugged out of my burgundy cloak, draping it over her shoulders. I peered back out at the two of them. As I watched, Meluin laughed at something he said, and rested her hand atop his on her arm. I doubted he'd have much more need of my services if they were already on such familiar terms as that. Not for you, my dear, I heard the mayor say clearly as they passed near us. You shall have nothing but roses. Denna turned to look at me, her eyes wide. She pressed both her hands against her mouth to stifle her laughter.
In another moment, they were past us, strolling slowly along, walking in step. Denna removed her hands and took several deep, shuddering breaths.
He has a copy of the same worn book,
she said, her eyes dancing. I couldn't help but smile.
apparently. So that's the mayor?
She said quietly, her dark eyes peering between the leaves.
He's shorter than I imagined.
Would you like to meet him? I asked. I could introduce you.
Oh, that would be lovely,
she said with a gentle edge of mockery. She chuckled, but when I didn't join her laughter, she looked up at me and stopped.
You're serious?
She cocked her head to one side, her expression trapped between amusement and confusion.
We probably shouldn't burst out of the hedge at him, I admitted, but we could come out on the other side and loop around to meet him.
I gestured with my hand at the route we could take.
I'm not saying he'll invite us to dinner or anything, but we can make a polite nod as we pass him on the path.
Denna continued to stare at me, her eyebrows furrowing in the faint beginning of a frown.
You're serious?
She repeated.
What do you...
I stopped, as I realized what her expression meant.
You thought I was lying about working for the mayor,
I said.
You thought I was lying about being able to invite you in here. Men tell stories,
she said dismissively.
They like to brag a bit. I didn't think any less of you for telling me a bit of a tall tale. I wouldn't lie to you,
I said, then reconsidered.
No, that's not the truth. I would. You're worth lying for, but I wasn't. You're worth telling the truth for, too.
Denna gave me a fond smile.
That's harder to come by anyway. So would you like to?
I asked.
Meet him, I mean?
She looked out of the hedge toward the path.
No.
When she shook her head, her hair moved like drifting shadows.
I believe you. There's no need.
She looked down.
Besides, I've got grass stains on my dress. What would he think?
I've got leaves in my hair, I admitted.
I know exactly what he would think.
We stepped out from the hedge. I picked the leaves out of my hair, and Denna brushed her hands down the front of her skirt, wincing a bit as she moved over the grass stain. We made our way back onto the path and started walking again. I thought of putting my arm around her, but didn't. I was no good judge of these things, but it seemed the moment had passed. Denna looked up as we passed a statue of a woman picking a flower. She sighed.
Oh, it was more exciting when I didn't know I had permission,
she admitted with a little regret in her voice.
It always is.
I agreed. Chapter 71. Interlude. The thrice-locked chest. Kvothe raised his hand, motioning Chronicler to stop. The scribe wiped the nib of his pen on a nearby cloth and rolled his shoulder stiffly. Wordlessly, Kvothe brought out a worn deck of cards and began to deal them around the table. Bast picked up his cards and looked them over curiously. Chronicler frowned. What? Footsteps sounded on the wooden landing outside, and the door to the Waystone Inn opened, revealing a bald, thick-bodied man wearing an embroidered jacket.
Mayor Lance,
the innkeeper said, putting down his cards and getting to his feet.
What can I do for you? A drink?
A bite to eat?
A glass of wine would be quite welcome,
the mayor said as he moved into the room.
Do you have any red Grimsby in?
The innkeeper shook his head. I'm afraid not, he said. The roads, you know, it's hard to keep things in stock. The mayor nodded.
I'll take anything red then, he said. But I won't pay more than a penny for it, mind you.
Of course not, sir, the innkeeper said, solicitously wringing his hands a bit. Anything to eat?
Nope,
the bald man said.
I'm actually here to make use of the scribe. I thought I'd wait until things quieted down a bit so we could have some privacy.
He looked around the empty room.
I don't imagine you'd mind my borrowing the place for half an hour, would you?
Not at all,
The innkeeper smiled ingratiatingly. He made a shooing motion to Bast. But I had full board, Bast protested, waving his cards. The innkeeper frowned at his assistant, then headed back into the kitchen. The mayor removed his jacket and laid it across the back of a chair, while Bast gathered up the rest of the cards, grumbling. The innkeeper brought out a glass of red wine, then locked the front door with a large brass key. I'll take the boy upstairs with me, he said to the mayor, to give you some privacy. That's exceedingly kind of you, the mayor said as he sat across from Chronicler. I'll give a shout when I'm finished. The innkeeper nodded and herded Bast out of the common room and up the stairs. Kvothe opened the door to his room and gestured Bast inside. I wonder what old Lant wants to keep secret, Kvothe said as soon as the door was closed behind them. I hope he's not too long about it. He's got 2 children by the widow Creel, Bast said matter-of-factly. Kvothe raised an eyebrow at that. Really? Bast shrugged. Everyone in town knows. Kvothe pumped at this as he settled down into a large upholstered chair. What are we going to do with ourselves for half an hour? He asked. It's been ages since we've had lessons. Bast pulled a wooden chair away from the small desk and sat on the edge of it. You could teach me something. Lessons? Kvothe mused. You could read Calum Tincture. Reshi, Bast said imploringly. It's so boring. I don't mind lessons, but do they need to be book lessons? Bast's tone wrung a smile from Kvothe. A puzzle lesson, then? Bast's face broke into a grin. Very well, let me think for a second. He tapped his fingers against his lips and let his eyes wander the room. It wasn't long before they were drawn to the foot of the bed where the dark chest lay. He made a casual gesture. How would you open my chest if you had a mind to? Bast's expression grew slightly apprehensive. Your thrice-locked chest, Reshi. Kvothe looked at his student, then laughter bubbled up out of him.
My what?
He asked incredulously. Bast blushed and looked down. That's just how I think of it, he mumbled.
As names go,
Kvothe hesitated, a smile playing around his mouth. Well, it's a little storybook, don't you think? You're the one who made the thing, Reshi, Bast said sullenly. 3 locks and fancy wood and all that. It's not my fault if it sounds storybook. Kvothe leaned forward and rested an apologetic hand on Bast's knee. It's a fine name, Bast. Just caught me off my guard is all. He leaned back again.
So, how would you attempt to plunder the thrice-locked chest of Kvothe the Bloodless?
Bast smiled. You sound like a pirate when you say it that way, Reshi. He gave the chest a speculative look from across the room. I suppose asking you for the keys is out of the question? He asked at last. Correct, Kvothe said. For our purposes, assume I have lost the keys. Better yet, assume I am dead and you are now free to pry into all my secret things. That's a little grim, Reshi, Bast reproached gently. Life is a little grim, Bast, Kvothe said without any hint of laughter in his voice. You'd best start getting used to it. He waved a hand toward the chest. Go on, I'm curious to see how you go about cracking this little chestnut. Bast gave him a flat look. Puns are worse than book lessons, Reshi, he said, walking over to the chest. He nudged it idly with his foot, then bent and looked at the 2 separate lock plates, one dark iron, the other bright copper. Bast prodded the rounded lid with a finger, wrinkling his nose. I can't say I care for this wood, Reshi, and the iron lock is positively unfair. What a useful lesson this has already been, Kvothe said dryly. You've deduced a universal truth. Things are usually unfair. There aren't any hinges either, Bast exclaimed, looking at the back of the chest. How can you have a lid without any hinges? That did take me a while to work out, Kvothe admitted with a touch of pride. Bast got down on his hands and knees and looked into the copper keyhole. He lifted one hand and pressed it flat against the copper plate. Then he closed his eyes and went very still, as if he were listening. After a moment of this, he leaned forward and breathed against the lock. When nothing happened, his mouth began to move. While his words were spoken too softly to hear, they carried an undeniable tone of entreaty. After a long moment of this, Bast sat back on his haunches, frowning. Then he grinned playfully, reached out with a hand, and knocked on the lid of the chest. It made barely any noise at all, as if he were rapping his knuckle against a stone.
Out of curiosity, Kvothe asked, what would you do if something knocked back?
Bast came to his feet, left the room, and returned a moment later with an assortment of tools. He got to one knee and, using a piece of bent wire, fiddled with the copper lock for several long minutes. Eventually, he began to curse under his breath. When he shifted position to get a different angle, his hand brushed the dull iron faceplate of the lock, and he jerked back, hissing and spitting. Getting back to his feet, Bast threw down the wire and brought out a long pry bar of bright metal. He tried to work the thin end of it under the lid, but couldn't gain any purchase in the hair-thin seam. After a few minutes, he abandoned this as well. Next, Bast tried to tip the chest on its side to examine the bottom, but his best efforts only managed to slide it an inch or so across the floor.
How much does this weigh, Reshi?
Bast exclaimed, looking rather exasperated.
300 pounds?
Over 400 when it's empty, Kvothe said. Remember the trouble we had getting it up the stairs?
Sighing, Bast examined the chest for another long moment, his expression fierce. Then he extracted a hatchet from his bundle of tools. It wasn't the rough, wedge-headed hatchet they used to cut kindling behind the inn. It was slender and menacing, all forged of a single piece of metal. The shape of its blade was vaguely reminiscent of a leaf. He tossed the weapon lightly in his palm as if testing its weight. This is where I would go next, Reshi, if I were genuinely interested in getting inside. He gave his teacher a curious look. But if you'd rather I not...
Kvothe made a helpless gesture. Don't look to me, Bast. I'm dead. Do as you will.
Bast grinned and brought the hatchet down on the rounded peak of the chest. There was a strange, soft ringing noise like a padded bell being struck in a distant room. Bast paused, then rained a flurry of angry blows down on the top of the chest, first swinging wildly with one hand, then using both hands in great overhand chopping motions as if he were splitting wood. The bright leaf-shaped blade refused to bite into the wood, each blow turning aside as if Bast were attempting to chop apart a great seamless block of stone. Eventually, Bast stopped, breathing hard, and bent to look at the top of the chest, running his hand over the surface before turning his attention to the hatchet's blade. He sighed.
You do good work, Reshi.
Kvothe smiled and tipped an imaginary hat. Bast gave the chest a long look. I tried to set fire to it, but I know Roa doesn't burn. I'd have better luck getting it hot enough so the copper lock would melt, but to do that, I'd need to get the whole thing to sit face down in a forge fire. He looked at the chest, as large as a gentleman's traveling trunk. But it would have to be a bigger forge than the one we have here in town, and I don't even know how hot copper needs to be in order to melt.
Information such as that, Kvothe said, would doubtless be the subject of a book lesson.
And I expect you've taken precautions against that sort of thing.
I have,
Kvothe admitted.
But it was a good idea. It shows lateral thinking.
And acid, Bast said. I know we have some potent stuff downstairs.
Formic is useless against Roa, Kvothe said, as is the muriatic. You might have some luck with Aqua Regius, but the wood is quite thick and we don't have much on hand.
I wasn't thinking of the wood, Reshi. I was thinking of the locks again. With enough acid, I could eat clean through them.
You're assuming they are copper and iron all the way through, Kvothe said. Even if they were, it would take a great deal of acid, and you would have to worry about the acid itself spilling into the chest, ruining whatever's inside. The same is true with the fire, of course.
Bast looked at the chest for another long moment, stroking his lips thoughtfully. That is all I have, Reshi. I'll need to think on it some more. Kvothe nodded. Looking somewhat disheartened, Bast gathered up his tools and carried them away. When he returned, he pushed the chest from the other side, sliding it back a fraction of an inch until it was square with the foot of the bed again. It was a good attempt, Bast. Both reassured him. Very methodical. You went about it just as I would have.
Hello?
The mayor's voice came hollowly up from the room below.
I'm finished.
Bast hopped up and hurried to the door, pushing his chair back under the desk. The sudden motion disturbed one of the crumpled sheets of paper resting there, causing it to tumble to the floor, where it bounced and rolled beneath the chair. Bast paused, then bent to pick it up. No, Quoth said grimly. Leave it. Bast stopped with his hand outstretched, then stood and left the room. Quoth followed, closing the door behind them. Chapter 72. Horses. Several days after Denner and I had our moonlit stroll in the garden, I finished a song for Meluin called Nothing But Roses. The mayor specifically requested it, and I had leapt to the project with a will, knowing that Denner would laugh herself sick when I played it for her. I slid the mayor's song into an envelope and looked at the clock. I'd thought I'd be busy the entire night finishing it, but it had come with surprising ease. Consequently, I had the rest of the evening free. It was late, but not terribly late. Not late for kindling night in a lively city like Severin. Perhaps not too late to find Denner. I threw on a set of fresh clothes and hurried out of the estates. Since the money in my purse came from selling pieces of Cordicus's equipment and playing cards with nobles who knew more about fashion than statistics, I paid the full bit for the horse lifts, then jogged the half mile to Newell Street. I slowed to a walk for the last several blocks. Enthusiasm is flattering, but I didn't want to arrive at Denner's Inn panting and sweating like a lathered horse. I wasn't surprised when I didn't find her at the Four Tapers. Denner wasn't the sort to sit and twiddle her thumbs just because I was busy, but the two of us had spent the better part of a month exploring the city together, and I had a few good guesses as to where I might find her. 5 minutes later, I spotted her. She was moving through the crowded street with a definite purpose, walking as if she had somewhere important to be. I started to make my way toward her, then hesitated. Where would she be going so purposefully, alone, so late at night? She was going to meet her patron. I wish I could say I agonized before I decided to follow her, but I really didn't. The temptation of finally learning the identity of her patron was simply too strong. So I put up the hood of my cloak and began to ghost through the crowd behind Denner. It's remarkably easy if you have a little practice. I used to make a game of it in Tarbeen, seeing how far I could follow someone without being seen. It helped that Denner wasn't a fool, and stayed in the good parts of the city where the streets were busy, and in the dim light my cloak looked a nondescript black. I followed her for half an hour. We passed cart vendors selling chestnuts and greasy meat pies. Guards mingled with the crowd, and the streets were bright with scattered streetlights, and lanterns hung outside the doors of inns. An occasional out-at-the-heels musician played with his hat in front of him, and once we passed a troupe of mummers acting out a play in a small cobblestone square. Then Denner turned and left the better streets behind. Soon there were fewer lights and tipsy revelers. The musicians gave way to beggars who called out or clutched at your clothes as you walked by. Lamplight still poured through the windows of nearby pubs and inns, but the street was no longer bustling. People clustered in twos or threes, women wearing corsets and men with hard eyes. These streets weren't dangerous, strictly speaking, or rather, they were dangerous in a broken glass sort of way. Broken glass won't go out of its way to hurt you. You can even touch it if you're careful. Some streets are as dangerous as frothing dogs, where no amount of care will keep you safe. I was beginning to get nervous when I saw Denner stop suddenly at the mouth of a shadowed alley. She craned her neck for a moment as if listening to something. Then after peering into the dark, she darted inside. Was this where she was meeting her patron? Was she taking a shortcut to a different street, or was she simply following her paranoid patron's instructions to make sure no one followed her?
I began to curse under my breath. If I followed her into the alley and she saw me, it would be obvious I'd been trailing her. But if I didn't follow her, I'd lose her, and while this wasn't a truly dangerous part of the city, I didn't want to leave her walking alone so late at night. So I scanned the nearby buildings and spotted one fronted with crumbling fieldstone. After a quick glance around, I climbed the face of it as quick as a squirrel, another useful skill from my misspent youth. Once I was on the roof, it was a simple matter to run over the tops of several other buildings, then slink into the shadow of a chimney before peering down into the alley. There was a sliver of moon overhead, and I expected to see Denna striding quickly along her shortcut or having a hushed and hidden meeting with her dodgy patron. But what I saw was nothing of the sort. Dim lamplight from an upstairs window showed a woman splayed out motionless on the ground. My heart thudded hard for several beats, until I realized it wasn't Denna. Denna was dressed in shirt and pants. This woman's white dress was crumpled around her, her bare legs pale against the dark stone of the street. My eyes darted around until I saw Denna outside the window's light. She stood close to a broad-shouldered man, with moonlight shining on his bald head. Was she embracing him? Was this her patron? Finally, my eyes adjusted enough that I could see the truth. The two were standing very close and still, but she wasn't holding him. She had one hand hard against his neck, and I saw white moonlight glitter on metal there like a distant star. The woman on the ground started to stir, and Denna called out to her. The woman climbed unsteadily to her feet, staggering a bit as she stepped on her own dress, then edged slowly past them, keeping close to the wall as she made her way to the mouth of the alley. Once the woman was behind her, Denna said something else. I was too far away to make out any of the words, but her voice was hard and angry enough to raise the hair on the back of my arms. Denna stepped away from the man, and he backed away, one hand going to the side of his throat. He began to curse her viciously, spitting and making grasping motions with his free hand. His voice was louder than hers, but slurred enough that I couldn't make out much of what he said, though I did identify the word whore several times. But for all his talk, he didn't come anywhere close to within arm's reach of her. Denna simply stood facing him, her feet set squarely on the ground. She held the knife low in front of her, tilted at an angle. Her posture was almost casual. Almost. After cursing for a minute or so, the man took half a shuffling step forward, shaking a fist. Denna said something and made a short, sharp gesture with the knife towards the man's groin. Silence filled the alley, and the man's shoulders shifted a bit. Denna made the gesture again, and the man began to curse more softly, turning away and walking down the alley, his hand still pressed to the side of his neck. Denna watched him go, then relaxed, and slid the knife carefully into her pocket. She turned and walked to the mouth of the alleyway. I scurried to the front of the building. On the street below, I saw Denna and the other woman standing under a street lamp. In the better light, I saw the woman was much younger than I'd thought, just a slip of a girl, her shoulders heaving with sobs. Denna rubbed her back in small circles, and the girl slowly calmed down. After a moment, they began walking down the street. I hurried back to the alley where I had spotted an old iron drain pipe, a relatively easy way to get back down onto the street. But even so, it cost me 2 long minutes, and most of the skin off my knuckles to get cobblestones back under my feet. Only through a pure effort of will did I keep myself from running out of the alley to catch up with Denna and the girl. The last thing I wanted was for Denna to discover I'd been following her. Luckily, they weren't moving very fast, and I caught sight of them easily. Denna led the girl back to the nicer part of the city, then took her into a respectable-looking inn with a painted rooster on the sign. I stood outside for a minute, peering at the layout of the inn through one of the windows. Then I settled my hood more firmly over my face, walked casually around the back portion of the inn, and slid into a seat on the other side of a dividing wall, just around the corner from Denna and the young girl. If I'd wanted to, I could have leaned forward to peer at their table, but as it was, neither one of us could see the other. The tap room was mostly empty, and a serving girl came up to me almost as soon as I took my seat. She eyed the rich fabric of my cloak and smiled. "What can I get you?" I eyed the impressive array of polished glass behind the bar. I motioned the serving girl closer and spoke softly with a rasp in my throat, as if I were recovering from the croup cough. "I'll take a tumbler of your best whiskey," I said, "and a glass of fine Florin red." She nodded and left. I turned my finely tuned eavesdropper's ears to the next table. "Your accent," I heard Denna say. "Where are you from?" There was a pause and a murmur as the girl spoke. Since she was facing away from me, I couldn't hear what she said. "That's in the Western Farrell, isn't it?" Denna asked. "You're a long way from home." There was murmuring from the girl, then a long pause where I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't tell if she'd stopped talking or if she was speaking too quietly for me to hear. I fought the urge to lean forward and peer at their table. Then the murmuring came back, very soft. "I know he said he loved you," Denna said, her voice gentle. "They all say that." The serving girl set a tall wine glass in front of me and handed me my tumble. "2 bits." Merciful Taylor, with prices like that, no wonder the place was nearly empty. I tossed back the whiskey in a single swallow, fighting the urge to cough as it burned down my throat. Then I drew a full silver round out of my purse, set the heavy coin on the table, and put the empty tumble down over the top of it. I motioned the serving girl close again. "I have a proposal for you," I said quietly. "Right now I want nothing more than to sit here quietly, drink my wine, and think my thoughts." I tapped the overturned tumble with the coin underneath. "If I am allowed to do this without interruption, all of this, less the cost of my drinks, is yours." Her eyes went a little wide at that, darting down to the coin again. "But if anyone comes over to bother me, even in a helpful way, even to ask if I would like anything to drink, I will simply pay and leave." I looked up at her. "Can you help me get a little privacy tonight?" She nodded eagerly. "Thank you," I said. She hurried away and went immediately to another woman standing behind the bar, making a few gestures in my direction. I relaxed a bit, reasonably certain they wouldn't be drawing any attention to me. I sipped my wine and listened. "What does your father do?" Denna asked. I recognized the pitch of her voice. It was the same low, gentle tone my father had used when talking to skittish animals, a tone designed to calm someone and set them at their ease. The girl murmured, and Denna responded. "That's a fine job."
What do you want?
"What are you doing here, then?" Another murmur. "Got handsy, did he?" Denna said matter-of-factly.
What's on your mind?
"Well, that's the nature of eldest sons." The girl spoke up again, but this time with some fire in her voice, though I still couldn't make out any of the words. I buffed the surface of my wine glass a little with the edge of my cloak, then tipped it out and away from me a bit. The wine was so deep a red that it was almost black. It made the side of the glass act like a mirror. Not a wonderful mirror, but I could see tiny shapes at the table around the corner. I heard Denna sigh, cutting off the low murmur of the girl's voice. "Let me guess," Denna said, sounding exasperated. "You stole the silver or something similar, then ran off to the city." The small reflection of the girl just sat there. "But it wasn't like you thought it would be, was it?" Denna said, more gently this time. I could see the girl's shoulders begin to shake, and heard a series of faint, heartbreaking sobs. I looked away from the wine glass and set it back on the table. "Here." There was the sound of a glass being knocked onto the table. "Drink that," Denna said. "It will help a bit. Not a lot, but a bit." The sobbing stopped. The girl gave a surprised cough, choking a little. "Oh, you poor silly thing," Denna said softly. "Meeting you is worse than looking in a mirror." For the first time, the girl spoke loudly enough for me to hear her. "I thought, if he's going to take me anyway, I'll get it for free. I might as well go somewhere I can pick and choose and get paid for it." Her Her voice trailed off until I couldn't make out any words, leaving only the low rise and fall of her muffled voice.
The Tenpenny King,
Denna interrupted incredulously, her tone more venomous than anything I'd ever heard from her before.
Kirsten Crail, I hate that goddamn play. Mediegan fairy story trash. The world doesn't work like that.
Well, the girl began. Denna cut her off.
There's no young prince out there, dressed in rags and waiting to save you. Even if there were, where would you be? You'd be like a dog he'd found in the gutter. He'd own you. After he took you home, who would save you from him?
A piece of silence. The girl coughed again, but only a little.
So what are we going to do with you?
Denna said. The girl sniffed and said something.
If you could take care of yourself, we wouldn't be sitting here,
Denna said. A murmur.
It's an option,
Denna said.
They'll take half of what you make, but that's better than getting nothing and having your throat slit on top of it. I'm guessing you figured that out yourself tonight.
There was the sound of cloth on cloth. I tipped my wine glass to get a look, but all I saw was Denna making some indistinct motion.
Let's see what we have here, she said.
Then there came the familiar clatter of coins on a table. The girl made an awed murmur.
No, I'm not, Denna said. It's not so much when it's all your money in the world. You should know by now how expensive it is to make your own way in the city.
A murmur that rose at the end. A question. I heard Denna draw a breath, then let it out again slowly.
Because someone helped me once when I needed it, she said. And because if you don't get some help, you'll be dead in a span of days. Take it from someone who's made her own share of bad decisions.
There was the sound of coins sliding on the table.
Okay,
Denna said.
First option. We get you apprenticed up. You're a little old, and it will cost, but we could do it. Nothing fancy. Weaving, cobbling. They'll work you hard, but you'd have your room and board, and you'd learn a trade.
A questioning murmur.
With your accent? Denna asked archly. Can you curl a lady's hair? Paint her face? Mend her dress? Tat lace?
A pause.
No, you don't have the training to be a maidservant, and I wouldn't know who to bribe.
The sound of coins being gathered together.
Option 2, Denna said. We get you a room until that bruise is gone. Coins sliding. Then buy you a seat on a coach back home. More coins. You've been gone a month. That's the perfect amount of time for some serious worry to set in. When you come home, they'll just be happy you're alive.
Murmur.
Tell them whatever you like, Denna said. But if you've got half a brain in your head, you'll make it sensible. Nobody's going to believe you met some prince who sent you home.
A murmur so soft I could hardly hear it.
Of course it will be hard, you silly little bit,
Denna said sharply.
They'll hold it over your head for the rest of your life. Folk will whisper when you walk by on the street. It will be hard to find a husband, you'll lose friends, but that's the price you'll have to pay if you want to have anything like your normal life back again.
The coins clinked as they were gathered together again.
Third option, if you're certain you want to make a go of whoring, we can arrange it so you don't end up dead in a ditch. You've got a nice face, but you'll need proper clothes.
Coins sliding.
And someone to teach you manner.
More coins.
And someone else to get rid of that accent of yours.
Coins again. Murmur.
Because it's the only sensible way to do it,
Denna said flatly. Another murmur. Denna gave a tight, irritated sigh.
Okay, your father's stablemaster, right? Think about the different horses the Baron owns. Plough horses, carriage horses, hunting horses.
Excited murmur.
Exactly, Denna said. So if you had to pick, what sort of horse would you want to be? A plough horse works hard, but does it get the best stall, the best feed?
Murmur.
That's right. That goes to the fancy horses. They get petted and fed and only have to work when there's a parade or someone goes hunting.
Denna continued.
So if you're going to be a whore, you do it smart. You don't want to be some dockside drab. You want to be a duchess. You want men to court you, send you gifts.
Murmur.
Yes, gifts. If they pay, they'll feel like they own you. You saw how that turned out tonight. You can keep your accent and that low bodice and have sailors paw you for a halfpenny a throw, Or you can learn some manners, get your hair done, and start entertaining gentlemen callers. If you're interesting and pretty and you know how to listen, men will desire your company. They'll want to take you dancing as much as take you to bed. Then you have the control. Nobody makes a duchess pay for her room in advance. Nobody bends a duchess over a barrel in an alley, then kicks out her teeth once he's had his fun. Murmur. No, Denna said, her voice grim. There was the sound of coins being clinked softly into a purse. Don't lie to yourself. Even the fanciest horse is still a horse. That means sooner or later, you're going to get ridden. A questioning murmur. Then you leave, Denna said. If they want more than you're willing to give, that's the only way. You leave, quick and quiet in the night. But if you do, you'll burn your bridges. That's the price you pay. A hesitant murmur. I can't tell you that, Denna said. You need to decide what you want for yourself. You want to go home? There's a price. You want control over your life? There's a price. You want the freedom to say no? There's a price. There's always a price. There was the sound of a chair being pushed away from a table, and I pressed myself back against the wall as I heard the two of them stand up. It's something everyone has to figure out on their own, Denna said, her voice growing more distant. What do you want more than anything else? What do you want so badly you'll pay anything to get it? I sat for a long time after they left, trying to drink my wine. Chapter 73. Blood and Ink. In the Theophany, Tecum writes of secrets, calling them painful treasures of the mind. He explains that what most people think of as secrets are really nothing of the sort. Mysteries, for example, are not secrets. Neither are little-known facts or forgotten truths. A secret, Tecum explains, is true knowledge actively concealed. Philosophers have quibbled over his definition for centuries. They point out the logical problems with it, the loopholes, the exceptions. But in all this time, none of them has managed to come up with a better definition. That perhaps tells us more than all the quibbling combined. In a later chapter, less argued over and less well known, Tecum explains that there are two types of secrets. There are secrets of the mouth and secrets of the heart. Most secrets are secrets of the mouth. Gossip shared and small scandals whispered. These secrets long to be let loose upon the world. A secret of the mouth is like a stone in your boot. At first you're barely aware of it, then it grows irritating, then intolerable. Secrets of the mouth grow larger the longer you keep them, swelling until they press against your lips. They fight to be let free. Secrets of the heart are different. They are private and painful, and we want nothing more than to hide them from the world. They do not swell and press against the mouth. They live in the heart, and the longer they are kept, the heavier they become. Tecum claims it is better to have a mouthful of poison than a secret of the heart. Any fool will spit out poison, he says, but we hoard these painful treasures. We swallow hard against them every day, forcing them deep inside us. There they sit, growing heavier, festering. Given enough time, they cannot help but crush the heart that holds them. Modern philosophers scorn Tecum, but they are vultures picking at the bones of a giant. Quibble all you like. Tecum understood the shape of the world. The day after I'd followed Denna through the city, she sent me a note, and I met her outside the Four Tapers. We'd met there dozens of times in the last several span, but today, something was different. Today, Denna wore a long, elegant dress, not layered and high-necked in the current fashion, but close-fitting and open at the throat. It was a deep blue, and when she took a step, I could glimpse a long stretch of her bare leg beneath. Her harp case leaned against the wall behind her, and she had an expectant look in her eye. Her dark hair was lustrous in the sunlight, unadorned except for 3 narrow braids tied with blue string. She was barefoot, and her feet were grass-stained. She smiled. "It's done," she said. excitement thrumming through her voice like distant thunder. "Done enough to play you a piece at any rate. Would you like to hear it?" I caught a bit of well-hidden shyness in her voice. As we were both working for patrons who valued their privacy, Denner and I didn't often discuss our work. We compared our ink-stained fingers and bemoaned our difficulties, but only in vague ways. "I'd like nothing better than to hear it," I said as Denner picked up her harp case and started down the street. I fell into step beside her. "But won't your patron mind?" Denner gave a too casual shrug. "He says he wants my first song to be something that men will sing for 100 years, so I doubt he'll want me to keep it bottled up forever." She gave me a sideways look. "We'll go somewhere private, and I'll let you hear. So long as you don't go shouting it from rooftops, I should be safe." We started walking to the western gate by unspoken agreement. "I'd have brought my lute," I said, "but I finally found a luthier I trust. I'm having that loose peg mended." "You'll serve me best as audience today," she said. "Sit wrapped in admiration as I play. Tomorrow I'll watch you, all dewy-eyed with wonder. I'll marvel at your skill and wit and charm." She moved her harp to her other shoulder and grinned at me. "Provided you aren't having them mended at the shop." "I'm always up for a duet," I suggested. "Harp and lute is rare but not unheard of." "That's delicately phrased." She glanced sideways at me. "I'll think on it." As I had a dozen times before, I fought the urge to tell her I'd reclaimed her ring from Ambrose. I wanted to tell her the story of it, mistakes and all, but I was fairly certain the romantic impact of my gesture would be diminished by the end of the story, where I'd effectively pawned the ring before I left Imre. Better to keep it a secret for now, I thought, and surprise her with the ring itself. "So, what would you think," I asked, "of having Mayor Alvaron for your patron?" Denner stopped walking and turned to look at me. "What?" "I'm currently in his good graces," I said, "and he owes me a favor or two. I know you've been looking for a patron." "I have a patron," she said firmly. "One I've earned on my own." "You have half a patron," I protested. "Where's your writ of patronage? Your Master Ash might be able to give you some financial support, but the more important half of a patron is their name. It's like armor. It's like a key that opens—" "I know how patronage works," Denner said, cutting me off. "Then you know yours is shortchanging you," I said. "If the mayor had been your patron when things went wrong at that wedding, no one in that shabby little town would have dared to raise their voice to you, let alone their hand. Even from 1,000 miles away, the mayor's name would have protected you. He would have kept you safe." "A patron can offer more than a name and money," Denner said with an edge to her voice. "I'm fine without the shelter of a title, and honestly, I'd be irritated if some man wanted to dress me in his colors. My patron gives me other things. He knows things I need to know." She gave me an irritated look as she flicked her hair over her shoulder. "I've told you all this before. I'm content with him for now." "Why not have both?" I suggested. "The mayor in public and your Master Ash in secret. Surely he couldn't object to that. Alvaron could probably even look into this other fellow for you, make sure he's not trying to win you with false—" Denner gave me a horrified look. "No! God, no!" She turned to me, her expression earnest. "Promise me you won't try to find out anything about him. It could ruin everything. You're the only one I've told in all the wide world, but he'd be furious if he knew I'd mentioned him to anyone." I felt a bizarre glow of pride at this. If you'd really rather I not. Denner stopped walking and set her harp case down on the cobblestones where it made a hollow thump. Her expression was deadly serious. "Promise me." I probably wouldn't have agreed if I hadn't spent half the previous night following her around the city with the hope of discovering this very thing. But I had. Then I'd eavesdropped on her too, so today I was practically sweating with guilt. "I promise," I said. When her anxious look didn't evaporate, I added, "Don't you trust me?" "I'll swear it if that will set your mind at ease." "What would you swear it on?" she asked, beginning to smile again. "What's important enough that it will hold you to your word?" "My name and my power," I said. "You are many things," she said dryly, "but you are not to ball in the grate." "My good right hand?" I suggested. Only one hand? She asked, playfulness creeping back into her tone. She reached out and took both of my hands in her own, turning them over and making a show of inspecting them closely. I like the left one better, she decided. Swear by that one. My good left hand? I asked dubiously. Fine, she said. The right. You're such a traditionalist. I swear I won't attempt to uncover your patron, I said bitterly. I swear it on my name and my power. I swear it by my good left hand. I swear it by the ever-moving moon. Denna peered at me closely, as if she wasn't sure if I was mocking her. Fine, she said with a shrug, picking up her harp. Consider me reassured. We started walking again, moving through the western gates and into the countryside. The silence between us stretched, starting to grow uncomfortable. Worried things would grow awkward, I said the first thing that came to mind. So, are there any new men in your life? Denna chuckled low in her throat. Now you sound like Master Ash. He's always asking after them. He doesn't think any of my suitors are good enough for me. I couldn't agree more, but decided it wouldn't be prudent to say so. And what does he think of me? What? She asked, confused. Oh, he doesn't know about you, she said. Why would he? I tried to give a nonchalant shrug, but I couldn't have been very convincing as she burst out laughing. Poor Quoth, I'm teasing you. I only tell him about the ones that come prowling around, panting and sniffing like dogs. You're not like them. You've always been different. I've always prided myself on my lack of panting and sniffing. Denna turned her shoulder and let her swinging harp bump me playfully. You know what I mean. They come and go with little gain or loss. You are the gold behind the wind-blown dross. Master Ash might think he has a right to know about my personal affairs, my comings and goings. She scowled a bit, but he doesn't. I'm willing to concede some of that, for now. She reached out and took hold of my upper arm possessively. But you are not part of the bargain, she said, her voice almost fierce. You are mine alone. I don't intend to share you. The momentary tension passed, and we walked the wide west road away from Severin, laughing and talking of small things. Half a mile past the city's last inn was a quiet patch of trees with a single tall greystone nestled in its center. We had found it while searching for wild strawberries, and it had become one of our favorite places to escape the noise and stink of the city. Denna sat at the base of the greystone and put her back against it. Then she brought her harp out of its case and pulled it close to her chest, causing her dress to gather and expose a scandalous amount of leg. She arched an eyebrow at me and smirked as if she knew exactly what I was thinking. Nice harp, I said casually. She snorted indelicately. I sat where I was, sprawling comfortably on the long, cool grass. I tugged a few strands of it out of the ground and idly began to twist them together into a braid. Honestly, I was nervous. While we had spent a great deal of time together over the last month, I'd never heard Denna play anything of her own creation. We had sung together, and I knew she had a voice like honey on warm bread. I knew her fingers were sure and she had a musician's timing, but writing a song isn't the same as playing one. What if hers wasn't any good? What would I say? Denna spread her fingers to the strings, and my worries faded to the background. I've always found something powerfully erotic about the way a woman puts her hands to a harp. She began a rolling gliss down the strings from high to low. The sound of it was like hammers on bells, like water over stones, like birdsong through the air. She stopped and tuned a string, plucked, tuned. She struck a sharp chord, a hard chord, a lingering chord, then turned to look at me, flexing her fingers nervously. Are you ready? You're incredible, I said. I saw her flush a little, then brush her hair back to hide her reaction. Fool, I haven't played you anything yet. You're incredible all the same. Hush. She struck a hard chord, and let it fade into a quiet melody. As it rose and fell, she spoke the introduction to her song. I was surprised at such a traditional opening. Surprised but pleased. Old ways are best. Gather round and listen well, for I've a tale of tragedy to tell. I sing of subtle shadow spread across a land, and of the man who turned his hand toward a purpose few could bear. Fair Lanray, stripped of wife, of life, of pride, still never from his purpose swayed, who fought the tide, and fell, and was betrayed. At first it was her voice that caught my breath. Then it was the music. But before 10 lines had passed her lips, I was stunned for different reasons. She sang the story of Mere Tyrinnial's fall, of Lanray's betrayal. It was the story I had heard from Scarpi in Tarbin. But Denna's version was different. In her song, Lanray was painted in tragic tones, a hero wrongly used. Selitos' words were cruel and biting. Mere Tyrinnial, a warren that was better for the purifying fire. Lanray was no traitor, but a fallen hero. So much depends upon where you stop a story, and hers ended when Lanray was cursed by Selitos. It was the perfect ending for a tragedy. In her story, Lanray was wronged, misunderstood. Selitos was a tyrant, an insane monster who tore out his own eye in fury at Lanray's clever trickery. It was dreadfully, painfully wrong. Despite this, it had the first glimmers of beauty to it. The chords well chosen, the rhyme subtle and strong. The song was very fresh, and there were rough patches aplenty, but I could feel the shape of it. I saw what it could become. It would turn men's minds. They would sing it for 100 years. You've probably heard it, in fact, most folk have. She ended up calling it the Song of Seven Sorrows. Yes, Denna composed it, and I was the first person to hear it played entire. As the last notes faded in the air, Denna lowered her hands, unwilling to meet my eye. I sat, still and silent on the grass. For this to make sense, you need to understand something every musician knows. Singing a new song is a nervous thing. More than that, it's terrifying. It's like undressing for the first time in front of a new lover. It's a delicate moment. I needed to say something. A compliment, a comment, a joke, a lie, anything was better than silence. But I couldn't have been more stunned if she had written a hymn praising the Duke of Gibeah. The shock was simply too much for me. I felt as raw as a reused parchment, as if every note of her song had been another flick of a knife, scraping until I was entirely blank and wordless. I looked down numbly at my hands. They still held the half-formed circle of green grass I'd been weaving when the song began. It was a broad, flat plait already beginning to curve into the shape of a ring. Still looking down, I heard the rustle of Denna's skirts as she moved. I needed to say something. I'd already waited too long. There was too much silence in the air. The city's name wasn't Myrinatal, I said without looking up. It was not the worst thing I could have said, but it wasn't the right thing to say.
Good luck, friend.
There was a pause. What? Not Myrinatal, I repeated. The city Lanray burned was Mere Tyrinnial. Sorry to tell you that. Changing a name is hard work. It will wreck the meter in a third of your verses. I was surprised at how quiet my voice was, how flat and dead it sounded in my own ears. I heard her draw a surprised breath. You've heard the story before? I looked up at Denna, her expression excited. I nodded, still feeling oddly blank, empty, hollow as a dried gourd. What made you pick this for a song? I asked her. It wasn't the right thing to say either. I can't help but feel that if I'd said the right thing at that moment, everything would have turned out differently. But even now, after years of thinking,
I can't imagine what I could have said that might have made things right. Her excitement faded slightly.
I found a version of it in an old book when I was doing genealogical research for my patron, she said. Hardly anyone remembers it, so it's perfect for a song. It's not like the world needs another story about Oren Velsiter. I'll never make my mark repeating what other musicians have already hashed over 100 times before.
Denna gave me a curious look.
I thought I was going to be able to surprise you with something new. I never would have guessed you'd heard of Lanray.
I heard it years ago, I said numbly.
From an old storyteller in Tarbeen. If I had half your luck.
Denna shook her head in dismay.
I had to piece it together out of 100 little scraps.
She made a conciliatory gesture.
Me and my patron, I should say, he's helped.
Your patron, I said. I felt a spark of emotion when she mentioned him. Hollow as I was, it was surprising how quickly the bitterness spread through my gut as if someone had kindled a fire inside me. Denna nodded.
He fancies himself a bit of an historian, she said. I think he's angling for a court appointment. He wouldn't be the first to ingratiate himself by shining a light on someone's long-lost heroic ancestor. Or maybe he's trying to invent an heroic ancestor for himself. That would explain the research we've been doing in old genealogies.
She hesitated for a moment, biting her lip.
Truth is,
she said as if confessing something,
I half suspect the song is for Alvaron himself. Master Ash has implied he's had dealings with the mayor.
She gave a mischievous grin.
Who knows? Running in the circles you do, you might have already met my patron and not even known it.
My mind flickered over the hundreds of nobles and courtiers I'd met in passing over the last month, but it was hard to focus on their faces. The fire in my gut was spreading until my whole chest was full of it.
But enough of this,
Denna said, waving her hands impatiently. She pushed her harp away and folded her legs to sit cross-legged on the grass.
You're teasing me. What do you think of it?
I looked down at my hands and idly fingered the flat braid of green grass I'd woven. It was smooth and cool between my fingers. I couldn't remember how I'd planned to join the ends together to form a ring.
I know it's got some rough patches,
I heard Denna say, her voice brimming with nervous excitement.
I'll have to fix that name you mentioned if you're sure it's the right one. The beginning is rough, and the 7th verse is a shambles, I know. I need to expand the battles and his relationship with Lyra. The ending needs tightening. But overall, what do you think?
Once she smoothed it out, it would be brilliant. As good a song as my parents might have written. But that just made it worse. My hands were shaking, and I was amazed at how hard it was to make them stop. I looked away from them, up at Denna. Her nervous excitement faded when she saw my face.
You're going to have to rework more than just the name.
I tried to keep my voice calm.
Lanray wasn't a hero.
She looked at me oddly, as if she couldn't tell if I was making a joke.
What? You've got the whole thing wrong, I said. Lanray was a monster. A traitor. You need to change it.
Denna tossed back her head and laughed. When I didn't join her, she cocked her head, puzzled.
You're serious?
I nodded. Denna's face went stiff. Her eyes narrowed and her mouth made a thin line.
You have to be kidding.
Her mouth worked silently for a moment, then she shook her head.
It wouldn't make any sense. The whole story falls apart if Lanray isn't a hero.
It's not about what makes a good story, I said. It's about what's true.
True?
She looked at me incredulously.
This is just some old folk story. None of the places are real. None of the people are real. You might as well get offended at me for coming up with a new verse for Tinker Tanner.
I could feel words rising in my throat, hot as a chimney fire. I swallowed down hard against them.
Some stories are just stories, I agreed, but not this one. It's not your fault. There's no way you could have... Oh, well, thank you, she said bitingly. I'm so glad this isn't my fault.
Fine, I said sharply.
It is your fault. You should have done more research. What do you know about the research I did? She demanded. You haven't the slightest idea. I've been all over the world digging up pieces of this story. It was the same thing my father had done. He'd started writing a song about Lanray, but his research led him to the Chandrian. He'd spent years chasing down half-forgotten stories and digging up rumors. He wanted his song to tell the truth about them, and they'd killed my entire troop to put an end to it. I looked down at the grass and thought about the secret I had kept for so long. I thought of the smell of blood and burning hair. I thought of rust and blue fire and the broken bodies of my parents. How could I explain something so huge and horrible? Where would I even begin? I could feel the secret deep inside me, huge and heavy as a stone. In the version of the story I heard, I said, touching the far edge of the secret, Lanray became one of the Chandrian. You should be careful. Some stories are dangerous. Jenna stared at me for a long moment. The Chandrian, she said incredulously. Then she laughed. It was not her usual delighted laugh. This was sharp and full of derision. What kind of a child are you? I knew exactly how childish it made me sound. I felt myself flush hot with embarrassment, my whole body suddenly prickling with sweat. I opened my mouth to speak, and it felt like cracking open the door of a furnace. I'm like a child? I spat. What do you know about anything, you stupid... I almost bit off the end of my tongue to keep from shouting the word whore. You think you know everything, don't you? She demanded. You've been to the university, so you think the rest of us are... Quit looking for excuses to be upset and listen to me. I snapped. The words poured out of me like molten iron. You're having a snit like a spoiled little girl. Don't you dare. She jabbed a finger at me. Don't talk to me like I'm some sort of witless farm girl. I know things they don't teach at your precious university. Secret things. I'm not an idiot. You're acting like an idiot. I shouted so loudly the words hurt my throat. You won't shut up long enough to listen to me! I'm trying to help you! Denna sat in the center of a chilly silence. Her eyes were hard and flat. That's what it's all about, isn't it? She said coldly. Her fingers moved in her hair, every flick of her fingers stiff with irritation. She untied her braids, smoothed them out, then absent-mindedly retied them in a different pattern. You hate it that I won't take your help. You can't stand that I won't let you fix every little thing in my life. Is that it? Well, maybe someone needs to fix your life. I snapped. You made a fair mess of it so far, haven't you? She continued to sit very still, her eyes furious. What makes you think you know anything about my life? I know you're so afraid of anyone getting close that you can't stay in the same bed 4 days in a row, I said, hardly knowing what I was saying anymore. Angry words poured out of me like blood from a wound. I know you live your whole life burning bridges behind you. I know you solve your problems by running. What makes you think your advice is worth one thin sliver of a damn anyway? Denna burst out. Half a year ago, you had 1 foot in the gutter, hair all shaggy and only 3 raggedy shirts. There isn't a noble in 100 miles of Imre that would piss on you if you were on fire. You had to run 1,000 miles to have a chance of a patron. My face burned with shame at her mention of my 3 shirts, and I felt my temper flare hot again. You're right, of course, I said scathingly. You're much better off. I'm sure your patron would be perfectly happy to piss on you. Now we get to the heart of it, she said, throwing her hands up in the air. You don't like my patron because you could get me a better one. You don't like my song because it's different from the one you know. She reached for her harp case, her movement stiff and angry. You're just like all the rest. I'm trying to help you. You're trying to fix me, Denna said crisply, as she put away her harp. You're trying to buy me, to arrange my life. You want to keep me like I'm your pet, like I'm your faithful dog. I'd never think of you as a dog, I said, giving her a bright and brittle smile. A dog knows how to listen. A dog has sense enough not to bite a hand that's trying to help. Our conversation spiraled downward from there.
Now? No. Long
At this
ago?
point in the story, I'm tempted to lie. To say I spoke these things in an uncontrollable rage, that I was overwhelmed with grief at the memory of my murdered family. I'm tempted to say I tasted plum and nutmeg. Then I would have some excuse. But they were my words. In the end, I was the one who said those things. Only me. Denna responded in kind, hurt and furious and sharp-tongued as myself. We were both proud and angry and filled with the unshakable certainty of youth. We said things we never would have said otherwise, and when we left, we did not leave together. My temper was as hot and bitter as a bar of molten iron. It seared at me as I walked all the way back to Severin. It burned as I made my way through the city and waited for the freight lifts. It smoldered as I stalked through the mayor's estates and slammed the door to my rooms behind me. It was only hours later that I cooled enough to regret my words. I thought of what I might have said to Denna. I thought of telling her of how my troop was killed, about the Chandrian. I decided I would write her a letter. I would explain it all, no matter how foolish or unbelievable it seemed. I brought out pen and ink, and laid a sheet of fine white paper on the writing desk. I dipped the pen and tried to think of where I could begin. My parents had been killed when I was 11. It was an event so huge and horrifying it had driven me nearly mad. In the years since, I had never told a soul of those events. I had never so much as whispered them in an empty room. It was a secret I had clutched so tightly for so long that when I dared think about it, it lay so heavy in my chest that I could barely breathe.
Light bless you.
I dipped the pen again. But no words came. I opened a bottle of wine, thinking it might loosen the secret inside me, give me some finger hold I could use to pry it up. I drank until the room spun and the nib of the pen was crusted with dry ink. Hours later, the blank sheet still stared at me, and I beat my fist against the desk in fury and frustration, striking it so hard my hand bled. That is how heavy a secret can become. It can make blood flow easier than ink.
And that's it for today. For the reference, that was chapter 73, 74 onwards. Next time. I'm done for today. Made 2 levels on my priest. And I think my druids next time. The rest of XP on my priest is already used up. Maybe the warlock a little bit grinding in between. Let's see. Normally I would go with my rogue and my